Commentary Blue Commentary Burgundy Commentary Commentary Blue Commentary Burgundy Blue Commentary Burgundy Commentary Commentary.
Hey y'all, welcome back to Burgundy Blue Commentary. I hope all is well with you and yours. I just was getting set up. Let's do some housekeeping right quick. I just want to thank you for joining me. We're gonna talk about the village of Dalton today. And you guys, if you're over here, I'm a small YouTuber. But one of the things is I'm a former Dalton Knight. Okay. I grew up in Dalton. Love the village of Dalton actually. And I did some coverage on my YouTube channel. So let me know. We're talking about everything from Dalton, about what's going on right now, but it's not my job to judge. We're talking about everything that has went on currently, and also we're going to talk about some like past stuff and some funny stuff. We're even going to talk about some controversial stuff like did you know that Dalton is 95% black, but it's a lake in Dalton that sits in Dalton, and it's white only. Did you guys know that? So I'm just giving you all the background. We're going to talk about some nostalgia, Dalton. And like I said, it's not my job to judge. Oh, hold on, guys. I think my computer's dying. Hold on. Uh-oh. There we go. Wait. No, there we don't go. Hold on, guys. Let me just plug my computer here. Make sure you hit the like button. So it's not my job to judge. I'm just reading the news. So so last night we was up super duper late, and we were talking about, hey, Big Mike, thanks for being here. And you guys, like, I'm just a regular old lady over here. I don't know nobody. Y'all, funny story. Not funny. We're gonna talk about it on a late night tonight. Usually late night is around 10:30. But last night it ended up being 4 a.m. So make sure you set your notification bell so you know when I do go live and you can see what I'm going live about. So it's a whites only on Facebook. So I inboxed him and asked him, like, hey, like, well, I guess you can be whites only on Facebook. It's a group for everything, but it's a Dalton Facebook group that's white only. And they won't let you in if you're black or brown. Okay, it is a mess. It's a mess. So that's what made me talk about the village of Dalton, because a lot of times, because the mayor is controversial right now, you have people from all over spewing a little hate. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to share make it a little lighter than it had to be. So yeah, make sure you that it has been rather. Make sure you set your notification bells. That ends the housekeeping. We're also tonight on a late show, or either tonight or either this afternoon. I'm gonna put up a video about Rinky's. It's the club. The guy, he comes to the board meeting, y'all, and he has this huge bodyguard, y'all. Oh my God. He has this huge bodyguard. And I don't know. I think he may be Indian. But he comes to the board meeting. He said he had 5 businesses in Dalton. Now he only has 1. He can't get his village permit allegedly, but he came. He came to the trustee meeting with this huge bodyguard. Let me know if you've seen that at the trustee meeting. But we're going to talk about Rinky's. And they're still closed down. So I did a little video and I'm going to post it later. Okay, that concludes housekeeping for real. So now on to Andrew Holmes. You guys, I'm just a regular Daltonite. I don't have any kind of inside scoop to anything or anything like that, other than what y'all be putting in the chat. Y'all be giving it to me in the chat. But I saw Shawan Burns. I follow her. I follow Hannibal is Hungry. And it's another one that do the Dalton video. Oh, he's funny. He had me cracking up last night. The Late Night Crew. I follow them. You know, guys, I'm a small new YouTuber, so I'm not on their schedule to tell you when they go live. So I don't know. So I don't know them. So forgive me if I go live at the same time they do. But that Late Night Crew guy had me rolling last night. He is a mess. I don't even know who he is and where he came from. He owned Liquor City on 149th of Chicago Road. He sure did. Big Mike, let me tell you something. Whoever you are, I'm telling you, you better get you a YouTube page. Get this coin over here. So let's talk about Andrew Holmes. So like I said, I don't know what's going on. I don't have a dog in this fight. However, I was following Jediah Brown, who used to be a community activist here in Chicago. And I did a short video about him. Y'all, he was bathing with a monkey. That's a whole nother story. I'm like, I understand emotional support animals, but good night, Irene. He got the monkey in the bathtub. Make sure y'all check that video out. I posted it today. Now it's where I draw the line. It was one thing you had the monkey in your mouth. Okay, the monkey was crawling on your face. But once you put that monkey in the bathtub, I'm gonna need you to stop so we can get. I'm gonna need you to stop, Jediah. So anyway, this is what we're coming up with now. So y'all, true story. People have been posting all over the internet that the Ring apps is saying that helicopters is hovering over Riverdale. Riverdale is a neighbor to Dalton. So I don't know, but I have gotten inboxes of the Ring cam footage that is helicopters out here, right? So then I just Googled it because I saw Shawan Burns and Hannibal is Hungry post that Andrew Holmes was arrested. And I was like, I don't have an insider information on that. But then I saw this was just posted from illinoisleaks.com, and they said that Dalton trustee Andrew Holmes was arrested in South Holland. Now, I do not know other than what we're going to read here. I just want to repeat that. This is what we are reading here. So let me share that screen, and thank you for joining me, y'all. Let's see what it say over here. Get your coffee, get your tea, and get your little pillow. If you're sitting at your desk, put the pillow behind your back so you don't have back problems later. Okay, so it says, Dalton trustee Andrew Holmes apparently turned himself into the South Holland Police Department earlier today. He turned himself in. Okay, I haven't read this. We're reading it together for the first time. This was just published today. Today by John Kraft and Kirk Allen. You know who be no shade. You know who be having the tea? That dang on Lansing Journal, and they're non-biased. They just be, but they have the tea. So we got to go over there next. We have confirmed through the Chicago Southland Journal that Holmes is currently in custody. Trustee Andrew Holmes of Dalton was arrested by feds, according to reports. Trustee Andrew Holmes reportedly turned himself into federal authorities at the South Holland Police Station on an extradition warrant out of Las Vegas. So, guys, we talked about that last night. We talked about the we talked about why the Las Vegas police wasn't involved. Like, how did this, like, what's going on with that? So now we know. There have been many conflicting reports circulating this morning. Several reports have come in that helicopters have been appearing to the federal authorities, I'm tongue tied. I think it's the way I'm reading this. There have been many conflicting reports circulating this morning. Several reports have come in that helicopters appearing to be federal authorities have been circulating Thornton Township all morning. The Southland Journal is live streaming at the South Holland Police Station now. Let's go there, y'all. Let's see if we can go there. I can't. Let me see. I don't even have. Hold on, y'all. Oh, there we go. Okay, so let's see if we're here. Okay, we're going to go over to the Southland Journal. Let's see if we can see this. Dr. Cornell. Who is this? Let's play.
Was just turned itself in to federal authorities on a
it's 4 minutes, so let's play all 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. In a unusual report, we are at the South Holland Police Station. There are reports that Andrew Holmes was just turned himself in to federal authorities on a rape charge. We're reporting now. We're here. We're live. We have Channel 5 and several other stations here in the parking lot of the South Holland Police Station. We'll keep you updated on what's going on. The reports is that he actually turned himself in moments ago, and we are waiting for the updates from the detectives. We are in the process of acquiring the police arrest records and also the mugshot. So we're right here, reporting live on the scene. Looks like there are more news stations, more news cameras being set up by other stations here. We are live. How you doing?
Hi.
How you doing?
Good.
So far, we haven't gotten much, but we're still in the process of trying to get access to the police report, and we're also waiting on the mugshot record. So it's looking like more media is continuing to show up. Again, if you're just tuning in, the Southland Journal is live at the South Holland Police Station, where there have been reports that Andrew Holmes just recently turned himself in and was arrested by federal authorities. There's been reports that there's been helicopters that appear to be federal helicopters circling the Thornton Township area. So we're live here at the South Holland Police Station, and we're waiting more information on the arrest. But we are here with Channel 7 and Channel 5. Which guys?
Call the police on you?
On who?
No, I'm teasing.
Oh.
You're supposed to laugh. I'm like, you're right by the police station working. I'm saying, should I call the police on you?
Oh, gotcha. So we're still waiting for more information, but The reports are that Andrew Holmes was arrested here at the South Holland Police Station.
Okay, guys, so it looks like the news is setting up right now. So dang it. This is sad. Like how the not said that if you did something that you should get arrested. Not that. Just how the village or the mayor's office is crumbling. Like it's never been anything like this. It's never been anything like this. And then on top of this, you're a community activist. And as we saw on Dr. Cornell Darden Jr. when he was live over on the Southland Journal, and I'm gonna go over there next, just to see that you're a community activist and you're have these kind of accusations come about, all which could have been avoided. I'm not even trying to be funny right now. Sorry, guys. If you would have stayed your butt at home and what was y'all doing in Vegas and still ain't bring no kind of nothing back to the infrastructure. You know what I mean? Infrastructure. You still didn't bring anything back. Y'all just went to the village and acted up. So I guess what Jediah Brown said, he said first initially that Andrew Holmes was going to be arrested. He said that. We went over that last night. And then he also did an update that this is from Jediah Brown Facebook page. He says he has an inside source. He says, oh, damn, it appears that Dalton Mayor Tiffany may also be facing criminal charges. Inside sources suggest she may be arrested as well between tomorrow and Tuesday. So he said that this was going to happen yesterday between today and Tuesday. And we see the news setting up now. This is crazy. This is bananas. Okay, so we're gonna stay tuned. Let's go back over to, we did see from this video from Southland Journal. Sorry guys, tongue tied this morning. Southland Journal did put up that they're sending out, waiting on the mugshot and the police record. So that means that when this young lady, because that was my question, when the accusations came out, I wanted to know, did she go to the Vegas police or did she wait to come home to go to the Dalton police? So if he was picked up on a warrant from Vegas, that means when it happened, she immediately sought medical attention and went to the Las Vegas Police Department. Okay, so let's go on into the Southland Journal, y'all. Wow. You know who I'm waiting on? I don't know if you guys are from Chicago, but it's this guy. His name is Martin. I think it's like he's Crime Chasers, I think, on Facebook. We need him because he be putting the camera right up there and he be getting all the juice. All the juice. Okay. Child, don't pray for me no more. You heard me? Ooh, don't pray for me no more. All right, let's go on over here to the Southland Journal and read what they have to say so far. And then we're going to stay tuned on this live to see if we get anything from Channel 5 because they brought out the tripod. Okay, they brought the tripod out. And this is just a sad day, to be honest, for the Southland. It just really is. Okay, and you know, my prayers to all involved. That is a sad thing that happened. It is. It's scary. Trustee Andrew Holmes of Dalton arrested by the feds, according to reports. Okay, and you know what? I'm not trying to be funny, guys. I'm not. I always want to know, like, if he lives, if they're gonna find out he don't live in Dalton. You know what I mean? Allegedly, that's what I'm saying. So this is what the Southland have. They said trustee Andrew Holmes of Dalton arrested by the feds, according to reports. Trustee Andrew Holmes reportedly turned himself in to federal authorities at the South Highland Police Station. Now, y'all got typos on here. Reportedly toward y'all fix this, Southland. I can't even. I'm trying to call y'all credible, okay? South Highland Police Station in an extradition warrant out of Las Vegas. There have been many conflicting reports circulating this morning. Several reports have come in that helicopters appearing to be federal authorities have been circulating Thornton Township all morning. Andrew Holmes have been accused of R-wording a Dalton employee while on a Las Vegas trip with Dalton Mayor Tiffany Henyard and several Dalton employees. The complaint regarding the R allegations indicate that Mayor Henyard may have attempted to cover it up. It is reported that Andrew Holmes bragged about doing that to the employee and that the mayor fired the employee. The story is developing. Okay. Y'all. Okay, I have something to say about this. Of course I have something to say. I'm sitting up here on YouTube. Okay. So if I know, first of all, I know Frank Zuccarelli is flipping over in his grave. Flipping over in his grave. Like, what is this township coming to? Oh my goodness. And this is gonna sound real biased. I'm sorry, y'all. But you reach this age, you shouldn't do nothing like this no matter what your age. You become a public figure, get positions, have money, say you want to do good, praise Jesus, talk about crime in the community, and you allegedly do this? Child. And I'm saying that because, first of all, nobody should do this. This is something that shouldn't be done, right? But imagine, okay, let's say you have to go out of town with Andrew Holmes, a community activist, a guy that go to church every Sunday, a guy that says he's fighting for you in the community and rights and civil rights and women's rights and men rights and all kind of rights. You would feel like, oh, okay, this is a nice guy. I'm going out of town. I can go to dinner with this guy because he cares about the community. He would never harm me. And then you get dizzy at dinner. That makes I want to do a citizen's arrest. Where's the citizen's arrest? We need a citizen's arrest. Let's go back to Dr. Cornell and see if he got some more video. Dr. Cornell, if you don't have any more video, I am going to try to have to fly up to South Highland myself with my little camera because we need you to point the phone so we can see everything. We need you to point the phone. Don't be scared to point the phone. Okay? But you guys, I'll go up there. It'll be my luck, Lacey or somebody up there. Like, let me see your ID. Then y'all be like, what happened to Burgundy? And be like, what happened? What happened? Burgundy ain't been live for 6 weeks. Give me your ID. Vroom. I'm gonna do me like Tommy G. I'm out. I'm out. What they say, I'm a sovereign citizen. I don't have no ID. Shoot, won't get me up there. Let's see. Let's go to Don't Pray for Me No More, Andrew Holmes. Let's see what's going on because the tripods are set up. Let me see if he gave us any more insight. Hold on, guys. Let's see. And then, can y'all believe this is happening? Now, let's just talk like off the books, off the record. Can you imagine the anxiety and stress that in the mood of the village, the workers, the mayor, the trustees? Can you imagine? So you guys, if this is true, If this is true, this is my advice. This would be my advice. I would say that the mayor should step down, right? Hear me out. Mayor Henyard should step down. Go ahead and give it to Jason House. Go ahead and give it to Jason House. And then worry about the township, because that's all you're going to have to hold on to. Go ahead and step down, give it to Jason House, because technically this happened under Dalton watch. You know what I mean? And I would do that today. I would do it immediately today. I would just be like, you know what? That's it. Let me go over here to Jediah Brown page and see, because Dr. Cornell didn't say anything yet. And then we're going to go to the Dalton politics. Oh, here we go. Let's go ahead and read it. Now, we're reading from the Southland Journal, y'all. We still have to wait, and I'm not saying Southland is not credible. We still have to wait for NBC, CBS, and all that stuff. You know, my fear is always on this page that I'm giving y'all the wrong information. So we're going to go with the Southland Journal and what's reported right now. And we're going to head on over to the Dalton Politics Facebook page. And thanks for being here, y'all. I appreciate y'all. Okay, let's go over here. Now, this is what the Dr. Cornell, I'm following him. He seems like he got it going on. This is what he says. He says that he's reporting from the Southland Journal. All right. Let's go back. Now this is what he's reporting. Let's read it together, guys. Tiffany Henyard in federal custody, according to reports, the Southland Journal on the scene to confirm. So they're trying to confirm it. So people are saying this is true. So maybe they got an insider in the Southland, the South Highland Police Department. Side note, I know. First of all, I need to go. Y'all ever been to South Highland? They got this place called Submarine Station. They have this thing called garlic fries. Let me know if you ever been to the Submarine Station in South Highland. I might need to make a trip over there just for that. I will want, and let me know your favorite sandwich if you've been there, because I want a sandwich and I want some garlic fries. And then they have soup. It is delicious. And today is Friday. I wonder what kind of soup they have today. They have a soup of a day every day. Okay, I digress. Tiffany Henyard in federal custody, according to reports of Southland Journal on the scene to confirm. It has just been reported that the mayor is in federal custody. The Southland Journal is on the scene with several news outlets at the South Highland Police Station to confirm. The South Highland Police Department has not released any info and asked all media outlets to file FOIA requests. Okay, and they did that. They filed the FOIA. The Southland Journal reported earlier today that it has been reported that Trustee Andrew Holmes was placed in custody first. Oh, where? You know who we need? You know who we need? We need former trustee Edward Steve. That's what we need. We need him because he got the camera. We need former trustee Edward Steve to go out there. We need Martin Crime Chaser to go out there, because we would get it live, y'all. That's where we'll get the real juice from. But this is crazy. Because let me tell you something. Just step down. That don't mean it's your fault, Mayor, but just step on down. Call it a day. Give it to, don't pray for me no more. Give it to Jason House. Give it to Jason House. Okay? Just, I took a video the other day. Do I have that? Jason House was talking. Hold on. Let me see if I got this. What is this? Let's see if I got it. Hold on. What is this? Gonna give it to Zaddy Jason House, honey. Go on and give it to him. Let's see if I got it, guys. Thanks for being here. Let's read some of these comments while I try to pull it up. Eric, hey, Chica Chicken Head. That's a cute name. Eric stole a package. Eric, where is Eric? Y'all, Eric is sitting there like, my. my, how the tables have turned. You did a citizen's arrest for an Amazon package. Now, you know what? I would have. Now, you guys, I'll play that if you didn't know. So Andrew Holmes did a citizen's arrest on his brother, right? Because he stole. Somebody reported that his brother, who we assume was on substance, had some issues, mental health, right? Mental health. I do believe that is a real thing. Believe me. So he had this, we saw he had issues. Maybe it was homelessness, maybe it was mental health, maybe he was struggling with substance abuse. We didn't know. So you could tell in the video that Eric saw his brother showing up, and he probably was like, oh, hey. And then Andrew was like, keep your hands right here. Keep your hands right here. And not only, and I would agree with that, teach him a lesson with the you can't be stealing people's stuff. But you didn't have to call the news and embarrass him like that. What do y'all think? Are y'all, let's play it right quick. Sorry, guys. I was trying.
City. CBS 2 Stephen Graves talked to him about why he led police to a member of his own family.
Andrew Holmes believes wrong is wrong, even if it means holding a family member accountable.
No, we're close, not bitter. When you got the proof right here, and I'm looking at you, and I'm watching you.
Holmes is referring to this doorbell video he says shows his brother, Eric Holmes, stealing packages. You see him walk up to and then sit on a porch, later walking away, bag in hand.
These are people's personal property. They paid for these items to come.
Holmes says Auburn Gresham neighbors recognized his brother. Call after call from other people saying his sibling did the same thing to them.
Nah, so yeah, I got to put a stop to him.
And he did.
You know they're looking for you. Ooh, police.
Yeah.
Calling Chicago police detectives to come pick him up last month. Holmes' normal work of helping find murder suspects and consoling grieving families put on pause for his.
Hey, just help me, Clark. Y'all, I didn't like that. Y'all did, like, it looked like he saw his brother and he was just like, hey, and then he was like, keep your hands right there. And then, and sorry guys, if you guys hear anything playing in the background, let me know. I don't have my headphones, and I'm just on a microphone. So, he was like, keep your hands right there. And I'm like, but okay, you could have did that in private. That is so embarrassing. That is so embarrassing. And like, you don't kick somebody when they're down. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong. He shouldn't have been stealing no packages. That is, y'all ever order something? And like I said, you order something, you think it's on your porch, and then you come back and it's gone, and then you look at your Ring doorbell camera, see, it hurt your heart to see somebody walk off with your package, especially if it's something gentle you order from Amazon, if you know what I'm saying, like something you wasn't supposed to be trying to hide, you wasn't supposed to be ordering. Okay, I'll leave that. Like some lube or something, you know what I mean? And somebody stole your stuff, and you sit there, oh man. Okay, that's one thing. But he could have literally walked his brother into the police station, or he could have literally citizen's arrest like he do everybody else. He could have citizen arrest his brother, but he sat up there and took the time to call the news. How, Eric, I don't know how to hog tie people. Come over here to Burgundy Blue Commentary and let's talk about this if you out of the situation you in right here. Okay, let's hit play.
His own family business.
You know, just because you're my brother don't make you right that you have to commit a crime and you have to get away.
This is far from the first time Eric has had trouble with the law. Accused in July of stealing packages from a USPS mail truck, smashing the side window with a rock. Police say they caught him with a duffel bag full of the stolen items ranging from shirts and jeans to coasters.
And you guys, Eric used that same statement. Just because you my brother don't make it right. Make sure you use that statement now. Going over to South Holland, go to Submarine. If you go to South Holland, go to Submarine Station. Let me know what kind of soup they got first.
Holmes says his brother struggles with substance abuse. This was in an effort to save him, he says, from more run-ins with the law or even getting killed.
Who's the best person to find a relative is a relative. You know how to find him, you know how to get him, put a stop to him.
Holmes says he hopes by speaking up, this will motivate anyone with loved ones caught up in criminal activity to take action and get those family members some much needed help. Reporting in Auburn, Gresham, Stephen Graves, CBS 2 News.
Yo, that was so sad. I just didn't like that. I'm like, man, why you have to call the news? Like, it's so embarrassing. Like, if somebody hit their lowest point, and then you just not only sit up there, you knew what he was. So you could have just showed up, put that package back, get your butt in the car. I'm taking you to rehab. Put that package back. Get your ASS in the car. I'm locking you in the basement. Put that package back. That's it. And get your butt off this porch. You're stealing stuff around here. Didn't mama teach you better? That's all you had to do. Or you could have just brought him in as a citizen's arrest. Don't call the news. God. Okay, let's get back. Let's see what's going on in Dalton politics. And y'all make sure you hit the like button. Thanks for being here. This is a small channel, so I appreciate your eyeballs. That's pretty cool. All right, let's see if we got any information so far. We're gonna go back over here to what's our guy at the Southland Journal. It's like he's scared to hold the phone up. Hold the phone up, bruh. Hold the phone up. You there now? You might as well hold the phone up. Okay, let's go on over here. Let's see what we got. Thanks for being here, guys. Let's see if we got and you know what, Andrew? Shame on you. Okay. So I don't see, so it's a Edgar County Watchdogs. He got the same thing. We don't see Channel 5 saying anything yet. Oh, South Suburban News just posted something. Let's go to that. So it seems like all the South Suburban News. Okay, so that's what they posted. Let's see. Let's go to, hold on. They actually posted what, let me go ahead and share. They posted, so that's where Shawan Burns and Hannibal got their news from. I think it was the South Suburban News. So that was here. They posted that. So the Village of Dalton trustee Andrew Holmes is in police. Now, I'm gonna tell you what makes this so bad. The fact that he's connected to the Village of Dalton, because I think that he was brought in by the previous mayor, which would have been Riley Rogers, and then he stuck alongside Tiffany Henyard, who was his number one critic at one point. She was like, she didn't like Andrew Holmes, but all of a sudden they became very, very close. Now, let me see if I wanted to show y'all this clip from a board meeting. And I'm gonna get to that. Let's play this clip for the board meeting and let's who's y'all these let me tell you something. I want to play this from the village board meeting. Let me see if I can get it up. Sorry guys, moving right along. I know y'all like, Burgundy, what is taking you so long to, I had to hop on here fast. So forgive me, y'all. That's Jediah. We don't need that. But Jediah gonna have a field day with this, baby. He was the first one. He said he had the inside source. He said he knew what was going on. Jediah told us.
Items that have been approved by the board, people still haven't received the checks. Brother Moore, you prayed us in on unity. You prayed us in, and it came with the most divisive speech I heard in my life. Don't pray for me no more.
I'm sorry. Y'all, I'm sorry. This is our running, but I wasn't even looking for this, but
More.
don't pray for me no more.
Life. Don't pray for me no more.
But that wasn't what I was looking for. I was looking for this board meeting. Don't pray for me no more. Don't pray for me no more. Okay, this is what I was looking for. So we can see how, and like I said, we're over here. We're just talking about it. We don't have a dog in this fight. This is what you will see at a normal board meeting. I hope you guys can. A lot of people ask me if you think the board meeting is going to go on. I do not. I think they're gonna say they don't have the quorum. They don't have enough people coming up to have a meeting. I think that's going to be the next meeting. Also, now this is the scary thing with, and I need to know this from maybe a Village of Dalton, trustee maybe. Okay, so Andrew Holmes, let's say everything go down, he out of there, right? He has to resign. They have to appoint another trustee. I'm voting for trustee Edward Steve. Bring him back. Bring him back. And you know, like I said, it seems like he doing work, even though he didn't give up on the community. So bring Edward Steve back. But this would be crazy. If they get someone on the trustee side, they would have like a 5-1 vote instead of a 4-2 vote on stuff. Or they could get someone in that slot that's definitely going to vote with Stan Brown again. And, you know, let's go. So let's go. Let's go ahead and let me play this. Let me see if I got it here. Talana says, per Illinois leaks, Andrew Holmes apparently turned himself into the South Holland Police Department earlier today, confirmed through Chicago Southland Journal. Thanks for that. I actually know Aneebs. I actually know Aneebs. I think that's the last name. I went to school with Aneebs. Nice guy. Let's see. Let's see if I got it, guys. I want to show y'all what the board meeting looked like. Sorry, I had to unplug my mic just to get to it. Let's share this video file. And I think it's this one.
996 decrease 100,000.
So you see, hold on, guys. Sorry. So in this video, I'm going to play you here. You see head trustee Jason, senior trustee Jason House. We said Jason Zeddy House. Okay, so you see head trustee Jason House here. And what he's doing is he's reading, he has the floor. In the background, you're going to hear the mayor. Okay, let's take a listen together. This is a regular board meeting, guys. This is crazy.
0121.
Stan, you want one of these?
Decrease.
Drew, you want one? Because I know they didn't give it to y'all.
12512, decrease
How many more you got?
35,000. 01-41557,
Here, Drew,
decrease
come.
25,000.
You only getting one.
01-41652,
They got it already. I don't need it.
decrease 25,000. That is my motion.
Wow. Woo. Woo. I don't even know what to say. Byron, I don't even know. Look, it's a shame that people just sit here and read all these numbers to y'all. And y'all don't even know what they are. But they talk.
Y'all, that was deep because this is a regular board meeting and Jason House was trying to read off the things to the community, and I think that the mayor was actually trying to hand out paperwork, but she shouted out, she said that the trustees allegedly wouldn't give Drew, that's what she called him Drew, you want one of these? No, they didn't give it to you. And Stan, that because she's feeling like they didn't get the paperwork, but she's over talking trustee Jason House. Now please listen to this again. This is Jason House who has the floor.
112 996 decrease 100,000 0121
Stan, you want one of these?
decrease
Drew, want one? Because I know they ain't give it to y'all.
512 decrease
How many more you got?
35,000 01-41557
Here, Drew,
decrease
come.
25,000
You only getting one.
01-41652
They got it already. I don't need it.
decrease 25,000. That is my motion.
Wow. Woo. Woo. I don't even know what to say. Byron, I don't even know. Look, it's a shame that people just sit here and read all these numbers to y'all. And y'all don't even know what they are. But they talk.
So when you think about it, that's really deep, right? That the head, and when you look at so when you think about it, that's really guys. Deep, right? That sorry guys, I'm trying to set up my stuff. That the head trustee Jason House, who helped endorse and helped Mayor get into the seat that she is in, he just basically has the floor to read off what he wants to read off. And she's over talking him. But if you notice, he stays very calm. He always keeps the same demeanor. He seems, like I said, he keeps the same demeanor. He really doesn't do a lot, which is great in a leader. I also think it's great in a leader when he was like, he just didn't feel like he could run for mayor at that time. He still was growing at a trustee. That's great in leadership as well. Now, I always tell y'all, when it gets down to it, the only one hitting the pavement the way, like people say what they want to about Mayor Henyard, but she was in the community, hitting the pavement, bringing change to the community, sort of she was a visible trustee. You can see why the other trustees voted to have Tiffany Henyard as the next mayor of Dalton. She was out there doing the work of the people. I don't know what went wrong, how it went wrong. It's really sad because a lot of people really was rooting for her. Yes, she's the youngest mayor and the only female mayor in Dalton history, because y'all, these people, the old mayors were just dying off. I'm not even trying to be funny. The mayors were just, and shout out to Mayor Shaw, but the mayors were just in that position of that the whole. I think if you go back to the cabinet, like you guys see that former trustee Valeria Stubbs, shout out to her. She's out there. She probably was one of the youngest trustees, but I think she was under Riley. I don't think, but she was around when Shaw was around. But I don't think she became trustee until Riley got here. And Riley's still with us. But he had a stroke, and allegedly that's how Mayor Henyard ran with the votes. But these mayors were just one would die. I think Mayor Hart died. Then Mayor Hart passed. Robert Shaw passed. Then the next mayor who finished his term, he passed. Then Riley got up in there. Like these were older administrations, period. So to see that she was going to be this change maker, and if she was going to work the way she was working, it was going to be phenomenal. I don't know where it went wrong. I don't know where she left from not having these trustees with her side by side. This row right here of trustees and the leadership that we have in this row, this is the youngest I've never seen. I wish, like I said, someone told me I have to go to the Dorchester. I'm gonna try to do that. I'll try to do that when I have time this weekend, guys. Go to the Dorchester, and I might can get a video of the former trustees of the village of Dalton. So I make sure I'm giving you the information correct. But even when she was a trustee in Dalton, she was the youngest trustee, I believe. I don't think I mean, it just was an older administration. Now you got them side by side. Now they're on the floor. This is how they used to be as a unit. Now the trustees are beneath her, and it's just really, 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 really sad. All right, let's go back and see if we got some more news. Let's read some comments. Hey, Amazing Tribe. So now they arrested Village of Dalton, Illinois trustee. Take the A out of Dalton, y'all. That's what I want to tell y'all. It's Dalton. Dalton. Oh, put the O in there. Thanks for being here. Trustee Andrew Holmes, not surprised by money laundering scammer Tiffany A. Henyard. Wow. I ain't reading that second one, Amazing Tribe. Didn't everybody just fall off? But let me tell you this. Oh, what was your favorite Chica chicken head? I missed that. We talking about the submarine station because I'm still trying to go over there. So oh no, Jason House. Don't pray for me no more. Y'all, why do that sit? Don't pray for me no more. Okay, so let's go back and see if we see any other news, and then I'm gonna let y'all go. I will release you guys, but yeah, I'm gonna try to go by the Dorchester. They said it, and whoever told me to go to the Dorchester, maybe I can go to the Dalton Public Library, because maybe they have the history of Dalton trustees. You can of course Google the history of Dalton mayors, but to find the Dalton trustees, you guys. So like I told you, when I worked there in the 1900s, it was this trustee. I cannot think of his name. I don't know if he's still with us, but y'all, he used to dress. I don't even know. Y'all, he used to dress like, if he's not with us, rest his soul. But I want to say he might have been a pastor too. I don't know, but he used to be like a sheriff or something. I cannot think of this. I think his name was Lowe. Y'all let me know. If anybody come across this that knew about that was a former Daltonite or anything, let me know. But he used to dress like he was going to the Players Ball. Gold chains, ring on all his fingers, purple suits, green apple gaiters. It was crazy. So yeah, this has been the youngest trustee and the most, I'm gonna say the most normal group we have had in years. So it's so sad to see this going down. But like I said, what's going to be very interesting is if allegedly, and this is not Mayor Henyard's fault, but allegedly the rumor has been around for years that, where did Andrew Holmes come from? Do he even live in Dalton? Like what's that about? So you really went through all this trouble, and it's not her fault because I think he was appointed earlier. And dude don't even live in Dalton. You know what I mean? So, that was sucks. Okay, let's go back and see. Let's go back and see what we can find if we got any other news. Because, let me tell you, our guy with the camera, he was out in the streets, but he just wasn't giving us what we need right now. He was giving us enough, but we need him to hold that camera. He gave us enough to tell us that ABC and NBC. Now let me tell you something. That dang on Dane Placco. What channel is Dane Placco? That dang on Dane Placco. If he out there, just call it a day. The Dane Placco is go Planko or Placco. Is that his name? That news guy. Dane Placco ain't Dave Placco, he gonna say skip a Freedom of Information Act. I'm gonna get the tea now. He about to bust through the doors, y'all. Dave Placco, he just be something else. Let's go ahead. And then, it's so sad also because allegedly, because we do know that Mayor Henyard's daughter, it's cute, right? Every time she posts her, so cute. But Mayor Henyard's baby daddy, I hate to say it like that, but yeah, her baby daddy is married to the news anchor on Fox 32. Oh, she is so pretty. What's her name? Tia Ewing. And they're allegedly in this custody battle. And if they are in this alleged custody battle, this all look bad if they got to go to court. And nobody want to see someone's child taken from them or only have them a little bit of time. That is really, really sad. This is all bad, y'all. Let's go ahead. Let's go see what they talking about in the Dalton politics. Let's see if we can find it. And then we're gonna see. We're gonna see if they got to the news yet. Let's go. Let's share the screen. That dang Placco, good googly moogly dang Placco be on it. Planko or Placco, I hope I got his name right. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so Cara posted something. The late night crew is on. He's on there now. So the late night crew is over there talking about it. Shout out to him. Let's see. Someone said it again. What's happening in Dalton? I hear a helicopter over my head. Okay, so that's all we have. Okay, so let's see if Dr. Cornell, did he put anything else? Yeah, here you go. Here's Dr. Cornell. He got something else up here. Let's go ahead and let's play it.
It is coming out with some. We are live with the. We are live with the Southland Journal. The police chief is coming out with some of his. We are live with the Southland Journal, and we are going to hear some statements from the chief. We are here at the South Holland Police Department.
He's asking what's the preference with the son?
I'd rather not meet my eyes.
Okay. We are here live at South Holland. We're going to hear some statements from the South Holland Police Chief.
So let's have some ground rules here. Obviously, this is you guys know that someone did face a police report here. I'm limited what I can say. Although you have a job as media to ask certain questions, but I would be looking at. Let me know when you're ready.
1 second.
I'm
1 second. Let me turn off my ringer too. Tell us your name first, Chief.
So Sean Staples, Chief of Police, South Holland Police Department. Staples, STAPLES. And to my left, I have Deputy Chief Chris LaRue, LAREAU.
It's CHRIS.
Correct.
SCAN.
SHAWN.
Thank you, sir.
Did Mr. Andrew Holmes turn himself in to your police department?
I just wanted to stop here and say a year ago, those who are diehard YouTube, Facebook people, this is Chief Staples. I have nothing against Chief Staples or our current acting Chief Staples. I have nothing against either Staples, right? But who was bullied in the media before this? Before Chief Staples got up here and all that, who boobs were on the internet, all that craziness. Please keep that in your memory. They're trying to men in black you. Who was bullied before we saw this press conference? Remember, it was an expose, bodies being shown on a phone. They even called up Cara Wilson and sort of said possibly they had photos of her daughter. God bless her. They also said someone was messing with a child. That they said child, but the child was 28 years old, right? Or 26, 27, 28, because that was a whole thing. The child came up and the sergeant was picking the child up in a police car. Remember, that all happened right before this happened, right? Remember that, Scott? Jazzy, remember that? Hello, Tony. Remember what happened. Now, when we look at this a year later, how do you guys feel? Because all of this mass was jumbled up to us at once, right? But remember, go back on Facebook, go back on Dalton Politics, do a search for Staples. Remember this whole, they had to go to court, and then she dropped her restraining order. Everybody want to say why Berg did. I had legal counsel. I had a lawyer. I think out of this whole thing, I was the only person that had a lawyer. Who still advises. I have lawyers to advise me now. But remember that it was boobs on the internet. They tried to hook somebody else up into another YouTuber, and the YouTuber was like, "No, don't send me that no more." Remember all that? We got all that. Yeah, the child. Remember, we were sitting up there, Jazzy. It was a child. She was like, "Don't mention my kid." She was like, "You said he was 27 and he was 27 and a half at the time. That's still not a child." Y'all made it seem like she was picking up a baby, an infant from preschool and putting it in a squad car and doing things to the baby, right? You made it seem like she had an affair. Y'all run this lady through the mud. And now she's on the Dalton website. First picture you see when you go to the Village of Dalton. But this is Chief Staples in South Holland. And remember, all that bust around the time Chief Staples couldn't comment. They told us that now in this one video, you hear them saying Andrew Holmes was arrested, that the helicopters were coming from the federal. They were flying him to Las Vegas. This was a year ago. Remember that? Jazzy, they made it seem like the baby was in the car seat and she picked him up from the hospital. Y'all, stay woke, man. Stay woke. Yeah, they're gonna attack me. They're gonna attack me because I'm making you remember. Look how the numbers are going up. Look how the numbers are going up. They right now texting, "Girl, Berg is on live." Because I'm making you remember that you sat there and you were like, "What?" And you marched and you went on and you did this. I didn't even know this live was about this, but this is 1 year ago, May 15th, 2024.
Was there or is there an arrest warrant for Mr. Andrew Holmes?
To my knowledge, based on the database, there is not an arrest warrant.
Look, he was clean. He's talking about it's not an arrest warrant. I thought he was arrested according to the Dr. Cornell.
By a female victim for a sexual assault.
When was it filed? Did that sexual assault occur in your jurisdiction?
It did not.
Can you share with us where that happened?
It did take place in the state of Nevada.
Why would she have come?
Allegedly in the state.
Why would she have come to your police department to file this report? Is she a resident of your community?
I can't speak on her being a resident. I can tell you for state statutes that when someone is a victim of a sexual assault, per state statute, they have that right to make that police report anywhere within the state of Illinois. That person did decide to make that report with the South Holland Police Department.
What is your next step?
We are in cooperation with the state of Nevada. We did fax that information to that police department in the state of Nevada. Right now, we hope to have some communication further with them, but at this time, we do not have that communication that I can share with you.
And I know this report was filed Wednesday. Today's Friday. That's 2 days. Anyone taken into custody based on the allegations in the police report?
No one has been taken into custody.
So no charges filed, no custody.
Correct, yes.
Are you launching an investigation based on that report?
Now, if you listened, maybe, what was it, 30 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago? Didn't they say it was an arrest and charges? Stay woke, y'all. Stay woke. This is a year ago. Okay, I'm going to let this play. You guys have a wonderful day.
Right now, we are cooperating with the state of Nevada. We are waiting to hear back from them for where they're at with this investigation. We would like to provide them our full cooperation, but based on the investigation, I'm limited to certain things that I can understand.
Is there anything else that you can add?
Not at this time, no.
And you're obviously not able to name the person at the center of that police report that the allegations were made against.
I cannot name the person of interest or the victim.
Can you say if they're a trustee in Dalton?
I cannot.
Is Tiffany here in custody for any reason?
At this time, we have no one in custody based on this complaint.
Is Tiffany here?
I can't speak on the whereabouts of anyone who's involved in this complaint, but I can tell you right now, our police department does not have anyone.
All right, thank you, Chief.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, that was useless. No. I'm sorry. Okay. So that was sorry. Sorry, y'all. Y'all know I don't have my headphone. That was totally a useless. No, I'm playing. So this is what we got so far. So the police chief of South Holland, he has told us that nobody's in custody. So that's what he's saying. Nobody's in custody. That came from the police chief. Okay. Also, he said that this incident did happen in the state of Nevada. Also, he has told us that it happened in the state of Nevada. He has also told us that because of the laws, if you're a victim of assault, you could go anywhere in the state of Illinois to file a police report. Now, if I was the victim, now you guys remember from the last thing we read, they said that the victim allegedly, the Dalton said, the statement from Keith Freeman, Dalton said that the victim wouldn't cooperate. I wouldn't file my police report if the alleged trustee or my old boss, I wouldn't file my police report there either. I would go over to another town. Why would South Holland be picked if allegedly the victim was not a resident? Maybe because the person that did the alleged crime may be the resident. We're just talking about it. I don't know. And thanks for that, Southland Journal. That was at least some scoop. So the police chief said nobody's in custody. And then it seems like Dr. Cornell asked, hey, well, is Mayor Henyard there? And he said, I cannot tell you who's in the building. And that's all we got. So far, that's what we know. No one's in custody, according to the South Holland police. Like I said, I know that they like, man, we got up this morning thinking it was going to be an easy Friday. And it was not. But that's all we know so far. That's all we know so far. Okay, so, and then on top of that, we still always go back to we could say what we want, but Jediah, he kind of called it, didn't he? Jediah said that between tomorrow and Tuesday. Now, another thing the police chief did say is that they're cooperating with the state of Nevada, and it is a ongoing investigation. So that could be what happens, that nobody's going to say anything until then. Let's see what yep, he said, I cannot tell you the whereabouts of anyone named in the complaint. He did say that. He said, I can't tell you the whereabouts about anybody named in the complaint, but you have the right to file where you want to file. And he said it happened in the state of Nevada. So that sounds like Vegas Gate to me. Sounds like Vegas Gate. Oh yeah, when he asked was Tiffany there, he said, yeah, I cannot confirm the whereabouts of anyone named in the complaint. To me, that's this me assuming is just Humble Clark. That means, yep, they all showed up this morning. Probably because the complaint. Sorry, guys. Probably because the complaint was filed the other day. They probably had to show up. And that's probably how the news got wind of everything. But like we said, they said they were going to FOIA what happened. They're going to try to FOIA, so you know that everything's going to be redacted. But I think that's how the news got wind of everything that was about to happen, allegedly, right? Allegedly. So I think everybody probably showed up this morning, and then that's when it got to where somebody was saying that Andrew Holmes turned himself in. He probably just walked in there and wanted to discuss, or they called him in to talk about it, and he came up there. We don't know. We on the outside looking in. We're on the outside looking in. Okay, let's see what else we can find. What other situation is going on. The news was there. And then we're just gonna have to keep our eyeballs on what the Dalton trustees say as well. Let's see. It's just a lot going on. It's a lot going on. Let's see. Let me see. Nope, we don't have any more news. Dalton, Dr. Cornell didn't put anything else up. Dr. Nikita Cloud did put up. Let me just share this screen here. And you know, Dr. Nikita Cloud was the former PR and chief of staff for the Village of Dalton. Who's the chief of staff now? I'm wondering who's the chief of staff now, and why the chief of staff? I don't ever see them at the board meetings. I don't know. I'm confusion. So that's what we had. Dr. Nikita Cloud. She did post this, and she replied. Well, she says he's locked up. So you guys like. Well, I'm wondering, should I just? I'm confused. I'm just reading the comments. Okay, here go Dr. Cornell again. Let's see what he had to say. Let's see, because was this an old video? Because I'm confusion when it comes to I don't know, y'all. I shout out to my supporter. They sent me a Cash App. I don't know if I can say your name. I'll say JC sent me a Cash App for $5. I might put that gas in my car and just roll to South Holland and see for myself. I might use your Cash App and just go on up there so I could reporting live. Because now I got to see for myself what's going on, y'all. Because I'm like, well, is he or is he not? I'm confused But it sounds like they want the news just to go away. Okay, let's see what's going on up there. Let's see. This is let me see if I can get the volume up.
Is here at the station, and that she live with the Southland Journal. Just want to give a quick update. We are here at the South Holland Police Department in South Holland, and reports just came in that Tiffany Henyard is here at the station and that she is in federal custody. So right now we're waiting to hear from the police chief. And just to give a quick update, Tiffany Henyard, the mayor of Dalton, is allegedly in custody here at the South Holland Police Station. We're waiting for about another 10 or 15 minutes for the Dalton police chief to give us an update. We just spoke to him. He came out and said that he would give us an update in 15 minutes, but it looks like Mayor Tiffany Henyard is now in custody here at the South Holland Police Station, along with Andrew Holmes. Reporting live from South Holland with the Southland Journal. Quick update. Mayor Tiffany Henyard, it is alleged that she is in custody here at the South Holland Police Station. There was a car that pulled up. Unfortunately, we couldn't see who was in it, and they pulled right in. But it is alleged that Mayor Tiffany Henyard is in custody. We are waiting to confirm those reports. We're waiting to confirm with the South Holland Police Department. The South Holland Police Department's police chief is going to give us an update here shortly. We're on the scene with Channel 5, Channel 7, and Channel 2. So we are waiting for an update here shortly. So just to give further updates, it appears that Trustee Andrew Holmes was arrested first on a warrant out of Las Vegas. That's been unconfirmed, but we are waiting to confirm that. And Tiffany Henyard was arrested moments after. So we are live here at the South Holland Police Station in South Holland, Illinois, where we just recently heard that Mayor Tiffany Henyard is inside in federal custody. Once the police chief of South Holland Police Department comes out and gives this update, we will be going live.
Y'all, can you imagine being hemmed up for something somebody else did? It's like, okay, so if this is true, like I said, we're just y'all, can you imagine? I mean, once it would have came out, that this allegedly happened under my leadership, hang it up. You got to go. You got to get out of here. You're not about to. I already got the block is already hot on me. Okay, the block is hot. I don't need it. I don't need any more heat. And why am I going to protect you? Okay, let's say let's play devil's advocate right quick. Let's say everything was consensual. Let's say it was consensual. I was listening to Pink Book Lessons. Shout out to Pink Book Lessons. And she had this whole case analysis. And she said that Mr. Holmes had many girlfriends. I thought he was married somewhere, but he had girlfriends all over. So let's say it was consensual, right? Let's just say it was. Once the situation would have unfolded that it was allegedly, just it wouldn't even, you wouldn't even finish allegedly. It would be like, it's get out, resign, dude, you're gone. You're not the trustee no more. Bye-bye. I wouldn't even gave it a chance to hear. I don't even want to hear your side because and I know that's wrong, you guys. I know that's wrong. But sometimes you can hear, sometimes stuff will happen and you might have experienced stuff that what I'm trying to say, you guys ever, I'm trying to say something like you ever had where there's smoke, there's fire situation? Like people had said, well, this, they probably was doing that. And that's rumors and that's chit chat, right? But and gossip, but when it get down to the nitty gritty and y'all done sat up here, I done flew you out of the state of Illinois. First of all, what were you doing there? Wasn't you supposed to be here in Chicago protecting us, doing citizens arrest? What was you even doing there? What was you doing in Las Vegas? You supposed to be here giving out Easter baskets, arresting your brothers and cousins, and protecting us. What was you doing out there in Vegas? What was you doing out there? You're the advocate. You're not the finance chair. You're not on the economic development board. You did not need to be out there, okay? That's where we are with that. Child, Jediah, is he in town with this monkey? He about to have a field day. Y'all, did y'all see that video I posted with Jediah and this monkey, y'all? Let me play that right quick. While I pull up what else, because NBC5 is almost 3. Well, I guess they're gonna save this for the 5 o'clock news or something, because it's almost time for y'all to post that. Y'all should have drove back to the station and told us what was happening. Let me see. Let's see. Jediah with this monkey is sending me. Let's play this video while I find what's going on. And thanks y'all for your support. If you don't mind, go ahead and hit that like button, that subscribe button. I would love to make it to 5K by April 1st.
Commentary.
I was supposed to be at that meeting on Monday, and we were demanding, and I am demanding, that Mayor Tiffany Henyard call for the resignation of Andrew Holmes for these allegations. What is this allegation?
Hey guys, welcome back to Burgundy Blue Commentary. Today we're talking Jediah Brown, who was once tight with community activist Andrew Holmes. Andrew Holmes and Jediah Brown fell out because of the Kanika Jenkins case. Jediah Brown is a community activist in his own right. He was formerly from Chicago. He's since moved, but he said he's boarding a flight right now to take care of some business in the village of Dalton regarding Andrew Holmes and the alleged allegations. He also went on to say that he has inside scoop, that he knows himself that Andrew Holmes may be arrested and possibly the mayor this week or before the next board meeting. We do not know that to be true. Jediah says he has an inside source. However, Jediah is not without controversy himself. And, over here, we just talk about what we want to talk about when we want to talk about it. And I think I may be at that board meeting myself because I want to know why Jediah Brown is in a tub with his pet monkey.
Don't pray for me no more.
Y'all, make it make sense. But check out my thorough live video that we did about Jediah Brown. I'll link it below. And I'll keep you in touch about if he does come to Dalton and if he does cause for the resignation of Andrew Holmes. As always, take care of yourself and each other. And in the words of Roland Martin, what is this?
Marching with the charity. So what is this?
What is this? Why Jediah walking around with a monkey? Y'all, I'll keep you in touch. Y'all, this all we got, y'all. Yeah. This all. Okay, I'm sorry, Jediah. Oh my God. Oh my God, I'm sorry, y'all. Let me get out of here and go to work. Jediah. Yeah, I'm crying because I'm crying. Jediah. And look, I'm all for emotional support animals. You're supposed to have an emotional. You're supposed to have if you need an emotional support animal, you're supposed to have one. Why you let the monkey climb in his mouth? The little monkey, I think the monkey name is Cairo. The little monkey is the cutest little monkey ever. He's so cute. So in this video, Jediah, who's a community activist, and I think I'm laughing because this is all we got, y'all. We only got Jediah with the monkey, or we got these two. Oh, y'all. That's all we got. We got Jediah. I forgot the guy with the beard name. We got Jediah. I know the guy with the beard. Like, don't put me in this Burgundy. Oh, y'all. Why y'all over here cracking me up? We got Jediah. Or we got Andrew Holmes, who now Jesse Jackson is like, oh, what is happening? Rainbow Push is like, yo, what? That's all we got. So now they ain't locked up Andrew. We got Jediah. We got what's that guy name? He kept running for mayor, Jamal Green. If y'all know any other community activists, we can follow. Y'all, I'm sorry, Jediah. I'm all for the emotional support animal. Just don't let him be putting his hands up in your mouth. However, in Jediah's defense, the monkey is clean. Oh man. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all came for some serious news, but this sent us last night. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. In Jediah defense, the monkey is clean. The monkey is clean. He has bathed the monkey in the tub with him. And in this video, I can't play the music. In this video, he was playing the Kiss of Life. Look at Jediah's feet, y'all. Look at Jediah's feet. Now, Jediah, you know dang gone well you can wash this dang gone monkey in the sink. You ain't got to put the monkey in the tub with you. Oh, Lord. Lord, where is going? This all we got. This how we got Jesse Jackson gone. Al Sharpton, he on a private jet somewhere. Jesse Jackson with us. I mean, but I think they just appointed a new director of Rainbow Push. But right now, this is who we got fighting for us so far. And we can't judge Jediah by this because he's. I told you guys, Jediah, he seems very eclectic. We'll do a video breakdown on him. He's very eclectic. He moved out of Chicago, but he comes back when something's going on to fight for the community. So you can't be mad at that. And and I think I didn't hear him say that. This is my assumption that this is an emotional support animal. That's what I'm calling it. I just like Jediah. Jediah, he do not have to be all in your mouth. He gonna pull off your veneers. Okay, you guys. So this is what we got, y'all. This is what we working with because Andrew, his credibility shot. So we got Jediah, y'all. That's who we got. Got Jediah and my guy rolling. What is this? What is this? We don't know. We don't know, y'all. This is where we are with it. This is where we are. Y'all, I swear, because ain't nobody fighting for the community anymore. I think we had the only person, we had, when the news came on, they would say something, it would be Andrew Holmes first on the scene. If something really went off, it would be what's his name? J. Mal Green, who also ran for mayor of Chicago. But if something was really going down in the community and you wanted a protest, we had these two brothers that I knew of, Andrew Holmes and Jediah Brown. But Andrew Holmes would always take the lead because he sort of was the senior community activist. You know what I mean? So that's this all we got. This all we got, y'all. And in Jediah's defense, the monkey is clean. So I'm not judging. Okay, but I'm telling y'all, when I saw that, news alert. Hold on. Let me go over here. Hold on. Let's share this screen. Boop, boop, boop. You see how stuff changed while we on live? So I just went back to Illinois links. And if you can tell, I refreshed the page. Oh, sorry, guys, you can't tell. I refreshed the page. And look, they took down the Andrew Holmes was arrested. They took it down. Let's refresh it again. Maybe it's my computer. Gone. 404. Page not found. Gone. I'm refreshing. Gone. You see what I'm saying? So I'm waiting. I'm gonna wait for. That's why I always tell y'all. I be waiting for the Illinois leaks. Not calling you uncredible, but I'm waiting for Channel 5, Channel 7. I'm waiting for Dane Placco. Because I done rushed over here to Illinois leaks, and y'all told me that you knew what was going on, and now you the 404. Make it make sense. You know what, Illinois leaks? Don't pray for me no more. At all. See, that's what I'm talking about. Let's go see what else is going on over here at Dalton Politics. Let's go over there to Dalton Politics. They have been kind of like telling the community what is going on. Let's see.
Items that have been approved by the board. People.
Sorry. Every time. I'm sorry, y'all. Gotta play it every time. We got to.
On unity. You prayed us in and came with the most divisive speech I heard in my life. Don't pray for me no more. Came with the most divisive speech I heard in my life. Don't pray for me no more.
Illinois leaks. You see what you did?
My life. Don't pray for me no more.
Period. All right. Let's go back. Let's see if they put something else. Now, this is what they had. You know what? I have the other. Okay, so look, I'm gonna show y'all how I'm not fibbing. Hold on. I just screenshot it. Let's share the screen. Let's go to share screen. Do not pray for me anymore. Now, this is where we are. We're on the Illinois leaks. This was their report. This is what everyone has started to bring out. Started to report. Started to tell us this was true. I saw it all over. Like I said, I think the first post I saw was Shawan Burns, who I enjoy watching her channel. Hannibal, I watch him as well. This was their post immediately that even Dr. Nikita Cloud posted it, that Dalton trustee Andrew Holmes was arrested, but we did see that the South Holland chief of police said that no one's in custody. We just saw that now. But this is what Illinois Leaks had up on their page, and I'm going to refresh it. They had Dalton trustee Andrew Holmes arrested in South Holland. Okay, hold on. They had Dalton Village trustee Andrew Holmes apparently turned himself into the South Holland Police Department earlier today. We have confirmed through the Chicago Southland Journal that Holmes is currently in custody. Quote, trustee Andrew Holmes of Dalton arrested by the feds, according to reports. Trustee Andrew Holmes reportedly turned himself into federal authorities at South Holland Police Station on an extradition warrant out of Las Vegas. There have been many, conflicting reports circulating this morning. Several reports have come in that helicopters are appearing to be federal authorities have been circulating Thornton Township all morning. And then they told us to go over to the Southland Journal. So let's hit refresh, y'all, because we're doing this in real time over in Burgundy Blue Commentary. Make sure you hit the like. So you guys, make sure y'all got the visual of the screen. Let's hit refresh. 404. They done took it down. 404. Page not found. They took it down. They retracted the entire statement. There you have it. Okay. So we're just following it. Like I said, we're critical thinkers over here. We just sit up here. We're just reporting the news. We don't know what's going on, but we see that that statement was retracted. Now, is something going on? You bet your bottom dollar something is going on. We know that, but we just don't know what is going on, right? We just don't know what is going on until the smoke clears, until the FOIAs are answered, until the news stations, like we're gonna say Fox, NBC, ABC, stuff like that, until they come out. They did have their news cameras there. And there we have it. There we have it. I'm sorry, I'm just now reading the comments. Is this official? I don't know. Hey, exactly, Erica. Thanks for being here. So allegedly they are saying that Andrew Holmes turned himself in South Holland Police Station. The police chief has confirmed that they did get a police report out of Nevada about the situation. However, they are saying, this is the South Holland police chief, that they have nobody in custody, but they are cooperating with Nevada. And we're going to go back over and we're going to play what the Southland has to say. And like I said, we're just reading what's going on. We are not there. Your girl Burgundy is not there. I'm just reading the reports. Okay, so let's go back and see if our favorite reporter, he on the scene. Southland Journal. And y'all, I'm telling you, they retracted that. They retracted that statement so fast. It was like, oh, when the chief said everything, they were like, oh, it has been confirmed. They were like, nope, 404 it. Instead of FOIA, let's 404. Now, I will say we got Dr. Nikita Cloud. Let's talk about it. See, the mayor has spoken, y'all. The mayor has spoken. Let's go over to what the mayor has to say. And you know what? I will say Dr. Nikita Cloud, she said that she was there. She said it was an arrest. I don't know, y'all. Let's see what the mayor has to say. Let me set it up. And like I said, we just have to think for ourselves. It's two sides to every story, y'all.
Come on in. It's gorgeous outside. Oh my God. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. It's gorgeous outside. Oh my God. It's beautiful. Come on in, guys. Come on in. So, I'm going to be really brief, but I want to come on here just to educate the public, the world, that I'm okay. Thank you guys for all your calls, all your concerns. And it saddens me because people will do anything just to get a click, a view, get ratings, things of that nature. Anything. So I'm here to tell y'all that I'm okay. I have not been in anybody's custody. People got this little fake news out there, and I've tried to tell you guys what I've been dealing with for the last couple of months. People saying all these negative things, false allegations, and I just wanted to let you guys put your eyes on me and let you see that I am okay, and it's all false, it's all fake. And with that being said, I will be suing the individual that put that fake news out there. And that's, again, I'm gonna restate why I keep telling y'all stop believing the fake news. Everything that's going on is political, as you guys can see. They drag me left or right. They blame me for everything possible. It's a three-legged dog walk across the street. Up, it's still fault. Just everything. So I just want y'all to see it for what it is. But I'm just sick and tired of the fake news. And that's all I'm trying to show the public, educate the public on fake news. Do your research before you guys start tuning into the dumb stuff. But thank you again. I love y'all, and ain't nothing you can do about it. And yeah, I even love the hateful. So thank you so much for just calling me and checking on me and making sure I'm okay. Yes, I am okay, guys. Thank you again. Share the video. Let everybody know that your super mirror is A-okay. But I will be suing the individuals putting out all this fake news for clickbait or for ratings and views. So stay tuned because Truth Speaks is coming out. Thank you.
Okay, guys, so there we have it. So we could tell that Mayor Henyard is not
Okay, guys,
so sorry guys. So sorry guys. I'm trying to work without headphones. So we could tell from that Mayor Henyard is not in custody. And also we can also tell from that when we were at the Southland Journal earlier, and wait a minute, I told y'all the Illinois leaks and 404. And we laugh. That's why I love that we're a small community over here. Just to be honest, like we don't know what happened. We really don't know what happened. We only know what's out there. It's two sides to every story. Well, now the fact that the Las Vegas police is involved, I think, in my personal opinion, girl, go ahead and make him resign, just for the fact that you brought this up to the village of Dalton. Go ahead and make him resign on that term. That's my opinion. But we saw the Illinois Leaks had this statement. They said it was confirmed. I don't even know where Illinois Leaks is from. We saw, I told you guys I follow Shawan and Hannibal is Hungry, and they posted immediately that Andrew Holmes was arrested. And I was like, let me go check it out. So we're going to wait for, with the dang Blacko, we're going to wait for the news to see what they said. But we did hear, thanks to Dr. Cornell over there at the Southland Journal, we did hear directly from the police chief that nobody was in custody. You know what I mean? No one was in custody. Okay. And on top of that, we also have to remember that the official news and the official statements have not said it was Andrew Holmes. This has came from other people talking about it's Andrew Holmes. We haven't seen anything officially on documents that said it was Andrew Holmes. You know what I mean? And then when we think about it, okay, when we read the documents, we'll go over that later. The young lady, my heart melts for her. I'm so saddened, like something like that. Oh my God. You know what I mean? Just to think you wake up, don't know where you are, and you in discomfort. She woke up in the trustee room. That's what she said. She woke up in the trustee room and she experienced physical discomfort. Now, it's going to be a whole lot of stuff. Like, guys, we're just going to speculate right quick. This is speculation, right? Now, this is what they had up earlier. He turned himself into the South Holland Police Department earlier today, right? We're going to go over that in a minute. But let's talk speculation. I saw this comment and I want to bring this up. Now, this is just other people. Hey, Deborah, thanks for being here. We're just gonna bring this up. I didn't think he was the one who did it. I've seen him many times on TV and YouTube when something happens in Chicago. He doesn't look like the type of person, but I guess anyone could be that type of person. Yep, anybody could be that type of person. We looking at Mr. Holmes like, why would he do? He doesn't look like somebody that would do something like that. But it doesn't have SA doesn't have a look, right? Okay, now let's talk about this. Let's speculate really quick. Let's say, okay, we're going to play devil's advocates. Okay, right quick. I'm not on nobody's side here. I'm just reading the news and I'm just saying what could happen because nothing's set in stone. You see how they retracting what was posted earlier. They're retracting it, right? They also said that she was arrested. Then we have Jediah Brown, who says breaking news. It appears that she may be facing criminal charges. Now, we don't know nothing until the smoke clears, right? So let's play devil's advocate right quick. And I'm not saying this is what happened. Okay, this is what I'm saying. We're just talking. Immediately, what we know from the report, she woke up in the room, felt discomfort. So we're gonna you guys, it would be real cool. Let me put the invite up. I forgot to put the invite up. If anybody want to call in, and we talk in a respectful manner. We talk in a respectful manner over here, okay? So here's the link if you guys want to call in. All right. We and I got I'm just weird, so just so you know. Okay, so this is the thing. She woke up in his room. She said she felt dizzy at dinner. What if she had dinner, had some of that? What's that thing? Because the bill was big, right? The bill on the Thornton Township credit cards, right? So she went to dinner. Maybe she had some of that Louis the 13th or some of that Macallan's. I never had Macallan's. Have anybody had Macallan's? That stuff be expensive. It'd be like Macallan's 200 or something weird like that. And that stuff be expensive. I remember my boss wanted that for Christmas and we had to divvy up and it was like, damn, that's excuse my French, that was like $500 for a bottle of liquor. So maybe she had some of the good stuff. It went to her head and he walked her. This is me. I'm not saying this is what happened. We're just saying. So that's what he walked her to the South Holland police. He was like, man, she was drunk. She lost her key to her room. So I brought her to my room and she slept it off. It could be something like that. Or I found her down there at the slot machine. We don't know what happened. You know what I mean? And then I do feel weird that Trustee Stan Brown isn't saying anything. He's not in trouble. So why he's not saying anything? So I think the only thing we could, I mean, it's so many ways this could go left or right. I am very glad that if something happened to this young lady, she definitely stopped what she was doing because she don't remember what happened. She don't remember what happened. So, okay, I'm gonna share something with y'all. I was in my y'all, I was outside, okay? I was outside. So I was in my early 20s and I really liked this guy and we went back to his house. No, I wasn't about 25, 26. I guess that's early 20. So this was over 20 years ago. So we went to his house and I went there. we ended up developing like a relationship, sort of. It was something, I don't know. I thought it was something. It was probably more than what it was. This is a personal story I'm gonna share with you guys to say I sort of am reading between the lines. So this is a true story. Okay. So I went to this guy's house, and I almost want to tear when I think about it, but I don't know what happened. Okay, I'm gonna share this, so it's a sensitive story. So, get the kids out the room. So basically, we went on one date. Not the first date, but he was somebody I knew all my life. So as I got older, he got fine and I got fine. Okay, I got fine, he got fine. So we went on one date. I went back to his house, so he wasn't a stranger, and I never drank. I never had a drink before. Like, you know how people get their first drink like at 21. I think mine was like Malibu and pineapple. I never really drank. So I went to his house, and I feel comfortable sharing this because of, I feel like maybe this would help somebody. And this is my story, my truth. I never thought I'd say it on YouTube. So I went to this guy's house. He was so fine. I thought he was out my league, right? So, even though your girl Burgundy is not, I ain't bad for the 45, okay? So I went to his house. We went on a date, really good date. Went to his house. He gave me a drink, and I got woozy, okay? I never made a police report about this or anything like this. He went on his life. I went on my life. I got woozy, so I figured it was the alcohol, because I never drank hard liquor. So I was like, man, okay, this is a little too much. So I ended up spending the night or whatever. And he was like, man, you had a drink. So the next time I was like, man, I drank too much, but I was okay. So the next time I went to his house, and I'm redacting some stuff, because I felt like in my head I drank too much. So the next time he came to visit me at my house, we had a date. That day I did not want to drink. So then it was a couple of weeks later, I went back to his house because we weren't in the SIGs. We were dating, right? I was super duper shy at that point of my life. That night kind of changed my entire life. Went back to his house, had no business out, super late, young mom. I think my baby was at my mom's or my sister's house. Had no business out with this dude. Should have been at home being a mother. That's what I should have been doing. Went to his house, brought one of my friends with me because we were on a double date at this time. Long story short, I don't know what happened, but I woke up and I was just super sore, like super, just my whole body, not just below the waist, just sore. Don't recall what happened, missed work. And he was like, you got drunk. And it was like one drink, but I passed out. I was passed out, blackout. So my friend who was with me, the same thing, she blacked out. So, and we were drinking like Grey Goose, or I think it was Grey Goose or Saveca or some kind of vodka. I didn't know anything about alcohol. But I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. To drown that night out that happened, it made me drink more to forget that night. True story. However, we didn't know what happened, the two of us. To this day, we just don't know what happened. The two of us to this day, like every once in a while, we talk about it. And and you know what? I apologize to her, but if she ever come across this video, I'm gonna apologize to her again for even suggesting, because we both went on this double date hanging out after the club, suggested she come with me when allegedly I didn't know what happened the first dang on time. Like, I just thought I was drinking too much because you guys, I never drank. So I never drank. But to drown that night out because I don't remember what happened, I just don't. I don't remember. It was blank. Blank. When I'm telling you I'm blank, I just went on with life. I just was like in my head thinking, is it pictures up there of me? Is it, did I have sex with him? What happened? I don't know what happened, y'all. I was just sore. Just sore. Like my arms, my stomach, my pinky toe. I was just sore, and I have no idea what happened that night to this day. So, I'm saying that to say, I could see how things could go left, and thank God for how she got out that situation. She got out that situation alive. I hope that medically she's okay, because to have unprotected sex with somebody and you don't even know like their status, you didn't have a chance to like she said, I would have never voluntarily had sex with him. Like, please, that's what she said. I ain't say it. But to have all that stuff ripped away from you, it sort of makes you feel like, if this happened, like I'm saying, if this happened, it makes you feel helpless. It makes you feel stupid. It makes you feel like, why did I even put myself in this situation? Was I looking at my surroundings? And then you go and you tell your boss, who's someone you trust, and your boss does nothing about it. That's why I put my friend in there, because my friend was like, she's okay. It was nothing. She didn't feel the way I felt, but she blacked out. She just blacked out. She was like, what was in those drinks? What was in those drinks? Like, and she drank, and not drank like she was a lush. She had cocktails, libations, and she knew how to smoke the herbal, right? So she was like, I ain't never had nothing that made me feel like this. So now it's like, if I see this person, y'all, I freeze up, I shake, and sometimes, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm still polite. If I see him in passing, I'm polite to him, like a total, at my big old age. At my big old age, like, if he say hi to me, I'll say hi back. That is ridiculous. You know what I mean? So you feel a certain kind of way if you have alleged or SA, or somebody violates you. You feel a certain kind of way because you don't know what to do. You don't know what to do because you have no memory. And then you're up against this big, powerful person. And in my case, this was a person that was better, more popular than I was. That, like I said, I felt like this person was out my league. So you put Andrew Holmes in that situation. You got this person beloved by the people, and you have to go against it. Now, I'm going to get off of me now. That I'm off of that. Let's go to this police officer. This is my opinion, and I'm fired up because now the fact that the people leaked this news and then they retracted it, this just showed that it's something going on. Something might not be going on. Some more going on. It ain't what we think it is. That's all I'm saying. And we're just reporting the news. We can't judge, right? Over here on Burgundy Blue Commentary, we can't judge. We're just reporting it. I'm on this police officer. If this man, okay, I'm confusion. The man report. Okay, so this is what's alleged. The trustee, after the sexual encounter, called the police officer. Y'all had to be friends, in my opinion. What do y'all think about that? You had to be friends, because why would that be the first person to call to say, I got some cookie, I got some nookie? Why would you call him? Do y'all get what I'm saying? Why would that be the first person you call? The police officer say, yeah, man, I just hit that, allegedly. Then you're comfortable enough, allegedly, to FaceTime that the officer says, hey, let me see. I don't believe you hit that. I'm putting this in layman terms. I don't believe you hit that. Let me see. And you are comfortable enough to FaceTime, allegedly, the officer, where to the point, and then the officer, who I think you consider a friend, this is my opinion, he goes on to say, I'm gonna use this, so let me record it. So he record half the conversation, right? So he got in his iPhone. So then he tells the assistant, who has to be a friend again, in my head, like they have to be, because they're all in the group and only the friends went to Vegas. Has to be a friend again. He goes and tells, thank God, tells the victim, hey, you know what? Dude told me that y'all had sex last night and she knew nothing about it. So so then they got together and they're like, okay, we got to report this. So now the officer gets demoted and she gets fired. It's a lot to it. It's just a lot to it. A lot. I don't think nobody's hands are clean in this situation. I think some freaky ish went down in Vegas and we just don't know what it is. And you know what? It all could have been avoided. This is me just talking. If the right people would have went to Vegas. You got Trustee Belcher, who's a finance guru. You got Jason House, who thank God he ain't go, right? Because he would have been on a chopping block, who's a respected trustee and also has an amazing financial background. You have Trustee Brittany Norwood, who's a real estate developer. Those are the people that should have went. Those should have been the people that should have went to the conference. Not your friends, not your homeboys, not your homegirls. You see what I'm saying? All right, let's get to these comments. It's a lot going on. It's a lot going on. And that's why stuff is being retracted and redacted. Thanks for being here, DC. Just wait and don't let anything surprise you. Here's the same snake from the Kanika Jenkins case, working with the hotel. Time tells everything. That's what I'm trying to say. Thanks for that. We're trying to say time tells everything. The South Holland Police Chief press conference said no one's in custody. A criminal complaint was made regarding a sexual assault that was made in Las Vegas. No one is in custody. Okay. The way I said those old dudes who has to. We're talking about yeah. So we don't know what happened. We don't know what happened. Okay. All right. So let's get back to let's get back and see what else is going on. But Jediah, he gonna have a field day. Let's get back to the funny stuff. I just want to share that with y'all because, and if you don't mind, this will actually, after this live is over, this will go over to my membership page. If you go below, can y'all see this? It should be a join button. I don't think I got a join button yet. But consider joining my Patreon or becoming a member. I thought I had a join button on my YouTube video. It's probably after it. But if you slide over, you'll see that I do have a Patreon and everything's in the description box where you can find more stuff that we're talking about when it comes to the village of Dalton. Okay. Let's go back and see if our brother Cornell has gotten us any more news since Illinois leaks wanted to forward the situation. Yeah, we don't know what's going on. We only know, but I know that board meeting ain't gonna happen. That board meeting is not gonna happen. And you know what? I see Dr. Nikita is posting, and I really think she's credible too. But once you go, okay, so this is the thing. Once you go into the police station, You just went into the police station. We don't know if you got arrested. We don't know if you got charged because you have to FOIA that and we have to wait. So we'll wait for the other news to give us information. Because at this point, one thing that Mayor Henyard has correct, everybody want to be first. Everybody want to be the first to report it. Everybody want to be the first to have the scoop. And the only thing that's going to tell us the truth is time, right? Shout out to Dalton Politics page. Shout out to the Dalton trustees. They are really, really, really holding it down. And I hope that everybody, and then I'm also going to say, let me tell you something. Like I said, I don't have a dog in this fight. But I got to play my part.
Unity. You prayed us in, and it came with the most divisive speech I heard in my life. Don't pray for me no more. If we're going to do this and we're going to be honest about it, let's be honest and be direct. But if we're going to sit here and keep doing this, because I really wasn't going to make it.
That was going to cheer me. Wait a minute. Who was I watching? I was watching somebody last night. We were talking about the Tommy G video. Let's get back to that because we want to see Dr. Scott. Let me tell you, that don't pray for me no more. That always lifts my don't pray for me. It's so funny because now these trustees and the staff, everybody's become like a character. Like I call them trustees. They're now the 4 trustees are the Avengers now. You got Trustee Belcher. I tell you, I love her voice. You got Trustee Kiana Belcher, Trustee Brittany Norwood, Trustee Brown, and Trustee Jason Zaddy House. Okay, we got those trustees. And it's like they became the Avengers, and America know who these people are because of this silliness going on in the village of Dalton. But that don't pray for me no more. That was directed to the housing director. And I was watching, let's go over there to it before I go to Dalton Politics. Shout out to Tommy G. I want to just shout out to Tommy G. I did a video. If you guys didn't see it, if you guys didn't see my video, please check it out. We'll play it a little later. But Tommy G actually came to Dalton and made some change. He made some change for Dr. Scott. The goal was only to raise $10,000. Dr. Scott is at 17 grand, less than 2 days of Tommy G, who has 1 million subscribers on YouTube. I didn't know anything about him. He made the change. He didn't just come over here, because one thing I do agree with Mayor Henyard, a lot of people are doing this for clicks and views, and they're getting the bag, period. Talking about the village of Dalton so much that Spencer Cornelia, who I like on YouTube, I did not know who Tommy G was, but when he came to Dalton, I was like, oh, he's gonna do something. But Spencer Cornelia, he ain't do nothing but run. Y'all, he got off on Sibley and he got back up on 142nd. He got off on Sibley, went west, and then turned around, did a U-turn, went east on 142nd, and got back on his plane in Las Vegas. Spencer Cornelia did not do what Tommy G did. Tommy G, and it's hard not to compare, but they're both making bank on YouTube, and just to see how he came out. Sorry guys, still muted. Just to see how he came out, did an interview not only with former trustees and trustees, but he came on out to the village of Dalton, and he made a change for Dr. Scott, who had the food, the food. I'm sorry, exactly, Erica. Ooh, y'all, I had to shift my mood, and this made me laugh. Spencer said he ain't endangered himself with no YouTube. Lacey said, get up out of town. Spencer got up out of town. But he didn't even, I didn't like I think that's another thing that made me sort of do the video, because it seemed like Spencer Cornelia, he just came on over to Dalton and went to 2 liquor stores. And I'm not judging the people he interviewed, but it seemed like he just tipped them a couple of bucks and was like, "Hey, please do this interview for me." And really, Tommy G, he got up in here, but I guess that they're 2 different people. Tommy G, he got out here and he brought his drone, went to the police department, and more than that, he went to Village Hall. He went to Village Hall. And more than that, he did something good for Dalton, for Dr. Scott up in I'm sorry, Dr. Scott. I want to share my page. Sorry, guys. Oh, and I gotta get some lunch. I am hungry. He did something good for Dr. Scott up in the food pantry. Now, let's talk the food pantry right quick. The food pantry is quite interesting because I don't know if you guys know, but Thornton Township has the largest food pantry, in all 17 cities, I want to say. So, Dr. Scott, what I liked about this video, I thought maybe the holdup was the food pantry. Now, that ice skating rink do look dope. I haven't seen it. But I thought maybe, hold on, guys, sorry. I was thinking the food pantry was held up because Dr. Scott was opening a food pantry in the Southland, and it's already one available, and that's what I thought it was. But I'm glad that he went a little deeper and showed that the food pantry was for not just food, but they were also going to do clothes. Like they were selling $1 outfits, $2 shoes. It was more for the community because right where Dr. Scott food pantry is right in downtown Dalton, which is neighboring Riverdale, which is in need. And then east of that, you have I'm saying east, but it's really not east. It's north of that, I would say. You have on 130th, you have the last and one of the largest housing projects in Chicago. You have I think it's still open. You have the housing project Audale Gardens. Then over there you also have Eden Green and you have Concordia Park. A lot of people over there are in need, and it's a food desert. It's nowhere to get food over there. It used to be like this little food place called Rosebud Farms, but it's closed down. So I was really proud that Tommy G just didn't come here to collect his YouTube AdSense. He actually came here to do something for the community, and he did something so that Dr. Scott can hold on to her building. All right, let's play a little bit of this, and I'll be right back. I just have to get me some water. I'll be right back. So let's listen to Tommy G.
Corrupt mayor in America, and I have to say, alleged.
If you're going to get.
What's your credit card debt balance? If it's $10,000 or more, here are 3 easy solutions you can start implementing today. And
Get the stipend, then you use it for your meals. You use it for your.
Okay, I fast forwarded because, of course, YouTube's terms and all of that. But that's Chris Gonzalez. Chris Gonzalez was the one to nominate Supervisor Henyard for her job as supervisor when Frank Zuccarelli died. Now they're at odds. They're at odds so much that I think, let me see if I'm correct. Let's go to Thornton Township. And I have something to say about this. A lot of times the things that are going on, I don't think the mayor herself is doing it. Wait a minute, let me see. I can't go to Thornton Township. Hold on, y'all. Did my internet, wait a minute, let me see if I paid the internet bill. Hold on, y'all. Don't tell me the Thornton Township website is out. Hold on, guys. Trying to check out Thornton Township. It might crash because of all that's going on. So while I'm waiting on this to load, I don't think that, let's go to Thornton Township. I don't think that the mayor herself do a lot of stuff or possibly know what's going on. I'm sure she knows what's going on, but I don't think that she does it. You know what I mean? And it's like, fix it. It's like, fix it. Trustee Belcher coming to every meeting with her picture on her podium is freaking embarrassing. Hang her picture back up with the other officials. Fix it. It doesn't matter if it's just embarrassing. It's just embarrassing. Hang her picture back on the wall. She's an elected official, right? So even, let's say that Mayor Henyard did not do that. Let's say that's not what she did. Like I said, we don't know because we're not there. We're just hearing what people talking about. Let's say somebody set up Mayor Henyard and was like, I'm going to take the trustee picture down and it's going to look like she did it. I'm setting her up. Let's say that happened, right? Baby, hang the photo up yourself. It looks worse when you don't do it. You know what I mean? So let's go to Thornton Township and let's see elected officials. We're just going to go over here. Because this was a rumor that I heard. And thanks for being here, y'all. Hit the... Okay, so we're going down here. We hear, ooh, wait, I want to share this. Girl, the shrimp boat. Oh my God, I'm hungry. You are, yes, that used to be the best. Near the garden, that's what it's called, Oakdale Garden. Yes, I remember the shrimp boat. Yes, yes. Okay, so we go down here. We have Tiffany A. Henyard. She's the supervisor, right? So also you have, this man's name is funny. Why is his name? Oh, now I get it. His name is Gary Depew. So he called himself Peppy Depew. That's cute. So we have at the Thornton Township on the website, you have Tiffany A. Henyard, Gerald Jones, Darlene Gray Everett, right? Trustee. Carmen Carlisle. She became trustee. Her picture's not up there, but she became trustee after another trustee passed away. She was appointed in, right? Loretta C. Wells, and we have Pepe Depew. Why this guy right here is not up on the website? Fix it. Fix it. It's the right thing to do. Fix it. That's what I'm saying. This guy right here, let's see, I'm gonna let this play a little bit. It's gonna be quick because my man, he collected a coin on this AdSense revenue. Shout out to Tommy G. Let's go ahead and share this screen. Right here. I'm right here.
Gonna get the stipend then.
What's his name? Mr. Gonzalez. I think it's Chris Gonzalez. He also was the first one to say that he elected that night where they had that vote at 11:53 p.m. and she got in. He was the first one to say that he nominated Mayor Henyard. Come on, man. Put his name up there. If you did it, or if Keith Freeman did it, or whoever the webmaster did it, it's another guy. He's always, I forgot his name, but he's over the food pantry. If he did it, I forgot his name. Put him up. He's still an elected official. You guys can have differences. You can have odds. Wait a minute, is the assessor off? Is she up there? Let me look and see. I don't think the assessor lady is up there, but we'll get to that. This guy right here, he should be there with the trustees. Put him up. It's the right thing to do. Okay? We don't know what's going on in the inside. We don't know if people lying, and we don't know the stress that she is going on every day. But this would help. Put him back up there.
You use it for your meals, you use it for your transportation, things like that. You don't go then and put everything on, say, the township credit card.
They say if you want to find the truth, the best way to do it is to follow the money. So we obtained the Thornton Township credit card statements through a Freedom of Information Act request and got to digging. When we looked through these, we noticed that Tiffany herself does not have a credit card. However, another one of her lapdogs, Thornton Township and Village of Dolton Administrator Keith Freeman, has made some awfully sus purchases in the last year. Take, for example, a round-trip flight from Chicago to D.C. Despite an economy ticket running about $200, Tiffany and Keith booked flights on the Thornton taxpayer dollar for $1,265 each. That's first class, folks. Another set of transactions is the Bliss Beauty, a local hair salon. $565 on January 16th, $1,225 on February 3rd, and $1,735 on February 19th of 2023. Now, my question for Keith and his purchase of $5,400 on beauty supplies is, are these wigs for you? And if that case, slay queen, or are you secretly buying wigs for Mayor Tiffany and running up the taxpayer dollar for her? Next, let's talk dining. Mayor Tiffany and her comrades love spending money on extravagant meals, like $427 at Theo's Steak and Seafood and $426 at Hamada of Japan are just the tip of the iceberg. In fact, in the first 2 billing period of 2023, Keith Freeman spent $5,900 towards meals on the Thornton Township card. Which begs the question, folks, is this illegal or merely unethical? Because to me, a public servant should not be balling out on the taxpayer dime. The question of legality is not for me to decide. I'll let the FBI handle that one. Let's just say Tiffany watches this video, and you could say a message directly to her. What would you want to say?
Just resign. Just leave. Let me do my job.
If you're going to be a public servant, you better act like it or get the hell out. I'll see you in jail.
This is what I wanted to say. Why would you go to a beauty supply and use the township credit card? Sorry guys. Where's my? I lost my. Trying to find y'all. Okay, I'm back. Why would you go to a beauty supply and use the township credit card? Funny, because y'all, if you just joining me, this is what we do over here. I have 32 likes. Please, I got 71 people watching. Can y'all please hit the like button? Please. Thank you. But why would you go to a beauty supply? Side note, hair color on point, in my opinion. Hair color on point. And use the township credit cards. Fun fact, rest in peace to Mayor Shaw. Okay. Him and his twin brother, they both had like the man units. I don't think he put that on a company credit card. Use your per diem. He had a little toupee. Come on now, Mayor Shaw. Wish you was still here to tell her how to do that. Don't put that on a company credit card. But I think they did that because I didn't think this many people were FOIA. Can you imagine the clerk of Thornton Township and the clerk of Dalton and how many FOIA requests they get? They probably... People, I'm gonna put it in, and I don't think people was this concerned. People didn't care what was going on with Dalton back in the day. Not to say like that, like they didn't care. They just was living. It wasn't that much. It wasn't as popular as what's going on now. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, why would you put that? Why would you go to put the beauty supply on a credit card? Or exactly, Erica. Y'all gonna get me in trouble. Hey, Tammy, thank you for the cash app. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just looking at my phone now. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you. I'm gonna use my I think for $5. I'm gonna use that and I'm put gas in my car. I'm gonna go over there to South Highland later today, y'all. See what's going on for myself since they done 404. They done 404 and retracted their statement. I'm gonna stop by Dr. Nikita Cloud. I'm gonna stop by her store and go get me some of that gummy stuff I think she got. Okay, but yeah, why put the Dollar Tree on the dang on credit cards? Come on.
To amend
Don't pray for me no more. And put Kiana Belcher thing back up there. Put Kiana Belcher back. Trustee Belcher. Would it be wrong if Trustee Belcher go herself and hang her picture up? Can't she? I know they can't get in. Their mailbox has been outside and all this stuff. But can somebody just go hang her picture up? Like, can any of these people, y'all, who was I watching last night? I want to say, was it the late night crew? When he said the guy, you see the guy right over the Andrew Holmes, and y'all, every meeting, Andrew Holmes is writing something. Like he writing a novel. He always sitting there with his head down writing. But the housing director, they said he had the Black Widow spider on his chest. He always wear that jacket with the Black Widow. Y'all, but don't pray for me no more. Don't pray for me no more.
The bills is read. Items that have been approved by the board, people still haven't received the checks. Brother Moore, you prayed us in on unity. You prayed us in and came with the most divisive speech I heard in my life. Don't pray for me no more. If we're going to do this and we're going to be honest about it, let's be honest and be. If we're going to do.
Don't pray for me no more. Don't pray for me no more.
If we're going to do this and we're going to be honest about it, let's be honest and be direct. But if we're going to sit here and keep doing this, because I really wasn't going to make no speech. I was going to sit here, but it's just coming. I have a superseding motion to amend the bills as read. Items that have been approved by the board, people still haven't received the checks. Brother Moore, you prayed us in on unity. You prayed us in and came with the most divisive speech I heard in my life. Don't pray for me no more.
Don't pray for me no more. That's that in the Dollar Tree. The Dollar Tree. I got to get that clip. The Dollar Tree. Okay, y'all. Let's go on back. Shout out to Trustee Jason House. Don't pray for me no more. Don't pray for me no more. I love it. Okay, so let's go back and then we're going to... y'all, this all we got. We ain't got y'all. This all we got. We got two. We ain't got this. We ain't got no help, y'all. Let this. So Jediah Brown, we're gonna get back to him right quick, and then I'm gonna go back to Tommy G. So Jediah Brown shared that, and he's a community activist, and he was tight with Andrew Holmes until that Kanika Jenkins thing happened, and that was very, very sad and hurtful to the community. But Jediah, we ain't got nobody. Like I said, Jesse Jackson gone. He with us, but he gone. Jesse Jackson Jr. just dropped off. He said that's it. He can't take no more. Sandy Jackson just said she can't take no more. I don't know. No, who we got? Jamal Green. But other than that, Jediah Brown, he came on back to Chicago. Don't pray for me no more. He came right back to Chicago. Let's talk about it.
Andrew Holmes for these allegations. What is this allegation?
Hey guys, welcome back to Burgundy Blue Commentary. Today we're talking Jediah Brown, who was once tight with community activist Andrew Holmes. Andrew Holmes and Jediah Brown fell out because of the Kanika Jenkins case. Jediah Brown is a community activist in his own right. He was formerly from Chicago. He since moved, but he said he's boarding a flight right now to take care of some business in the village of Dalton regarding Andrew Holmes and the alleged allegations. He also went on to say that he has inside scoop that he knows himself that Andrew Holmes may be arrested and possibly the mayor this week or before the next board meeting. We do not know that to be true. Jediah says he has an inside source. However, Jediah is not without controversy himself. And, over here, we just talk about what we want to talk about when we want to talk about it. And I think I may be at that board meeting myself because I want to know why Jediah Brown is in a tub with his pet monkey.
Don't pray for me no more.
Y'all, make it make sense. But check out my thorough live video that we did about Jediah Brown. I'll link it below, and I'll keep you in touch about if he does come to Dalton. This all we got, y'all. This all we got. We got Jediah over here. We got Jediah over here with his, and I said it's an emotional support animal. I wonder if Jediah went to South Holland today. Let's go check that out. But we got Jediah over here with a monkey climbing in his mouth. And then we got Andrew Holmes allegedly being arrested. This how we got. We ain't got Jesse. We ain't got Al Sharpton. We ain't got that. This is what we got. So Jediah, it's on you to make this right, y'all. And if he does, calls for the resignation of Andrew Holmes. As always, take care. Jediah says he has an inside source. However, Jediah is not without controversy himself. And, over here, we just talk about what we want to talk about when we want to talk about it. And I think I may be at that board meeting myself because I want to know why Jediah Brown is in a tub with his pet monkey.
Don't pray for me no more.
Y'all, make it make sense. But check out my thorough live video that we did about Jediah Brown. I'll link it below, and I'll keep you in touch about if he does come to Dalton and if he does calls for the resignation of Andrew Holmes. As always, take care of yourself and each other. And in the words of Roland Martin, what is this?
Marching with the charity. So what is this?
What is this? What is this, Jediah? But okay, go off. I told y'all Jediah is different, honey. Jediah is beating to his own drum, and we're gonna see. But he said he had the inside.
Hey y'all, I'm back. I wanted to just go back. This was May 15th, 2024. I don't remember any of these subjects that we're talking about, but it's one on here called the Black Widow Jacket. Oh, that's more. Oh, that's what it was. Okay, so I'm gonna replay. Let's see if we can find another video too. This video was 4.5 hours long, but for some reason I thought it was gonna be more than me talking on it. But I guess that was, like I said, the beginning of talking about Dalton, and you can see how different everything was. Totally different. Dang. Let's let it play, and then I'll see what we can find. And thanks everybody for watching the replay.
And the shades leave, and when she go out, the shades come on. Okay, with the fashions. Most fashionable former trustee, Valeria Stubbs. Let's go back.
I would like for you to repent for the sins that you have done or go to jail.
We've gone through all this where there's no transparency, seeing where money's been misspent, unfortunately. It's beyond something I think that could be repaired and fixed at this time. It's time to go.
Pulling up to a strip mall to talk to a business owner, Dr. Scott, that has been screwed by the mayor. Let's see what she has to say. Next, we meet Dr. Scott, who recently bought a strip mall in Dolton. She's trying to bring much needed services to the community, like a free food bank that functions like a grocery shop. But she's struggling against Mayor Tiffany's attempts to drown her out. Everyone I asked about Dr. Scott says she's like a saint and can't believe this is happening to her. Let's Let's meet her and hear her story.
Pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. We're a nonprofit organization. We acquired this entire strip mall to bring additional programs and services to not just Dalton, but the Southland of Cook County. The shelves aren't full now, but by tomorrow.
Okay, here's another video. I don't know what it's about, but let's see. This is in May as well.
Want to start a business? I can show you
1
how
year
easy
ago.
it is to form one in just a few steps. First up, start.
Y'all, I promise I have no idea what this is about. We're just doing a replay. I don't even know what we were talking about. This is last May, this video. We have no idea what we're talking about. Let's see.
News. They just tell you and show you things they want you to believe as it relates to a narrative, to a person that they want you not to like or believe in. So today is the day where I show my truth as it relates to free indeed.
Here, put that over there.
One person not feeling the love is Nicole Scott.
Are you a victim of the dysfunction in Dalton?
Absolutely, but more so, residents are victims. Would you like some of these?
She runs the Free Indeed Market, a ministry-minded pantry set up like a grocery store. It's meant to give people in need a bit of dignity.
We have some onions here if you need onions.
Scott says she secured funding and architectural plans to redevelop this entire dilapidated shopping center last summer. But the village did nothing with her application for 6 months. She kept a log of her increasingly desperate demands for a response.
What has stopped this?
I don't know. Whenever we go over to the village, we don't get a response.
This has to do with you not taking care of your business. You. Starts with you. Can't blame nobody but yourself. I need you to call the company that did your inspection and make it right. Go fix the building. Give them the plans and the things they need. Matter of fact, put that on the screen. Show the people what they told you you needed to do, but you never showed that on the news. You never showed that on the news because it ends and starts with you. All you had to do is come into compliance with what they told you to do and give them the documentation of what was needed to get whatever you needed from them, which was permits, but you refused to do that. So again, reach out. My door is always open. But now let me show y'all the video of her support. Play the video.
Everybody, this is Dr. Scott with American Association of Single Parents, and I just wanted you to know that we are in support of Supervisor Tiffany Henyard. She has amazing initiatives and programs and things she's trying to do in the Southland for our community. And so us over at American Association of Single Parents, Free Indeed Market, and coming soon, the Ava Center in Dalton, we support the initiatives of Supervisor Tiffany Henyard. We're glad to be walking alongside her.
But Mayor, it was one time that you believed in Free Indeed too. Before you even became supervisor, I believe. You really believed in what it was going to bring to the community.
Her tenants do complain about the conditions they are actually working in. Here's one video from one of the locations in the unit, and this is what y'all didn't see and what the news didn't tell you. Play the tape. So we are in a store within that location, and it's about to show you that the ceiling is leaking. You see that? The ceiling is leaking. Water is coming down on all of their products, all of their inventory. Is becoming destroyed. As you can see, it's coming all the way through the ceiling. Next video. The ceiling actually collapsed, almost hitting the worker. And in the video, you will see all the wet tiles below. They picked it up, cleaned it up, put it inside a garbage can. But these are the issues.
Hey you guys, welcome back to Burgundy Blue Commentary. I want to take you over here to Dr. Scott's Market, but I have the camera going up because I want to be respectful of the people getting the free Indeed services. So you guys, let's do a little walkthrough and a little history. So I'm assuming that this is the area that the mayor was in, and I'm sorry, discount. Y'all need a sticker just for covering your windows up like that. What is this, the Ozarks? What are you doing in here? Is this a boom boom room? It's just like unappealing, right? Like that's how I'm supposed to shop right there. So you guys, I just wanted to show you how small the community is over there. Over there, we got Rucker's Cigar Lounge. We heard so many people talk about it, how they're having trouble getting it open because Trustee Kiana Belcher is working for that corporation. And also we heard from this beautiful young lady at a board meeting, and it made me so emotional.
I'm so nervous to be up here, y'all. My name's Alexis. I grew up in this community. I went to school out here. I'm 27. I'm supposed to own the restaurant across the street, Royals Creole Kitchen. It's supposed to be a sit-in restaurant. And I guess my question is just to you, Tiffany, just to see if there was something that you guys could work out, because it seems like I don't know much about the issue, but I know the issue is between you and Kiana and maybe Rucker. But the issue needs to be worked out in-house first, and then maybe we all can have a conversation, because I just feel like this is not our issue. It's y'all issue. And it in the process of doing that, I mean, Rucker owns the buildings, but we own the concepts of the buildings. Like there's two other people that are in on the wine bar and the restaurant. And I'm sorry, I'm shaky. And it's just very disappointing to me as a first-time business owner that you are like tearing my dream apart. And it's just, I put so much time and effort and money into it, and for you to destroy it, it makes me really angry. So I've been mean to him. I've been mean to multiple people up there. Like when they come over and put the stop work issues on our buildings, it's because it's not just Rutgers building, it's our building too. It's my dream, and you're tearing it apart. And as a member of this community, for as long as much as I've done for this community, right, with the extracurricular activities with the kids, and it's very disappointing to me that I have to go through this just because you guys have your own personal issues. And I think you guys need to be adults. A 27-year-old telling however old you guys are that you guys need to be adults and work out whatever issue you guys have, so that the entrepreneurs like myself can, start our businesses in our communities like we intended. I bought houses over here on foreclosure list and revamp them and put people in them. Like I've done my part, and I need you guys to do your part also. So that's what I have. Sorry.
That's powerful. Now let's hear from Mr. DeAndre Rucker.
I'm a business owner, and I own probably multiple homes in Dalton right now as well. I purchased the buildings across the street with the new windows for a cigar lounge. Also purchased the restaurant, the old barbecue house, and the corner lot as well, the old antique spot. My plan was to put a cigar lounge there. That's where we started the rehab. I'm $600,000 in, and we paid our taxes. I didn't ask the village for no fines, not a dime. My problem is when I came up here to get a permit, I was told that my permit was denied. Don't know what reason. Followed all the procedures, filled out the proper paperwork. Came back in, I was asked to speak to you. Instead, I got the young man right here, Keith. He told my contractor that we were still in lights. Had my lawyer call ComEd, that was false information. Second thing that I did as well was we also contacted my lawyer as well as far as the ordinance that you guys gave me saying that I couldn't have a cigar lounge in the city of Dalton. We went back, me and my lawyer looked at the videotape saying that that ordinance that I received from the young lady that works here, it was falsified documents. All I'm asking now, I pay my taxes, all my properties here, taxes I paid up. I'm $100,000 in taxes over a year in Dalton, not counting my businesses. All I want to know is why I can't get a permit to finish rehabbing across the street. We the only business on this block with new windows. We doing fully gut rehab. We pay cash for every location. Never asked a dime from Dalton at all. We didn't ask for no abatement, anything, and we still keep getting denied. Instead of using the contract that I usually use, we came and got Dalton contractors. The old inspector that used to work for you guys that still trains some of your inspectors works directly for me, and I pay him to do consulting. Instead, you still deny my contract. So I'm just trying to figure out why is that being done. And that's other things that we can't talk about on a one-on-one basis. I would never, ever disrespect you or throw you under the bus. We didn't have words before. Wasn't in a form like this. I would never put that out there. But all I want to know is how do I move forward with my business? That's all I want to know. So do I have to schedule another meeting besides without this guy right here? But have a meeting with you, with my lawyer, you have your lawyer. I do not want to meet with this man Keith at all. At all.
Okay, so we'll talk off record, meaning you just told on yourself the things that the issues you have.
Yep.
So I can't say because that's in litigations, the issues that you do have.
Correct.
So,
but there's no
I can't
issue.
speak to that right now.
But the issue was with this guy. It wasn't even with you.
Okay.
But since we want to put
Okay, but I'm saying it's you in litigation, so you can't discuss that.
No, you said I got 30 seconds. I got 30 seconds. One of the people who worked for me, Mrs. Belcher. Since Ms. Belcher worked for me, I was told to fire Ms. Belcher in order to get my business open. I refused. I refused to fire Ms. Belcher to keep in order to get my business. Amen.
I do get people for defamation of character, so have some truth in that. Have some truth in that. Go ahead.
Let's hear from one more investor in this business that's asking and paying taxes, just asking to open.
So I want to tell you guys thank you this evening for letting me speak. Tiffany, I went to high school with you, and it is really good to see you up here doing great things. But I have a few questions and a few concerns. We talked about bringing businesses back to Dalton. We talked about creating the restaurant row where we can come in and we can sit down and have fine dining. Well, I'm part of an organization who tried to come in here and give you guys a cigar lounge and a jazz bar with a rooftop for 35 plus up for you guys to be able to come in here and enjoy yourselves without riffraff. I'm part of a company who also purchased the inn building on this block to give you guys a fine dining Creole restaurant. I'm also a part of a partnership that just spent $10,000 in taxes, and y'all won't give me a permit to finish. I got a problem with that. The fact of the matter is, I don't care what personal things you got going on, but if y'all talking about bringing something for Dalton, then you need to let the people in Dalton do something for Dalton so Dalton can stop suffering. So if you want to sit here and speak about being for the people, ex-Falcon, I need you to be for the people and not for your personal agenda. It is time for these people in here to get something that they deserve without having to pay their tax dollars, because we ain't asking for no money. We asking to put something in the city. We asking to build the city. We asking to uplift the city. And what I'm asking you to do is do your job and let us do what we need to do to make this city better. Don't sit here and talk about how you want to be something great for the city, because this Tiffany I see now, I thought would have been better. But I hope deep down in your heart, you realize what your job is and what you're supposed to do. And you let these minority people who look like y'all come out here and put business for y'all, to give jobs to y'all, so we can get out here and make money together. So at the end of the day, thank you. I know I can count. At the end of the day, when y'all sit back and y'all talk about a recall or whatever y'all want to do, I want y'all to sit back and think about what you guys deserve. Sit back and think about all the times that y'all come out here and all these little nightclubs out here with all this riffraff on the street, and we telling you that you got the opportunity to come in and sit down and be treated like you downtown Chicago, because you ain't got to go downtown to be treated like you got some money. Tiffany, get yourself together.
Absolutely amazing. You guys, I know firsthand that building did not look like that. This is needed for the community for sure. That stuff was shut down for a long time. It looks absolutely wonderful. It makes the neighborhood look good. Now, just like the kids need something in this community, if you're 30 and up, you have to basically leave the community to have a good meal, to no shade to any restaurants, but to have some grown-up experience, to have some wine, to have something grown and sexy. And they were bringing that to the community. Why stop that? I also want to share this video from someone that was on the inside, former chief of staff, PR, and spokesperson for the village of Dalton, Dr. Nikita Cloud.
Now let me get to talking about how she was extorting certain businesses. Oh, I know it all. So, one business owner, is it okay to say the name? Business owner, is it okay to say the name? Okay, so Rucker Holden was bringing a cigar lounge to Dalton. Okay, so just so happened, Kiana works for him in his other businesses. But because she don't like Kiana, Trustee Belcher, she's not gonna give Rucker what he want. In fact, she told him, if you don't get your bitch in order, I'm not giving you what you want. Yeah, so get this. He came into the office one day. This is how I found all this out. He came into the office one day. They said DeAndre Rucker. I'm like, I know DeAndre. Hold on. What's up? He told me, he said, I'm trying to get my business together, blah, blah, blah. I said, yeah, I just heard your building was not compliant. That's what I was told. He said, that's not true. He had it investigated. He had it, inspected. Everybody, it's been inspected 5-6 times. He was in compliance. She just didn't like him. Now get this. That same day, there's an ordinance to have his cigar lounge open. Now, let me tell you something if you've never been to Rucker Cigar Lounge, it's sexy, grown and sexy. Riff Raff can't even afford the cigars, yet alone anything else in there, so you're not gonna get them there. It's sexy, real nice for grown-ups. It's just nice, good music, all that. So I'm like, this would be a plus for Dalton. Well, he come with one ordinance, Kiana come with another ordinance. I went and pulled another ordinance. It's 3 ordinances. These are false ordinances. Somebody got some falsified, fraudulent documents, right?
Wow. So right here, I want to show the people on YouTube that cover the village of Dalton. I'm still in Dr. Scott's parking lot. Over there, I could literally walk to the Rutgers building. That's going to be the cigar lounge and hopefully the Caribbean restaurant, right? Downtown Dalton has never looked this good. Businesses have been closed for years. You guys, I'm just panning around. What do we see over here? We got Big Woods Barbecue, right? He was also embarrassed on that podcast. And you guys, I guess what I'm trying to say is, what can be done to help them walk them through the process to get the permits? It seemed like everyone has their own lawyer. They're asking, they're making public comments, they're trying to have meetings with the mayor, they're trying to have meetings with Keith Freeman. And it's just, that video was a year ago. Can you imagine spending $600,000 plus and more into your dream and just not getting an answer at all? You guys, I really have an opinion, but I do want to say this. They need help. Mayor, I understand you want to pour into your community, but other people do too. And they're not even asking for money. The entire village of Dalton can't just be just ice, good burger, or Rock Island. Other people need a chance to fulfill their dreams. Help them. What can be done? Can it be a sit down? It seems like Mr. Rucker is on the up and up, in my opinion. He has been a business owner for years. And like he said, he's buying properties. Like the young lady who was 27 said, she's buying properties and they're revamping it and putting Dalton back on the map as well. Mayor, I don't think you could do it all by yourself. Give other people a chance too. That's all I want to say, guys. I'll be back with more. Make sure you take care of yourself and each other. Bye. Thanks for taking the time to visit my small YouTube channel. Please know all the ways to support Burgundy Blue Commentary and what we're trying to do is in the description below. Remember, your feelings are valid over here. And hey, if anyone try to sue me, just remember one thing.
I got some clothes. I got some jewelry. The rest I got tied up in investments. I ain't got nothing else.
Another employee who went on that trip. You went down to Springfield, and what were you hoping to do in Springfield?
You need to ask the people that handles that. I'm not the one that handled it. I was just riding the bike.
Hey, y'all. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday, y'all. What is going on? Please, in the comment, let me know where you're from. Where you hear? I always be curious to know, where did you hear about this little village? Where did you hear about Dalton? Like, where are you from? I just want to know where you're from. Thanks for being here. Happy Saturday. Please hit the like button. Okay, let's get into it. Hey, Miss Indies. Tony said he's from Liverpool, UK. You know, I'm gonna say something about this. And thank you for being here. Welcome to the channel. I appreciate you so much. I'm gonna say this. I always think about when Jason House runs for when he was for re-election. When he runs for mayor, I think all the time about all the people that have eyes on him. Like, that's it. So yesterday I had a conversation with another YouTuber. She doesn't cover this. She just knows about it. And we were talking, and I was like, you know what? I'm like, the whole world is watching. You know, in my opinion, it's almost like remember, it sounds weird, but Motown, when Berry Gordy had all those acts into what artist development. Like, I'm like, do you know that the whole council now, when they run back for re-election next year, because I think the only one that doesn't have to run will be Tammy Brown. Now, let me tell you guys before we even start, I'm not the end all be all. I'm watching this just like you guys. I don't have an inside connection. I'm just watching it just like you guys. But I'm from the area, so I got to learn a lot. And sometimes I see stuff and I'll be like, wait a minute now. Now that ain't how that went. You know what I mean? From the outside looking in. But like I said, I'm still disappointed in Mr. Laird. Y'all, so wait a minute. So let me go back to that. I was just thinking that the trustees, they're going to need, like, I'm saying artist development, but they're going to need, like, they're going to have to, is it like a political person, like a Olivia Pope, if you will? Like, I know they're going to have all that, because the world is watching. Like, if you even pay attention now, people are like, oh no, you're not. Let me tell you about what so-and-so did in 1992. Or let me tell you how they're going pulling records and business licenses and talking about this person, they didn't pay their water bill in 2001. Like, they're gonna need somebody to scrub their whole background. Like, for them to be like, nobody's been that interested in trustees in forever. So especially when it comes to Jason House, he's gonna have not just the South Suburban support or Illinois backing him, or Dalton backing him, or the township backing him. He's going to have the entire world possibly backing him. Isn't that nervous? When, if you're not from here, back in the day, all you had to do was pull up with a flyer and a punch card. So I just found that interesting. Hey, Miss Indians, Buck Baby, Louisiana. Eric Beecham, thanks for being here. Albert, thanks for being here. All right, guys, I appreciate y'all so much. And I forgot, because y'all know I'm just a little old lady with a computer. If you want to be a moderator, can you put a 1 again in this video? Because I tried last night to add mods, and I got lost because I was telling y'all to put a 1, and then I told you to put a 1 for something else. So this is just a 1. Thank you so much. Hey, King Me, Maryland. Oh, Albuquerque. Home, Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. My jam. My jam. Oh, love it. Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul. Nothing better. Better Call Saul, in my opinion, was actually better than Breaking Bad. But I don't know. I wish it was a spinoff of Gus, too. That would be Gus Fring. Maryland, thanks for being here. You were? Oh my goodness, Breaking Bad. Yeah. Was that big for Albuquerque for like the actors, background, crew, talent, for them to come out to come there? Or do you guys film a lot? Let me know. And that guy, what's his name? The guy that plays I forgot his name on Breaking Bad. The lead character. I don't know why. Jonathan. Why do I feel like his name is Johnson? But he has another show, and it's called Your Honor. He's such a good actor. Walter White. That's his name. Walter White. He has another one. Rehab with Jesse in Breaking Bad when I was a lawyer. Then I was a lawyer for 4 years on Better Call Saul. Oh, no, see, I'm about to go back and watch it. Thanks for being here. Brian Kress. Yeah, he has this show called Your Honor, and he's a judge it's on Showtime. He's a judge from Louisiana. And man, I don't know if it's coming back. I think it had 2 seasons. It was really deep. Whoever wrote that was really good too. The Wolves Den, thanks for being here. Oh, Brian Cranston directed you. What? That's something. I'm into stuff like that. So that's it. I love stuff like that. Okay, y'all. You already know. You're gonna be like, Burgundy, what did we come here for? Y'all know how I get.
Can I be recognized, Mayor?
You want to be long-winded? I'm just acting.
I'm sorry. Jason House, I'm sorry, but that the amount of restraint, he's so soft-spoken to me. I always wonder, is that his real like demeanor? He's so soft-spoken. Jason House, you finna be long-winded. It would have took everything in my being. Yo, let me holler at you for a second, Madam May. What's your problem? Why every time you gotta get smart with us all the time? Better be long-winded. Can I have it's a meeting. Okay, you guys. So that's it. Oh, thank you. I got look, I'm about to write. Y'all know I'm old. Miss Smith. Hold on. Let me see if y'all can hear the pin click. Let me write your name down. I will put you on the list. I got you on the list, Miss Smith. Thank you. Do I think that Mayor Tiffany has a chance of winning next year? I do. Yep, I do. And that's coming from me. I do. I think she had. Do I think she'll win supervisor? Absolutely not. But do I think she has a chance to win mayor? Yep. Unless you get people to turn out and vote. Not
just think about the last election, 1,000 people out of a town of what, 19, 20,000. And shout out to, oh, I forgot, Succeeding too, that she came out and schooled us on some stuff last night in the live. I really appreciate you. I learned so much. You guys, just so you know, over here, we're critical thinkers. I'm not the end all. My opinion is just my opinion. I'm just watching it like you guys. I'm not the end all be all when it comes to Dalton news. I'm learning as I go, and sometimes I see both sides, because I always tell y'all, I definitely saw this young lady hit the ground running, trying to do stuff for the community as a trustee. Now that it's the mayor's time, this don't even seem like the same person to me. It's like almost Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. And my humble opinion, a lot of this, I don't know. This is just what I'm thinking. I think she's getting a whole lot of bad advisement. And the bad advisement, sort of like the dream team we had at first, the trustees and the mayor, and they all was backing the mayor. It's like, it's almost like high school. Like, oh, y'all lame. Look, we're gonna take, okay, we got a budget of $30 million. We're gonna take $10 million and we're gonna rebuild Rainbow Roller. You gotta be from Chicago, Rainbow Roller Rink, and we're gonna open a snow cone stand. And then they're like, no, we're not gonna do that. Well, we're gonna get flashing stoplights. And then they're like, oh no, we're not gonna do that. And in my opinion, it just turned into, y'all lame. And everybody else was like, well, and I'm saying everybody else as in the people that may be advising her, you can do what you want to do. There's nothing they can do about it. And that's where we are today. That's my opinion. And my second opinion, I think she wants to leave her mark. And she's doing it faster. Like, how some mayors, like I think it took Mayor Shaw 8 years to build a water fountain downtown Dalton. It took him a long time to build up to that, in my opinion. You know what I mean? It took somebody young, like the kids. It's like, what the kids want with a water fountain, can't play in it. You're just looking at it. So it was really for, it was something he wanted, just something he wanted to do. It wasn't like, it didn't beautify. I'm sorry, I'm stumbling on my word. It wasn't nothing that at that time, me in my 20s, that I cared to go down there and listen to. I'm in my 20s at this point. Some stepping music, eat a hot dog, and look at a wall with water coming out of it. Whereas in my 20s, something I might want to do is roller skate, JB roller skate, and have a nice nice time. That's something I might want to do. And I think it just turned into, man, y'all lame. Y'all want to do this, this, and this. No, I'm going to make my moves while I can, put my mark on the community while I can. And that's my thoughts. So yes, I think she has a really good chance of winning. Especially if less than the community come out, all you got to do is lock in the senior citizens and the 18-year-olds. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. When it comes to Mayor Tiffany Henyard, she putting, even though I know a lot of people like the roof and window program was there. Yeah, but we didn't hear about it as much. I'm just being honest. Or they'll say, oh, Thornton Township Ben had that. Didn't nobody in Dalton knew? No, they did not know, because Frank Zuccarelli wasn't walking up and down, not that he had to, but Frank Zuccarelli, in my opinion, he wasn't coming to Dalton bringing new things and saying, you know what, Dalton, what you deserve is a taste of the city. Like he would do Taste of South Holland, Taste of Thornton Township, and set up in different places. It was none of that. Dalton didn't have the backing of Thornton Township like that, in my opinion. That's my opinion. Now it's like it's a roof and window program, whereas she's making it loud, putting it on social media, telling people about it. You might have had to go to Village Hall back in the day and look on a poster board to see what it was. You know what I mean? It wasn't this much noise. So yeah, that's it. That I know you asked me one question and it turned.
Can I be recognized, Mayor?
You want to be long-winded? I'm just asking.
Like Burgundy, I asked you one question. Thanks for being here. Hey,
Christopher Cummins. Hey, BB, my hubs work in Riverdale, and we lived in Homewood for. Oh yeah, now Riverdale got their own set of problems, man. You know, I haven't seen. Do Riverdale have any stores? I guess the thing about Riverdale, Illinois, is that Metro, sort of like Harvey. I heard from this guy that stood up at the board meeting that Harvey was redoing the metro station. Riverdale has their metro station and their downtown look okay. But if you ever drove through Riverdale, it's rough, man. They used to have a beautiful, well, that's downtown Riverdale, right? A beautiful park over there. And they're like surrounded by those railroad tracks. Love Homewood. Thanks for being here. Crap. Yeah, voter turnout is key. And I think, I'm gonna be honest, I think the people that's not turning out, it's the people probably around my age, like 30s and 40s. That's what I want to say. But so all she has to do is lock in the seniors and the people that walk out of Thornridge High School. And then if you listen to the board meetings, and this isn't shade because I believe you should live in the community you work in the community you live in, and vice versa. When you hear the people, because I'm doing that breakdown of the best of the board meeting, when the people stand up and they be like, yeah, I live here and I work here, vote. And y'all doing her wrong, vote. Positive vote. You know what I mean? Vote for her. Vote for experience, please. Jason House, Ed, Steve, you got some good people out there. I really like Ed, Steve. I don't know, and I'm not. This ain't shade. I don't know much about either one of them. I don't know much about. I know Jason House was running for trustee. He was someone that we were like, okay, he will be a young brother. I think he might have ran for mayor, and I think I can't. Somebody told me he ran for mayor, but I did see Jason House on the campaign trail. Ed, Steve, I really don't have a recollection. However, he got my vote over Stan Brown. Stan Brown, to me, the way he's acting right now is, and I'm going to use this word, and I don't even know what it means, deplorable. I just want to use it. But I know what it means, I'm just playing. The way he want to stand up and tell people he's been a resident for 33 years and how he's been in the community for this much time. And we are making up a decision in our head, like the people on the internet. We're saying this alleged person is Andrew Holmes. That's what we're saying. We don't know. The paperwork hasn't dried. We don't know. But nobody really said, anything about Stan. The fact that Stan has no reason to be in hiding because the public is not coming out. It's a couple of people that question whatever. But the fact that he's not coming out and saying, you know what, board trustees, we don't see eye to eye, but I'm here for my community. So if you posted a meeting, my name is on that literature. Now everybody's like, he's just doing what the mayor told him to do. Well, this would be the perfect time for him to do it, in my opinion, because he might be able to get fired from his jobs, but the people voted him in as trustee. So if this would be the perfect time for him to stand up for people, what he believe in, hey, this what happened in Vegas was alleged. Had nothing to do with me, but I'm here just to listen. So anybody want the finance director? No, I don't. Finance director. He's not. He reads the numbers. He don't need. The finance director is Tangerine, right? Just I'm out here for the people. Go ahead and get on that microphone on public comment and throw the best you got at me. And I'm gonna take notes. I'm gonna discuss it with the mayor as well. That would make me feel better. What he's doing now is really cowardly, just like that whole clip I be playing when he's like, I ain't got nothing to do with that. You got to ask somebody who got the bike. Just say, I just was riding the bike. No comment. We'll talk to the PR people, blah, 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 whatever. But just not to say anything. And you, a grown man, retired man that has a wife. I don't know if he has daughters or anything like that. and this is the allegation. It's not an allegation. It's not an allegation that you it's not an allegation that y'all gambled $100 at the slot machine and it was taxpayer money. This is an allegation of SA on a trip that y'all took out of town, buddy. I can only imagine. I already know the group went to Vegas. It was like, we going to Vegas. Y'all not, I already know how that went. Thank God. I don't want to be buddy with you guys. If this is what it means that we have to stay to, that I got to stick. It's two people, that only 2 trustees that went on a trip, right? Allegedly, that out the 6 that we know of. Okay. So I'm going to separate myself from that immediately. You don't have to go into detail. Just, hey, you know what, y'all? I'm showing up to this board meeting. The comments that are made, no comment. I can't speak on that. That's in litigation. That's it. But the fact that you would show up for your community would speak volumes. Speak volumes. And I always go back to what kind of lawyers they have. Like I said, don't sue me. But do they think they could just go away? Like, let me talk to my lawyer, and then it'll just go away. Now, my 4th, 5th, 6th thought on that is I wonder if it's taken so long for any kind of okay, totally different subject. Put a 2 in the chart, a 2 in the chat if you remember the story. Remember Christian Keys? He's an actor, and he came out with this situation that he was going to talk about this Black executive that sexually harassed him and then tried to blackball him because he wouldn't give him what he want. Somebody tell me what Christian Keys at now. I'll wait. And he said, I'm gonna blow the whistle. I'm gonna blow the whistle on y'all favorite person that's out here soliciting Black male actors. And what everybody do? Jump up and say, it gotta be Tyler Perry. It gotta be Tyler Perry. Where Christian Keys at now? I'll wait. I'm gonna stand up for everybody that's a victim of SA. Because you tried to blackball me and I'm not going to let it happen. Cue the Temptations' Silent Night. Cue the Temptations' Silent Night, please. In my mind, come on. Because he's somewhere. He got that big old fat check to go away. And that's all I'm going to say about that. That's all I'm going to say about that. You know what I mean? That's all I'm going to say about that. That I've heard that. I heard Stan Brown, his wife and son work for Thornton Township. This is my question though. Like I said, allegedly, we don't know. I don't know anything. I'm just talking, we talking. I felt like everybody else was talking. I just want to talk about it. Can you imagine this? This don't make it right, but can you imagine he do come forward and was like, hey, it wasn't me. I wasn't in that room. Right? And then next week he get fired or his son get fired. This is the perfect time in my to prove your innocence, because to just speak out, just be a team player. Like, this is so childish the way the board is so broken up. And I'm not gonna say I'm just saying, so like, this is the perfect time. Imagine you and then your wife and your son go to work the next day and somebody's let go, and this is a perfect time. Okay, because I stood up for myself, then I got fired. Nothing's gonna, you know what I mean? I don't even understand. It's just so childish, so embarrassing, and so weird. So weird. 4 say yes, 2 say no. 2 say yes, 4 say no. You know what I mean? It's just like, which is, you got the right to vote. But it's like, Stan and Andrew Holmes don't even know what's going on in the meetings. They don't even know what's going on. They just, okay, they say yes, nay. Okay, what trustee Ed Steve say? He said, brother, pains me to see you struggling with them numbers. Y'all, all these people gonna be a reality. Where is Viacom? Where is Mona Scott Young? When he said that we fell out over here, he said, it pains me. Oh, thanks for being here, y'all. 73 people in here, and I only have 22 likes. If you don't mind, please hit the like button. I appreciate it. I know sometimes you might be washing dishes or doing your homework or driving around listening. So I understand if you can't hit the like button or watch it on your TV. Sometimes I'll be like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not even by my phone. But if you don't mind, hit the like button. I appreciate it. Why were they alone? I've been in conferences in Vegas when I was in casino work. We didn't go off and do our own things. We stuck to. I remember you are right, Eric. We used to all go to each other's. We would all leave dinner, we'll stay at the same hotel, and we all good night each other the same time. Now, if you wanted to go sneak out at night and go to the casino or something, you could do that. But in general, everybody knew where everybody was because you had a meeting the next day. But did you guys see? I don't. What's her name? The former PR, Dr. Nikita. She was saying that she was the only one attending those classes. She was on Anton Daniels. She was like, nobody else was attending them classes but me. Yeah, Miss Indiz, tell me where Christian Keys is right now when he made all that noise. He made one video and he gave us a whole clue. He was like, and no, I didn't see that documentary. Baby, his Zelle hit. It was like, ching, Cash App. They was like, we don't even want to write Christian Keys. Christian, what's your Cash App? They said Christian Keys a MoneyGram immediately when he said that. We ain't heard nothing. Oh, Christian, I thought you had so much to say and you were so emotional. Not trying to take away from him, because I guess some things like that, you know, if you are a victim of that, it's already uncomfortable. You have to relive that, right? All seriousness. And then you can't take away what you did. You know, it's sort of like a pay me for my pain moment. So you did what you did to me. Now, do I want to spend 3 years in court on criminal? Or and then all these other people come out and then I got to divvy the money up with you? Or do I want to go ahead and let you hit that Cash App? Christian Keys was on live and his PayPal went off. And he ain't said nothing about it since. He's mighty quiet. He's mighty quiet. Have it because he bought him an island somewhere. Christian Keys bought him an island somewhere, working on his new book. That's my thing with this. So I feel like it's taken so long regarding everybody's like, oh, the FBI, the questioning, South Highland Police, Las Vegas Police, might be an out-of-court settlement. It's one theory. Might be them trying to discredit the witness. Another theory. Like, you know how they find all this dirt on you? Like, oh, well, we got tape from the Las Vegas hotel and we saw y'all walking hand in hand. You know what I mean? You don't know what's going to happen with that part. Because let me tell you one thing in Las Vegas, y'all. I got off the elevator one time in Planet Hollywood on the wrong floor. And I couldn't find my room. So I was wandering around like, man, is this my floor? And before I knew it, security was like, ma'am, can we help you? That came out. I said, oh, I was looking for my, ma'am, okay, what's your name? Radio. Okay, this your room over here, ma'am. Now we need you to stop wandering these halls. It was immediately hotel security saw me. So, you know, Vegas got cameras everywhere. Casino, restaurants, hotels. So they're going to probably compile all that, right? Then number 3, I don't know if you guys feel this way, but I don't even know how we got over talk about Christian Keys and all that stuff. Sorry, y'all.
Can I be recognized, Mayor?
You want to be long-winded? I'm just asking.
The human rights was filed recent, but the incident happened a year ago, from what I understand, right? So
I'm gonna say number 3 when we get down to the nitty gritty. When we get down to the nitty gritty, number 3 would be this. And I'm trying to be as delicate as I said because I don't want to blame anybody because you're a victim, right? You're a victim of this situation. The police officer, right? I just in my shondo, and I'm not blaming him or anything like that, but in my spirit, you know how you got that spirit of discernment that you like in your gut, you like, oh, why would the trustee want to, out of all the people that went to the conference, now you didn't want to call your homeboy at home, not that it was right to do so, and FaceTime and said, look what I just did. Look who I just bagged. I bagged a good one, a sexy one. You ain't want to call your homeboys. You ain't want to call your brother that was stealing packages off the porch. You ain't want to call nobody else. You little bisexual girlfriend. Look, honey, look what I'm gonna bring home to us. You call a police officer for the village you work in. I question that relationship a little bit. I know I'm sorry. I'm not trying, like I said, he innocent. But when the police officer allegedly said, from what I was not there. I was not there. Let's be clear. When a police officer said, hey, you got an iPhone, or like people are saying this, Andrew. Well, Andrew said, hey, you got an iPhone? I'm about to FaceTime you. Why him? That's the question. Why were y'all buddies? Why would you get ready? Why would you have, from what we understand, unconsensual sex with somebody that is basically passed out, right? Don't know where she is. And then you say, while I took advantage of her, hey, let me call the person that took an oath to protect and serve. And so what kind of game was that? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, what was that about? And the guy who's on the mayor's detail. So not only is he an officer sworn to protect and serve, he's also basically on the mayor's detail. What kind of relationship was all these people that did go to Vegas for this conference on? That's it. That's all I can say. I think that, so when we say investigations, it take long. It don't take long because what Cassie submitted a sticky note and said Diddy made me participate in freak offs, and it was on TMZ the next morning, and she had her settlement by that week. I mean, the lawyer had a 900-page document by that night, and she had her settlement by that weekend. Charges were filed. Okay, so that's my question. And another thing, so you got somebody doing wrong within the administration who has a lot of power. Like I always say, Andrew Holmes allegedly, because like I said, I never heard nobody say it was Andrew Holmes. Okay, to me, we saying allegedly, but it's like reason of the deduction, right? You got this man of power. You work for a woman of power. And then you allegedly, now if I got it wrong, tell me back. Tell me. I read the document, so I'm going off the head. So then the girl said, man, I can't find my purse, to the officer. So now she has a relationship with the officer too, right? Like I guess a cool relationship. So she go back and she said, hey, I can't find my purse stuff. And he said, by the way, so-and-so said you and him had sex last night. And that's the only way she came up with, what? That's why I'm feeling this way? That's why I feel discomfort? This is why I feel like that? Okay, now I know what happened. And why did I wake up in his room? It's just a lot of questions that we're not privy to. So we just gotta let the cards lay where they are, because it seems like, question, whatever happened? Okay, what did y'all bring back from the trip besides the allegation of sexual assault? I'm just asking.
Did anybody bring back any contracts, any pamphlets, any promising new deals? What did you bring back from that Vegas trip other than allegations of SA and embarrassment for the city, the village? What did anything positive come out that trip other than a Bubba Gump shrimp hat? Robert? Okay, y'all, let's get into why you're here. I just had those questions. Like, I'm like, all y'all sound weird with this. Like, that was a weird situation. That was a weird situation. I just have like, okay, all right. So then you say something and they take you off police detail and fire old girl, the victim, for saying something. Okay, one day, let me tell you what happened. I was working for a school. I was working in academia. Your girl Burgundy. Let me tell you one thing about your girl Burgundy. She could fill she had a good resume, baby. She would keep a resume. My mama said to learn two things: how to sew and type. And I was so mad when she said women need to know three things. She said women need to know how to sew, type, and cook. And I was like, Mom, you like I was like, this is not the 1800s. Baby, when I tell you I utilize all those skills to this day, and those were the most important skills I learned in my life. I was able to always have the best typing tests, always be able to have accuracy. You can't tell it now, by the way. I'll be typing over here, just broken English. But it was really good. So I was working for academia, right? And my boss quit, so we got another boss, and he plain out hated just the school I worked at. It wasn't a lot of Black people that worked in. You ever worked at a job and most of the staff, when you see the staff, like we went through the lawyer office the other day, if you wasn't a cook or a janitor for the school, or like and you were Black, it was like they were like, how'd she get here? That's how it was. So it's like only a few of us. So I got under his command, and he hated me. He would throw all kind of hardballs at me. I had an office. He took my office away and put me in the hallway. Like, he did all type of stuff. He wanted me to quit, and I just didn't. I was like, well, as long as you're paying me, I'm here. So one day he did something really egregious. I came to work, and he had went through all my stuff. You know what I mean? Like I said, I have a problem. Don't go through my desk. You don't know what I got in there. Maxi pads. You don't know what I got in there. Don't go through my stuff. You know, got Skittles in there. Got all type of stuff in there. Don't go through there. You know what I mean? I got my little whole bag. You don't know what I got in there. Don't go in my desk. If you need a file, ask me. So he went in my desk, and he said he wanted to switch my desk, sort of like the assessor office. Like, she came back, her desk was like, and he gave me like one of those schools you had, like it was a hardback desk. He didn't want anybody to have anything, right? So I was like, I said, well, doctor, I almost said his name. I said, you can't do this anymore. You can't do this. I'm not going to accept this. I had an office. I've been here for about 6 years. But what happened was my boss quit, and they merged our departments. So he said something off the wall to me. I said, no problem. So then I said, you know what? I am going to quit. So I quit. I didn't quit. I'm sorry. I was like thinking about it. So one of the girls, she was really cool. She was in the hallway. She said, well, what's wrong with you, Burgundy? I said, I am tired. And I was just emotional and crying. I said, I can't do this no more. By the time I walked out the building to my car, he had sent me an email that said, oh, we accept your resignation, because old girl came back and snitched. So you know what I did? I got in my Pontiac Grand Am, yes, in my Pontiac Grand Am, I hit reverse, And by the time I left that school, the nearest unemployment office I went to, I filed unemployment. And if you didn't know, if you being harassed and stuff like that, and you can't take it no more, you could file it, unemployment. And then I went to, what Miss India say? EEOC. I got unemployment for 2 years and I think it was 80% of my salary because of how he treated me. So I'm saying that to say, when they would have came to my house from the village of Dalton with a letter, the postman wouldn't have even got it in the mailbox before I would have been on the red line down the Kwame Rowell, or whatever his name, our state's, was it Kwame, Illinois Attorney General Kwame Rowell. I would have been down there. I would have been at Starbucks waiting. I would have stopped at Starbucks, got his favorite coffee, and been waiting in the hall for him to get off. That's where I would have been, because it ain't no way that you're going to let me get hurt like this on your watch, allegedly, take away my livelihood, allegedly, and then send me packing like nothing happened. Meanwhile, I got to watch Andrew Holmes jogging and make a citizen's arrest every week, knowing what he did to me, allegedly. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. And that's what I have to say about that. EEOC, when I tell you, he thought I was dumb. I was like, oh, no problem. You don't want me here? Guess what? And they thought they were so smart. They were like, oh, we accept your resignation, because I thought this lady was cool with me, but she really was. She was like, oh, Burgundy just ran out of here crying and she just couldn't take it anymore. And before I even got to my car, they were like, we accept your resignation. Oh, baby, ain't no resignation. This is, you doing too much. You got too much dip on your chip. Got too much dip on your chip. Okay? Somebody resurrect Johnny Cochran. We getting this together. All right. The human rights thing was filed a year ago. Was it recent? It was recent, I think. You are too cute saying Breaking Bad made me laugh. I love that show too. Breaking Bad is the Breaking Bad and Dalton. Too comfortable with the police. I don't get that. I'm not blaming him. Like, good thing he did say something, because just imagine you really don't know what happened to you, and then someone is able to have. And this is another thing. Remember, he FaceTimed the officer and everything like that. Now this is out here. That y'all know me. I don't put anything out there if I know behind the scenes, because I don't want to mess up nobody's investigation. But allegedly, just think about it, y'all. So after they're claiming it's Andrew Holmes. So after Andrew Holmes, like I said, I'm a firm believer it's something up. They haven't said his name out loud, but whatever. So Andrew Holmes said, you know what? Hey, I just what's that? I just hit them skins or whatever. Okay, that's what's up. And then he said, oh man, you got an iPhone? FaceTime me, I'm gonna show you. And then he shows her in that state, allegedly, right? Then the officer goes on and records the conversation. Like, I'm confused on the whole dynamic of it. Like, what made him call him? What made him record it? What made the girl allegedly go to the room? What made, first of all, let's slow it up. What made her, like in the report, it says he's like an uncle. So was it just he and her that went out to have some food and drinks by themselves without everybody else? Like I said, I am confusion. Let me tell you, something in the buttermilk ain't clean, and I'm gonna just leave it there. It's just something not right. Why didn't the police officer report in Vegas? Sworn officer. True. Eric telling us about those episodes. Congratulations on that. Oh, Eric, do you get residuals for that? Do you get residuals? I'm wondering. On September 11th, 2024, we're not there yet. Steve, what's up? Last year, September 11th, 2023, Lavelle Redmond needed to file more papers in court by October. That's all I could find on his case. against Ratchet. Crystal Blue Persuasion. Since you have a copy of the lawsuit, can you confirm who was at dinner before the incident happened? No, not over here. But I'm gonna tell you who's really good, David. And there's no shade. I think Shawan Burns is really good at breaking down that stuff, the paperwork and stuff. Check out her YouTube channel. And I also think that Hannibal is Hungry is good with that lawsuit. Over here, this is my feelings of it. I talk about it. I might, it's a serious situation, so my jacked up sense of humor, I might joke about some things, but it's a serious situation and it's embarrassing for the village. And then sometimes I be so scared that I'm gonna say something and it'll be like him somebody up, like, "Ooh, we in the investigation. We didn't even think about that." Not that I'm so smart that I would say something, but just I'm the same way. At first, I was like, "Oh well, I'll tell the trustees to come up." And we were talking about something yesterday, and then I thought about it. I said, you know what? I don't want the trustees to come up on my platform. No shade or nothing like that, because they're running for elections soon, and I don't want nothing. If they did, I would have to prepare it. I don't want nothing they could say on my platform to hinder what they're trying to do. You know what I mean? I don't know. I might change later on, but right now I'm like, when I see stuff in the forums and stuff like that, because I got the pacer, y'all. I got the pacer. I got pacer. But when I see stuff and I just be like, nah, not going to touch that one. I'll leave it to the people that's a real investigator people. The best y'all going to get from me, hey, y'all, today I'm going to try this new Sharks. They just opened up in Dalton off Sibley. But yeah, check out Shawan Burns. Hey y'all, I'm trying this new what's it called? Rap snacks, the chips, rap snack that came out. Rap snacks. I just got it from Moonlight Liquors on 140 seconds. That's it. I'm scared, y'all. Okay, Thornton Township. The board meeting has been canceled. Now, that's why I'm glad we ended into that Andrew Holmes alleged situation, because when you get to the Thornton Township, I want to pull up the Lancet Journal, who I say is pretty credible. Okay, so here's what's posted at Thornton Township. A posted notice announces that the March 26th Thornton Township board meeting has been moved a day earlier to Monday, March 25th. Okay. Now it says the regular meeting for the Township Board of Trustees on Tuesday, March 26th is canceled. A special meeting of the Township Board of Trustees will be held on Monday, March 25th at 6 p.m. Let's read this article together. You guys, I appreciate you. Please hit the like if you're in here. It says South Holland, Illinois. Next week's Thornton Township Board meeting on Tuesday, March 26th has been canceled, and a special meeting has been called for Monday, March 25th. Notice about the change was posted at Thornton Township headquarters in South Holland earlier this week. A Thornton Township deputy clerk told the Lancet Journal that the reason for the change had to do with approving certain items at least 15 days in advance of the Thornton Township annual town hall meeting, which is scheduled for April 9th, 2024. The deputy clerk said Friday afternoon that the agenda was not yet approved, but would be posted on the township website 48 hours ahead of the meeting start time of 6 p.m. on Monday. The meeting will take place at Thornton Township headquarters, located at 333 East 102nd Street in South Holland. Now, you guys know I read with my finger, so hold on. I want to go back here. I is kind, I is smart, I is important. Okay, I think I got it highlighted. Okay, right there. The reason for the change had to do with
approving certain items at least 15 days in advance of the Thornton Township Annual Town Hall meeting. That's scheduled for April 9th. Okay, this is what I want to say. Go here, calendar. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yep, exactly 15 days. So what y'all think what they trying to change on the agenda? Okay, now this is my thought. Maybe it has something to do with the election. I know a lot of people think it might have something to do with Andrew. I don't think it has anything to do with Andrew. But to get certain things approved is either to appoint someone or, and I wish I had somebody that had more knowledge about how this legislation or whatever I want to call it works. But either it's going to be approving someone, getting rid of someone, or it has something to do with that election. And it could be something like, oh, y'all didn't want to approve the mental health tax. I'm just throwing something out there. I'm just throwing it out there. But we decided to build a mental health facility anyway. And guess who's in charge of the mental health facility? Stan Brown. I don't know. So they have to get something approved. So they canceled the meeting on the 26th and moved it up to the 25th. What are your thoughts on what that could be? This is quite interesting. I hope one of the Dalton trustees, if they have time, like we said, we know they work, they have a life, they got stuff going on. But Dalton is in the township, so maybe if one of them could show up to represent the village. I don't know if they do a lot. I don't know, but that would be quite interesting. Also, we'll be breaking it down, so make sure you subscribe because Lansing Journal will be filming if they're allowed. They've been if they kick Lansing Journal out, that's gonna be a problem because Lansing Journal been there forever filming. But the basis is, from what I'm reading, it looks like, and all I did was take Constitution in 8th grade, y'all. It looks like the reason for the change had to do with approving certain items at least 15 days in advance of the Thornton Town. What do they need to get approved? I have an inkling. Is it going to be that mental health thing? Because it did not pass. So now, if you really want a mental health department, clinic, you could use the grants we hear about. Oh, we're using one of the grants and we're going to build a mental health facility. Or is it the super salad bar? Or it could be, let's not make it all negative. One thing on the referendum that did pass was to have a second food pantry in Thornton Township. It could be, where's the location of the food pantry going to go, right? Let me see what y'all got to say. I just found that interesting. Ruthie give, what the heck? I almost read that. Indiana, please hit the like. Thank you. Thanks, Miss Indians. So, yeah, that's what I want to talk about. I said, wow. I said, this is quite interesting that they moved the meeting up. Now, let's think about it, y'all. We already almost in April. Easter is this month, y'all. Easter is leap year that threw us for a loop. Easter is in a week. April is here. Election for the mayor of Dalton is February. We're not even 10 months away, technically, right? Like, it seemed like a long time, but it's really not. It's not a long time. And a lot of things can happen in this short window. There's going to be a lot of meetings, a lot of moves being made. And you have to think about the stuff we don't know, how fast the moves have to be made. Now, when it comes to the village board meeting, okay, so we're talking Thornton Township, they moved the meeting up to get some approved. What if, I don't know what, somebody like Stephanie would know, right? Just put it out there. What if, because she's the township supervisor, just like that, she was able to put in the clause for, somebody else come rewrite the bylaws. If someone else comes and they win that seat, they only get $25,000 a year. Like that's something that the supervisor wrote in right away. What if it's something that, it's something outrageous that I don't even know could be possible? What if they like, you know what? I'm so sick of the board of trustees in Dalton. I'm going to change the name of Dalton. I'm going to merge it with Riverdale and Harvey. And all three of us mayors are going to make one town now. I'm just saying, it could be anything wild, right? Because I don't know what kind of powers, and I was just making that up, but what kind of powers could Thornton Township have? What if it's like, I vote to make cast Dalton off to an island, vote him out of Thornton Township? I don't know. I'm just wondering, why do you have to move the meeting up? What had to be approved? And the smart thing is that it has to be approved in a certain amount of time. So it must be important. It wasn't nothing that, it was so important that this item couldn't wait to the following month, which would have been May, right? So if you didn't have the 15 days, you had this item on the agenda. Let's say it's, where would the food pantry go? What city, right? The second food pantry. And you just did not wait. You just couldn't wait until the May's meeting. You had to move the meeting up now. Please, we all need to know. So y'all, I have a Dame Placo. Don't come over here. Don't come over here on the 25th. Please, we had enough. Don't come over here. Let me read these comments and get out of here. We approve Dr. Yeah. I always wonder if that whole thing with Dr. Scott and her, if that's an issue because of the food pantry. Okay, so I went to Dr. Scott Food Pantry the other day. And if you didn't know, it's like part of the Greater Food Bank, Chicago land or whatever, or the Illinois Food Bank or something like that. It's let me get my little keychain. I got a keychain. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
More, you prayed us in on unity. You prayed us in and came with the most divisive speech I heard in my life. Don't pray for me no more.
So all I'm saying to you is like, come on, guys, we got to do better. We have to do better. And all I can tell you is that I am a fighter, and y'all know that. So when you come for me, be prepared for the fight, because at the end of the day, they talked about Jesus Christ. So why don't I think y'all are not gonna do me the same way? Somebody that's healing y'all and helping y'all. Same thing I'm over here doing, right? Healing and helping.
Right, asking another employee who went on that trip. You went down to Springfield, and what were you hoping to do
You
in
need to ask the
Springfield?
people that handles that. I'm not the one that handled that. I was just riding the bike. We need more.
Okay, it's part of the, hold on, I'm gonna give it to y'all because I got my little, it's like a little thing they gave us. Oh, I might have left it in the car. I'm sorry, y'all. But it's like part of the Illinois Food Bank or the Greater Chicago Food Bank. And I wonder if they fell out because of that. Like, if the food bank supports Dr. Scott, would they support another one for Thornton Township? I don't know. I'm just thinking. I'm just wondering. It's like no way that her and Dr. Scott, no way that her and a woman that own a food bank a food bank owner should not. It's not to judge anybody, but it's not a liquor store. It's not a nightclub. It's not a stripper club. It's a food bank. What is the problem? I don't understand. You know what I mean? So there we have it, y'all. That was what I wanted to talk about today. The Thornton Township Town Hall meeting has been changed. And this is going to be quite interesting to see that what she actually had to get in so that it could get approved. Now, also, I wonder if the media, because the media is gonna swarm Thornton Township, right? The media is gonna swarm Thornton Township. So I'm wondering, this is my thoughts. I'm wondering if Thornton Township, I'm gonna wait, because now I'm sort of like just throwing stuff out there, because I'm just wondering what, okay, not what I was gonna say, but what's so important that it couldn't wait till May? Whereas in Dalton, you know, apples and oranges, I guess. In Dalton, we've been waiting for the financials since for 10 months. So what was the rush to put something out right now? So as we say, you know, it's power in the job. Like I see a lot of people like, oh, she sold this, it don't matter what people think of at the end of the day, because it's power in the job. And you make all these moves now before you get like, oh, everybody like, oh, I'll see you on election day, you're not gonna get reelected. When you have this much power now, do you even care? Do you even care? You make your moves while you got, you know, maybe while maybe she's playing chess, not checkers, as they say. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe we looking at the oh, she so this, she so that, and she's so rude, and maybe she's behind the scenes trying to. We don't know, and I just feel like she's trying to make her mark, so that even when question the ice skating rink. Okay, let's say the mayor is out of office, right? Would she be able to get revenue off that ice skating rink? Has anyone asked? So, like, if they charge $5 to rent skates, or $500 to rent the roller rink, is it, even if she's not in office, does Tiffany Henyard as an individual, does she get income off of that for as long as even her daughter, Just Ice, the roller rink being her namesake? Does her daughter also, is it generational wealth that will come from that ice skating rink? Just asking. Just asking. Because they're building like a building there too. So with the restaurants and stuff, will they pay rent? Do they pay rent to the village, or do they pay rent to Tiffany A. Henyard? I'm just asking because I don't know the dynamics of it. You know what I mean? The village owns the land. Why isn't Tiffany helping the doctor with those repairs? She called herself the people mayor. Dalton dollars paid for it. Okay. So Steve, what about this? What if she puts, like we said, a restaurant, Just Rice? So she could put Just Rice on that land, a restaurant. I'm just wondering. I don't know. So now y'all said Dalton dollars paid for the roller rink. Dalton dollars paid to redo the basketball courts. I was just thinking, you know how have you ever rented like something out of a club and they're like, you get the door, but I get the bar? I was wondering if it was that sort of deal. I don't know. But I am intrigued that this meeting, now please hear, the meeting is pushed up because something has to get approved on the agenda. It might be something as simple as somebody trying to get paid. I don't know. She would get no revenue. That's not her money. Okay. Oh, good to know. I'm just throwing questions out there, y'all. I don't know. I'm just asking. So Dalton residents paid for the roller rink all the way through and through. What about the skates? So we waiting because they're gonna pay the bill for the skates too, right? And then that money go right back to Dalton. We owe for everything she has done. Yeah. Yeah. So this is interesting. So something has to get pushed up and get approved. Ooh. Now this is, what if it's something about Chris Gonzalez? You know, his name been taken off of everything. And wait a minute, I just picked up on something. What's a deputy clerk? Hold on. What's a deputy clerk, girl, guys? Who is that? Okay, let me look at the Thornton Township, because I'm about to say, I thought it was just Miss Wells was the. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Miss Wells is the clerk. Who's deputy clerk? Just something I'm thinking about. No, I know who the clerk was, right? But like, didn't we have two? Like, remember the clerk and Dalton got walked out, Clerk Key, and then the other clerk? Wasn't she deputy clerk or was she assistant clerk? I was just wondering. Chris was elected. Can't put him out. Just could keep him off the literature, huh? You could definitely generate revenue from it for the city. You will have to market it for events and private functions. We have that in Buffalo. Thanks, Steve. Yeah. They waiting on the skates. So that was a lot of skates, because you need roller skates for when they want it to be a roller rink. And then you need ice skates for when you want it to be an ice rink. And just so you know, I think this might be the only outdoor roller rink in the area. You do have to go like downtown, maybe Homewood, when they just lay the ice down. But I don't think anybody have a lot of outdoor roller rinks in this area. So that's kind of cool, because people will go there, because the only roller rinks we have, what is it, Linwood roller rink. Is Markham roller rink still open? Then you gotta go to 87th Street. So she's right in the middle. So that was kind of smart. Just the way she did it wasn't right. She needs to pay for the repayment of her mother's drive. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna ask you something. So they paved the street that I think her mom was on, right? And then they paved it. Now hear me out, y'all. I don't think it's wrong. I don't think it's right. But what if somebody just had a little bit of concrete left, just a little slab? They was gonna throw that little concrete away anyway. And you say, would you mind just slapping that in my mama's driveway? Would you have done it? They was gonna throw it away anyway. Just go ahead and slather that over there. I don't know, y'all. Thank you. Deputy clerk works for the court. She's the head of the clerks. Thank you. All right, y'all. I'm going to get out of here. Y'all know I've been over here long-winded. I said, I'm not going to hold y'all today. Please consider liking, commenting, and subscribing. Consider hitting the like button on your way out. We have 80 people in, and I have 42 likes. I would appreciate it if you could like the video. And also, the membership is open. I have some cool stuff over there for you. I have it pinned at the top. Consider joining the channel. It's $2.99. I got several tiers just in case. Like I said, we got the bond money tier if Lacey catch me. And y'all, almost the 2 days is up. So I'm gonna contact that content creator I told y'all I saw out here. And I'm just gonna ask him when he's gonna put his video up, because I don't want to say I saw him. And it wasn't Long Island audit. It was because even if I didn't even realize who Long Island audit was until I went on live. If he would have told me, or if I would have knew he was that big or something like that, I would have held off on my video. My bad. But I don't think it affected him in any way, because I think by the time we got there, he was locked out. That lady was blocking the door. So I'm sure he got some good content. We got lots. And what else did I want to say? But I'm gonna ask him when he plans on telling people he came to Dalton, because I did recognize this content creator, and I wanted to give him a chance to see what his experiences was from his perspective of possibly his First Amendment rights being violated. Ooh, what is the name of the meat market and fresh produce? Dixmoor Meat Market. That's what we call it. Dixmoor Meat Market, the one on Dixie Highway. Girl, you get some good oxtails out of there, some good greens. The taxpayer paid for that little bit of, you right. And let me tell you, as someone who have family out here and loved ones and all that good stuff, and they get their tax bills, I understand. I get it. Because it's higher than giraffe coochie. Like, what we gonna do? What we gonna do? And the people paying those tax dollar bills, most of them not gonna go on the road rent and don't have kids. They haven't paid anything on the west side, Burgundy. You should pass through. Okay, the west side. You know what? I got requests to go to the west side of Dalton. I got requests to go down there over the tracks of 138th. And I also got requests to go by Thornridge. So I'm going to try to do that, guys. The west side of Dalton. And you know the west side need a little love over there. Yep. Thank you, Miss Indies. Look, let me get my pen. I'm putting you on the list for a modern. Got my pen. Dixmoor. Oh, you can get some good meat out of Dixmoor Meat Market. Good turkey legs. Meat packages. If you're a vegetarian, you can get some great veggie options out there. Or if you're a piscatarian, they call it a piscatarian. Great fish. Higher than giraffe coochie. I don't know who said that. I think it was my aunt. And we used to get those. She was my favorite aunt's sister, so she technically wasn't my aunt. But we called because she was on another side of the family. You know how it goes. It's like the married in aunt sister. I don't think that's your aunt too, right? So it was something, I don't know, but we call her auntie anyway. But we would go over, she was the cool auntie, and we would go over to her house, and she let us just get away with anything. We had so much fun. But she drank Crown Royal, so we would leave. She would put all these snacks in our little Crown Royal bag. It's time to go trick-or-treating. Everybody got orange pumpkin. We got a Crown Royal bag, that little velvet bag. This was back in the day when she would send us to the store with a note to get her her cigarettes. I don't even remember that. Benson and Hedges. That was it. Go get me some Benson and Hedges, and here's the note. Can you imagine kids today getting a note? They don't even understand how you could go get a lottery ticket and a pack of cigarettes with a note. Yes, you could. Just bringing unhealthiness back to the house. Here's a note. Here's a note from my auntie. She needs a carton of Newports. So she had two sayings. It was weird. She'd be like, "Oh, we're like, can we have that? That's higher than giraffe coochie." Is it, zip that coat up? It's colder than polar bear coochie outside. Mind you, we're poor. Like, what is coochie number one? And we're 4. And we're going to the store getting a carton of Newports. Higher than a kite, but that's what, higher than a kite, right? The $1 million giveaway. Technically, Thornton Township gives it away anyway, from what I understand, technically. And that's another thing I like to tell people, True Blue. Yes, and when she like, it's $1 million giveaway to help you with your rent, help you bury loved ones. That was all stuff Thornton Township did anyway. I think
I think you know who needs to have a podcast. What's her name? She used to be Frank Zuccarelli assistant. I would listen to her podcast. Her and Nikita probably should have like a podcast to give us mainly her, like her and Stephanie. Stephanie Widerman, someone non-biased to the village. You know what I mean? Not her, just mean like another political person talking, and maybe bring the guests in, like the trustees, and that's just an idea because she knows so much about Thornton Township. This is my thing when it comes to the $1 million giveaway. I think that was something that was given to the township anyway, but hear me out. I don't think that Dalton people knew anything about it before. I mean, people like me, or like, I didn't know you could just, I didn't even know Thornton Township had a food pantry. I knew it was a food pantry in Harvey. Didn't know it was Thornton Township. Now we got a salad bar. Where the salad bar at? It was a lot of stuff that Dalton people didn't know because, in my opinion, Frank wasn't running the Dalton to make it known. You know what I mean? Or the trustees of Thornton Township. They wasn't trying to make it known. They wasn't running around trying to make it known. Oh, you could get your loved ones buried. Oh, we have a stipend that can help you with your mortgage if you behind. We have mental health services. It wasn't like out there like that. Now with the power of social media, now with her being so popular, now with her being the supervisor, I do feel like she put that information out more. That's my opinion. I do. Now I know it's a lot of people like, I knew you probably lived in Homewood, or I knew you probably lived in Country Club Hills, Mark. Wait a minute, what's the name of the? Let me see. You probably lived in South Holland. Now, if you lived in South Holland, you definitely got the plug. You definitely got the plug. Thornton Township. So I'm gonna read out the list of counties of Thornton Township, okay? And and if you know any of these counties, let me know. I mean, these cities and villages. This is what Thornton Township governs over, right? I just want to put it out there. Blue Island is a world of its own. I don't even know much of Blue Island. I know Beggar's Pizza over there, and they have an old town feel. Blue Island, Burnham, Calumet City, Dixmoor, Dalton, East Hazelcrest, Glenwood, Harvey. And I mean, Glenwood has a northern portion. Harvey has a vast majority of the Thornton Township. Hazelcrest only got an itty bitty population. And Hazelcrest, if you didn't know, that mayor was one of the people that told us to vote no on the mental health facility. And he didn't even have a huge part under Thornton Township, but his vote mattered, from what I understand. Homewood, northeast half. Homewood is a good suburb with lots of money in what do you call it? Chamber of Commerce. Homewood built a Chick-fil-A. Homewood built Targets, Menards. Homewood has a lot of action in it. Lansing, the northern half. Lansing's a nice suburb. Markham, eastern quarter of Markham. Markham has the courthouse that we all have to go to for tickets, get married, cases. That's Markham. Phoenix, very small, itty bitty town, very small. Posen, the eastern edge of Posen, small town. Riverdale, South Holland, and Thornton. Now, in my opinion, I think people in Glenwood, South Holland, Thornton, Calumet City, Glenwood, East Hazelcrest probably knew a lot about what went on. That's my thing. I don't think that the township wasn't coming out here like, make sure you get this. Harvey people probably was only knowing about the food pantry. You know what I mean? Shout out to the real late night crew. I was replaying your video today. Why you told that man when that man had that pamphlet? He up there just you are too funny. So y'all, did y'all see the village board meeting? If you check out the Real Late Night Crew, he doesn't do this. Like, I'm not putting you on blast, Shay. I really enjoy your content, and he a real person. I will tell you the truth. I came across his video. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. I came across his video, and I know you weren't trying to interrupt my flow, but I just want to get this thought out. I came across his video, and he was saying the B word and the H word, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all these words, right? And I was like, oh, I'll clutch my pearls. Like, I was like, no, I got church in the morning. I can't listen to this. Then I ended up keep listening. And then he also was talking about faith, God, and his life, a little bit of his life. Like, he was like, you know, I was in this situation for 3-4 years. I don't want to say your situation, Shay, but I know you was public, but I don't want to say it. And I really had ended up like loving his content. I gave him a chance. At first, I'm like, this dude playing Grand Theft Auto, and I'm over here knitting a sweater. This ain't my demographic, okay? So thank you for coming through. And so this man came to the board meeting, Tea with the Trustees, and he went, and I'm watching his content to see what happened at Tea with the Trustees, because I know he'll get to the good stuff, or the special meeting with trustees. And y'all, this dude had a pamphlet. He just like, oh man. And we was screaming in the car. We was working. We was like, this dude didn't even get to read through his pamphlet. And I'm on you with Trustee Valeria Stubbs and her little jeans with the pearls, diamonds and pearls on it. I said, Trustee. So thanks for being here. That stuff was funny. As soon as he got to the podium with the pamphlet, Shay was like, fast forward. We ain't got time for this. So Shay, you have to cover this, please. I'd love to hear your perspective. And it's about Thornton Township. They canceled their meeting. Thornton Township has canceled their meeting, and they're moving it up a day because something has to get approved immediately this month. They can't wait. So it says the reason for the change, they moved the meeting from the 26th to the 25th. The reason for the change had to do with approving certain items at least 15 days in advance of the Thornton Township Annual Town Hall meeting, which is scheduled for April 9th. So it's something they won't pass before the 9th. And I think this is epic. This is epic. What do they want approved before the 9th? Something going on. You know what I mean? And I think if I had to guess, mental health facility, is she like, oh, since I lost that mental health facility, I'm going to build one anyway? Or it could be something as simple as, where is what we did win was, or she won, was another food pantry supposed to be opened up. Y'all, what if the food pantry come to Dalton? I would be sliding down the wall. Should Thornton Township, now please notice it says, should Thornton Township open another food pantry to provide food assistance? It was voted yes. Can you imagine if that food pantry come to Dalton? Can you? I don't know what's going. This Dr. Scott, if it do. Dr. Scott will have a fit. I'm just playing things out in my head. Like, it could be something very simple. It could be, she could be voting for a parade, voting for the Easter Bunny to come. I don't know. But if that food pantry, which was approved, Dalton is in Thornton Township. Can you imagine if it came to Dalton? And you know that food pantry gonna have like a DJ, a water slide. It's gonna be off the chain. Nobody gonna want to go to the other food pantry. So thanks for being here, real night. Hey, Steven. Why isn't there a limit on hours? Tiffany, security could work. I saw a post the other day. I'm in this group, and the post, the lady said that she saw the mayor at the nail shop, and it's funny because it's a nail shop that Shay covered, allegedly.
no, not allegedly. She said she saw him at the nail shop, and Late Night Crew covered this. It was the one when they was viewing Dalton and the chairs were sitting outside. That's like the local nail shop. But they said she was at the nail shop with the security standing outside the nail shop in a car, in a police car, in her car. You know what I mean? Not her car, but one of them Tahoes. And I said, man, you need security at the nail shop. And I am one on this. Like, people like, she don't need security. At first, I was like, yeah, she needs security, because I've seen where people would see the mayor, and like, I worked for municipalities, and they see the mayor and they say, there's a mayor. And they run up to him and say, mayor, or she or him, hey, did you get my letter? My roof needs to be fixed. Then the next person come up, did you get my letter to this? So I get that and like I said, this ain't exactly Wisteria Lane. It's not a bad area, but it's not exactly, we're not exactly, Mr. Rogers don't live next door. You know what I mean? It's not that type of community, especially on certain sides of Dalton. Dalton got different sides. So I do feel like she needs security. Do I think she needs a security to chauffeur her around, or security to be the police getting all this overtime? No, she could have took one of them security over there at Pablo and hired them, that they didn't have their job at Pablo, and hired them for a couple of hours a day. I just think she needs somebody to watch her back. You know what I mean? Even when I worked for the municipality, the mayor was rarely alone. He would be with maybe the chief of staff or his lawyer, but he would always be in pairs. You know what I mean? I just think it's a different time, and because she's so popular all over the world now, everybody's talking about her. I do feel like she needs some form of security. Now, do I think she needs somebody waiting outside at night all night? I don't think it's that serious. I think it draws more attention to her than anything. You know what I mean? So yeah, but I don't think she need the village police. I think she could just hire security. Or, when you come to work, if your job is to work for, because, police, get this, police work 24, that's saying the one person 24 hours, the police station never closed, right? So if detective so-and-so work 9 to 5, that they're on police detail. Then if the next police officer, so-and-so, they work 5 to midnight, he leave his shift, and then the next person take over the shift. I don't understand why it's not a rotation. It don't have to be the same person working 24 hours to take overtime. It could just be whoever's on duty. When that person get off, you replace them, right? Just like any other shift. That's my opinion. And when you don't have stuff like that, like I said, this is just my opinion. When you don't have stuff like that, you know what happens? What we got in Vegas. The Vegas situation happened. You know why? Because the trustee felt comfortable enough to call his buddy, I'm saying allegedly, and say, hey, look what I bagged in the room tonight. Because now you're all friends. It's not no professionalism. You see what I'm saying? If they would have had a rotation, okay, yeah, I don't get along with you, Belcher, but it's even better that we don't get along, that you do come to Vegas, because I need you to go to all of these financial meetings. And you know what, Jason House, you know how to talk to people. It's even better that you do come, because I don't feel like dealing with these meetings about how to bring stuff into the community. I just want to go to Vegas. Y'all go ahead and handle the meetings, and there you have it. You see what I'm saying? Like, I just don't understand. But when you got this friendship and we sticking together like Stan Brown and Andrew Holmes, like, it's no way that Stan Brown couldn't walk into that trustee meeting with his head held high and say, you know what? Y'all go ahead and public comment, say what you want to say, boo me or whatever. But I took this seat because I want to help the community. I'm not answering any questions about Vegas, but since I am on the finance council, I think I should be here. And since it's posted, I am going to acknowledge the post. Regardless, he's an elected official too. Sticking together and being in these little crews and stuff like that. I'm not going to lie. That's why I didn't like working for certain. Like, it's like a clique. It's like a clique. It's just horrible. And that's how you get the Vegas incident. Oh, I'm going to, now why she went to dinner, I don't know, with one person. I don't know if they all, because I think, I'm going to leave that alone. Okay.
But why she hanging with somebody she thought of as her uncle? My uncle can't hang with me in Vegas. I'm going to Chippendale show. You can't hang with where I'm going. I'm going to the craps table. Okay. You go take you a nap for the next day. I'm not walking around Vegas with you. I got things I need to do. Okay. So that's how you get the Vegas situation. Everybody want to be clicked up. Everybody want to be friends, and nobody want to get down to being just play their part as elected or appointed officials. That's how that situation happened. Y'all so cool. Y'all so friendly. I don't want to be friendly with you. I'm going to Vegas. Let's go to these meetings. Yeah, we can meet up and have dinner. After that, I'm in my room. I'm in my room. I'm enjoying some amenities of the hotel. I don't want to hang with the same people I see every day in the village office when I'm out here in Vegas. Why would I want to hang with you? No, I want to have a good old time. Go see one of those shows they got on the strip. Go look in the museum. Go eat at one of those expensive buffets. Go shopping. Go to the penny machine. Why would I want to hang with Andrew Holmes in Vegas? Why? Why? Do that sound like fun to you? Do it sound like hanging with him would be fun for your trip to Vegas? I'm trying to meet my friends that live out there. I'm trying to do other stuff. Why would I want to hang with you in Vegas? I'm confusion. That's what I'm saying. So I think that if it was a regular rotation, even with the officers, not having the same officers with all this overtime, no shade to them. Get your bag. Get your bag. If she giving it, get it. But having these same officers, like what they said, one officer worked 303 hours in a week. Have the rotation. When you get off your shift, hey there, how's it going? Even when you see those people, like what was that? Like what was his name? Who did Giselle play on American Gangster? Don't talk to me directly, talk to Huey. Even when you see like The Wire, stuff like that, those people, them officers had to go home at one point, and then they would come check in after they had a little nap. Even on SVU, Olivia come back and say, "Hey, Finn," she get up in the morning to bring coffee. Finn, what happened overnight? Shifts. Why is somebody around the clock the same person? No, and that's how people get too friendly. Too friendly, and you forget what the job is really about. Shay gets crazy when he is mentioned places. No, he gets so shy. He be like, to me, he gets shy. He be like, don't. I wasn't here for that. I get it, Shay. I was raised in Markham, grandparents Dixmoor and Phoenix. I lived in Harvey, South Holland, and Calumet City. My sister lives in Glenwood. Cousins from Robbins, friends in Homewood. Oh, you are well rounded in the south suburbs, Red Iceberg. Hey, soul man. Real Nate like roll smoking. How Shay get away with so much? He's so funny. Shay has to plug. He'll find out. Yeah. She would open another food pantry and call it Tiffany A. Henyard Cares Food Pantry. Or what did we say? Not just rice. Just Rice Food Pantry. Just Rice Food Pantry. Tiffany is trying to come up with the money because she wiped out the town's account. And you know what? I'm not gonna lie. If it's any way to get the money, it would be from Thornton Township. You know what I mean? Because I'm sure it was, I can't imagine Thornton Township budget. It was a lot of money to go around. But if you're not, it's politics. You know what I mean? It is. She'll call it just pantry food. It's going to be a just in there. Just get in line food pantry. You went to Thornton Fractional High School, graduated, went to Thornridge or Thornwood for summer school. Ooh, let me tell you, I had to go to summer school at Thornwood one time. I sure did.
With all the scamming and other foolishness that super inmates done, she's known she needs security before someone would try. She definitely needs security. I'm a little impartial. Like it's I wish she would stop. I wish she would stop before stuff get bad, because to me, the people advising her, like the people advising her, if she go down, they gonna get to skull wheeling. We told her not to do that. Did Jason House, let's say he get to office. Jason, we was on your side the whole time. We said that she wouldn't listen. We fight for you, Jason. They're gonna start backpedaling and coochie popping for sure. On a handstand. Well, mental health service on Sibley Boulevard. They supported my decision to Salt Mental Health Services on Sibley Boulevard. They supported my decision to leave that place. I miss where you had to leave. Where'd you have to leave? To leave the village or something. Oh wow. I can't imagine, you know what I mean? I can't imagine having to go into work with that kind of pressure every day. That is stressful. Like, can you imagine? Like Clerk Key, she reminds me to say my prayers at night. Like I say my prayers, but you ever say your prayers like thank you God for this day, and then you just go on about your business. I really sit there and name people now, and Clerk Key is one of the people I name, because I'd be like, that lady, you know, she's sitting there getting it from all ends. She's getting lawsuits, she's getting FOIA requests, she's sitting in the board meetings being belittled. She can't really do her job for the people, and when you can't do your job for the people, what happens? When you're up for re-election, they're gonna look at you like, what you ain't do nothing, you ain't stand up for us. Well, we don't know the ins and outs, right? So the amount of stress she has to be under is crazy. And I know this is wishful thinking. I just wish that somebody could bring it to the table and say, look, let's come together. Let's come together and let's figure this out, because it's an embarrassment. Okay, what? We were 7 million in deficit. How much are we now? 900,462 million in deficit. Okay, nothing we can do about it now. We're just a deficit. Okay, I'm gonna need you to step down, or I'm gonna need you to do this. And this is how we're gonna fix it. It would be really cool if, like I said, I don't know, because I don't know the ins and outs, but let's say something was going on with the mayor and she was like, look, I got two far gone and 2 in my head, which we know she's not. If we saw her, she would save a lot of face if she did, like, let's say her and Jason House stood at the podium and she was like, look, I messed up. I thought I could handle it. I'm not a quitter, but I'm gonna do what's right for the village. And this is what's right for the village, and I'm gonna step down. That's what I'm saying. She will get a lot of points for that. But then at the same time, I'm not saying she could do that overnight, because she still has a chance to win the next election. Believe it or not, y'all can say what you want. She still has a chance to win the next election. Do they sit outside her house where she's sleeping? I don't know. She is probably paranoid and has done so much dirt. Personally, I believe she needs to I think she needs round the clock security too. Just because of the way people talk about, sorry guys, I gotta plug my computer back up. Let me get my computer love. Plug my computer. Just for what everybody's saying, and I'm not gonna lie, this situation brought a lot of, I don't know if y'all pay attention, but it brought a lot of racial stuff out. It brought a lot of, like, people, it's almost like the Donald Trump situation. Now people like, people like, see, they act like, that's why they should have gave you money. Kicking the couch and acting up. It's a mess. This has brought a lot of stuff out, y'all. The overtime is against the collective bargaining agreement, I think it is. She did not mention that part. Yeah, the overtime, now she could have detail, but it's the overtime.
You are right. And that's why I don't understand, like, to let's say you want police detail, do the rotation. It got to be somebody on some roll call. Like, okay, so funny thing, the old village hall, we had this older police officer. He would be there in the day, first part of the day, and then at night, it would be a lady there, not at night, but before village hall, they would have shifts. And this older police officer, he couldn't police, he just was waiting on retirement. But that was his post, village hall. And then right when you got inside village hall, it was like a younger officer that was really in there, sometimes plain clothes, sometimes their uniform, and they would change shifts. That's all, because it's okay, you make a $20 an hour on this shift now, and the next person makes $20. But your job, it was like a cushy job to protect the mayor. That's what I'm saying. Back then. Now I'm sure it's a stressful job. If my husband had to be out there protecting the mayor after all this, I would be a nervous wreck. Yeah. And it was like an easy job. I could sit at a desk and just wait at village hall for the mayor all day, or sit in the car and wait on the mayor all day. That's an easy job instead of patrolling the streets. That's why that officer probably was like, I got demoted and I'm mad. I get it. That's a better job than promoting the streets. And no shade to those who do. I'm just saying, you did paid your dues. You know how they be like, you writing parking tickets, then you on patrol. It's certain jobs that some of the officers want. They don't want to do that part anymore and all that paperwork. I'm that dude. In my opinion, that dude also called Tiffany after or before he called the cop friend to brag. That's horrible. That's horrible. We don't know what happened, but isn't that freaking horrible? Like, if you did something like that, you had the kahunas to call and brag about it. And that's what, like I said, that's why buddy is dangerous. The clique behavior is everywhere. Yep. Especially y'all, I've been doing those board meetings, and it always comes to me when she be on the microphone laughing or chuckling. And then, have you watched the board meetings? I'm breaking down my next one, part 2. It's somebody in control of the board meetings, and y'all let me know. But do you ever see, like, sometimes Kiana Belcher be talking and they'll thumb down the video in the middle of the board meeting? How immature is that? Whoever's in control of posting the board meetings or video in the board doing the lives, they'll a little thumbs down to come up when Kiana Belcher is talking. Y'all wait till you see this video I got. And then when Keith Freeman talking, he'll get a thumbs up. I'm like, just record the board meeting. Problem with being hooked up with a job is you become a part of the clique by default. Problem with being hooked up with a job is you become a part of the clique by default. Absolutely. That's why I remember that lady that said, I think she was in Public Works, and she was like, I never had a bad record. Why did I get fired? I don't understand this, because I didn't campaign, because I had death in my family. And she like, and I really ride for you, but I just couldn't be there when you needed me. Is that why? That's why I stay to myself and don't ask for a job. That's why I can't go back to municipalities. You have to, that's just the name of the game. It doesn't mean it make it right. Like Mr. Larry. Let me skip over that part, but you're right. Mr. Larry. If Mr. Larry was doing all that, had a boom boom room, and he had those illegal gaming machines, and let's say he had a gun without a FOIA card or whatever, I would have paid the $3,500. I know it's not right, but I would have donated to the campaign. If I had all that going on, I would have donated to the campaign. What you mean 35? What you mean you need me to? The first time she came around, I gave it to her. The second time I didn't. Here's your check. It's not right. But if you got an underground club serving liquor with slot machines, I would have gone ahead and gave it a $3,500 and called it a day. Because that space is not zoned for a club anyway, so he'll never get a liquor license. Right, in my opinion. I don't think that place is zoned for a nightclub. It's right next to a church too. and across the street from a nursing home. So I don't think they would zone a club over there. But if you were doing this foul stuff, Mr. Larry, in the words of Martin, I would have paid the $5. That's how you. That's politics. You know what I mean? And it don't make it right. It's like a shakedown. It don't make it right. It don't at all. And I would. And that's another thing. Somebody else said something about the FBI. Jediah. I'm with Jediah. Do y'all realize this national news does, and I'm telling you the truth, have people walking around the Southland talking about, yeah, I'm special agent so-and-so. It could just be anybody. And now the rumor is, oh, the FBI is here. The FBI is here. And he was like, I gave the FBI all my paperwork. I hope you didn't. Hope you did. Cops can get phone records like Fannie Willis. Man, Fannie text messages are wild. Sadly, many will use super and make Fannie on the side. Sorry, guys, hold on. Fannie on the side, that is funny. And others like them as example, what happened to our people get power. I'm not with that, but some would think like that. Yeah. And it's like we just now getting a chance, right? Just now getting a chance. And it's crazy. Pink Book lessons got me into the story around 6 months ago. Now I mostly watch you and Late Night Crew, but watching crimes occur every day. Oh, thanks for coming over here. Yeah, I like Pink Book lessons. I am bummed I'm late, running around pouring rain, New York. Finally home and dry. Thanks for being here, MB Burke. Andrew Holmes is like an older Andrew Caldwell. I swear. And y'all, it's so much I want to say about that story. As somebody on the outside looking in, like I don't know anything, but I'm like, Andrew Holmes allegedly, I gotta say it because it's just been on the tip of my tongue. Do he really? It has no look. It has no look. But Andrew Holmes basically, well, I guess he pop locking and dancing. But I'm like, do he look like he could? I don't know what I'm trying to say. So let me shut up while I'm ahead. But I was like reading this, like Andrew Holmes definitely could. I'm not saying he could do the act. But if the act was done, do you think you would experience any? That ain't right. Do it look like what I'm trying to say is the way they read it is okay. She read it and she was in discomfort and she just blamed it on her menstrual. I'm gonna say it the nicest way I could say. They were trying to act like Andrew Holmes was Mr. Marcus or something. Like what was what? I was like, what? I was reading that like, do it look like it definitely anybody could do the act? Look at the man from what's that man I told y'all from Squid Games. He was the old man of Squid Games and he just got charged and convicted of SA. So it doesn't have a look. But I just was reading it like she blamed it on her cycle. And I was like, y'all act like he was Long Dog Silver or something. Like I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to say without saying it. Like what's going on? Andrew Holmes? Okay, let's keep on reading. Have you seen his twerk embarrassing? Yes. If you want a good working relationship, sometimes it's expected you play ball, go out with them and hang out. You are absolutely right. Everything you said is right. It don't, like I said, it don't make it right. And this does not just start with Tiffany Henyard. That's everybody. Everybody. Oh, and then when you separate for them, oh, she acted funny, he acted funny, and then you become suspicious if you're not hanging with them, right? It's just what it is. It's what it is. Pink Book been on it. Yep, she has. Should Tiffany be taking pictures when she's at those out of town events to show that she is certainly out there trying to make a difference in the town for the people? Yep, absolutely. Yep. Today we're here at this, yeah, absolutely. Residuals are pennies and dollars for F-list. Oh yes, oh man, but hopefully with the actor strike that changes in the future. Maybe y'all get bigger residuals later. Shay is really humble. Really, he is. I told y'all, I was like, he's dope. Yeah, I can still catch her shows, but I like the live chats. Thanks for being here. Shoot. She did create the need for all the security. Yeah. The coverage by Pink Book lessons and everyone is dope. I'm here in St. Louis and I'm from Spring Hill, Louisiana. Oh, yay! Louisiana, stand up. I'm behind on my Gypsy Rose content. Gypsy Rose down in Louisiana acted up. Yet I've been keeping up. It's like a bad Tubi movie that keeps going. I think somebody should get the rights to this. I think somebody should get the rights to this story. This would be like, if it's already dramatic, but it would be really dramatic, right? It's a mess. She is doxing those people on her podcast. How is official town business on Tiffany's personal YouTube channel? I agree. I think the one that hurt me the most, I'm having difficulty with even how I'm going to formulate it, Big Wood, because essentially now I told y'all from the beginning, Mr. Larry, I was so disappointed in Mr. Larry. Now the party I got. How many times have I been to somebody party at the salon closed down? They had a little kickback, or it's not known that, or they have a boutique and decided to have a sip and shop, and we in there dancing. It's not something that you don't see. So he got a big property like that on New Year's Eve. Okay, I get it. It's New Year's Eve. You utilize that money. Have a little party. You know what I mean? But when they broke down, I was even cool with the DJ. Okay, I was even cool with that. But when it got to some slot machines, I was like, oh, now Mr. Larry. They all lit up. Mr. Larry. Oh. Just pay the $3,500. Oh my God. There is no men in that relationship with the trustees and the mayor, in my opinion. Yeah, sadly. But you know what? They're going to have to keep seeing each other. They have to keep seeing each other. I saw someone say that podcast is going to turn to 37 lawsuits. Oh, yeah, I forgot. That's what I was talking about, guys. You know what? I'm having a hard one to break down. Wood's barbecue. So I'm breaking down a video, and Wood came up to the podium. Remember, he was on the news. I can't get my license. What's the holdup? And he think the problem is because he cooked for the trustees. And then the second thing was that he think he can't get his license. He not only couldn't get his license, but he came up to the podium at the board meeting and said, hey, y'all behind. I've been cooking all these meetings and I haven't got my check. So now he's been providing food and hasn't got his check, and that hadn't happened to him before. So that's number 2. But then when she got on the podcast, and I'm gonna watch it again, but it seemed like to me, I don't think she showed documentations, but she said she showed like a little clip or something. But she showed like a little picture, but it wasn't Big Wood's paperwork. It showed, she was like, y'all be eating this food and they nasty. They basically said Big Wood was dirty. His place was dirty, or nasty, and didn't pass food inspection. I don't think she showed proof of that, but that is so hurtful. Now, Big Woods is right next to a club that be popping all the time. So what you want when you at the club after you have a little drink, you want some barbecue or some chicken wings or some fries with some mild sauce. That's what you want. So he was making a nice little money, hopefully, over there because his business is connected to a popular nightclub. But now he shut down, and now you try to say he didn't pass food inspection too, as well as village inspection. That just hurt my feelings. I didn't like that. So we hope Big Wood gets everything he needs to get it together. Out of everybody she spoke on, I think my heart went out to Big Wood and the food pantry. Now the nightclubs, I kind of get that's what happened. I hate that happens, but in Chicago, it's no stranger that happens. It is sad that it happened, that those young kids, I'm calling them kids, right? Them young people don't know how to act when they leave an establishment, or don't know how to control their emotions or have firearms. but it didn't happen inside of there. It happened outside of there. And then regarding Pablo's, I do think that AutoZone had a shooting too. So it's like you can't control, but AutoZone is still open. So you can't control what happens outside your establishment. You know, it sucks. It really do suck. And then I wouldn't even want to own something like that because did y'all ever hear? I got a subject, but did y'all ever hear about the lady? Remember her? She worked for a county, I think it was, right? Did she work for a? She worked for either a firm or a municipality, like county, and she did not want to go out. Jamie Kamareski, I think her name is. She didn't want to go out, but she wanted to fraternize with her colleagues, and they forced her to go out. When they went out, they convinced her to go out, not force her. When they went out, they went bar hopping, right? So after Jamie getting the car behind the wheel, it's this couple that just got married. They just got married, and they're on a golf cart, and they're driving, and a lady hit and killed the bride on her wedding night because she was drunk. Killed the bride, broke the man's legs in 300 pieces and all stuff. So she died her wedding night. Now, the lady who died, the bride, sorry, I can't remember her name. Let me know if you know this story. Her family sued the municipality or the company, I can't remember which one it was, but sued them, sued all the bars the girl went and drank at too. So sued all the bars that gave her liquor, sued the car insurance, sued the place she worked for, and allegedly, I think they won. So now, like, she sued Grey Goose, sued Ciroc, sued Hennessy. They sued everybody. I mean, they sued, right? I'm saying allegedly, but they sued everybody. Tito's, Patron, Budweiser, they sued everybody. Got this huge settlement in the works. But remember, the girl died on her wedding night, right? Sued the bar owners. That's not a joke. Sued everybody. Remember, she died on her wedding night, right? You gotta look it up. Jamie Kamareski, I think her name is. And for some reason, she thought she was gonna get a bond. I don't know why. But the mother of the bride, because now technically the money goes to the husband, right? Because he was married. The mother of the bride sued the husband, said, you don't get this money because the marriage wasn't consummated because you didn't even make it to the wedding night. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Instead of the mother and the husband just splitting the settlement, the mother was like, oh, you gonna give me all that because my daughter didn't even consummate the wedding night. It's bananas. But yeah, I brought that up to say, I wouldn't even want to own a club because what happened after the club, people can hold you liable. Like they'd be like, oh, we pushed them out into the parking lot. And it just escalated from there. Just escalated from there. The people shouldn't have to pay for round-the-clock security. I get it, y'all. I'm still looking. I got to catch up. I got all this. We need to Jediah was, and thanks everybody. Thanks for being here, everybody. Please. I appreciate you. Who have Dr. Nikita Cloud? I missed it. I'm missing these things. I gotta catch up. It's a lot of comments. I appreciate it. We need Jediah was fighting a monkey the other day. The monkey was trying to get his potato chips. We're gonna have to talk about it. But right now, Jediah is fighting this other community activist. He is crime chaser somebody. Y'all, we have to get to that tea on another video. But he got arrested for communicating with an underage person. So Jediah left Andrew Holmes' situation for now, and he over there. They have Dr. Nikita Cloud. Oh, thank you. Thanks for subbing. After hours have been around since the beginning. Harvey only a hop, skip, and jump from Dalton. I did after hours scene during the 80s. Red Iceberg. We used to have an after hours. It was called the Apartment Lounge. It was like on 5th. So after you left Francis's and all that stuff, then you went to the apartment lounge. Andrew on the DL Holmes. Viagra do exist in the world. Now I didn't think about that, so man, that's what I'm like, they was acting like, are you saying Andrew Holmes is on a honey vaccine? If the victim looked up her assailant, then he would have to use that to lure her in. He's likely paid it up a mentorship opportunity, allegedly. I would say allegedly too on that, because sometimes it could be like that. I remember, do you guys remember when you would, I remember having male bosses and I would be in the office with them one-on-one and they would close the door. And it was nothing to be thought of that. Like, close the door, we got a meeting. Growing up, I had male doctors who would just be in a doctor office with me. Now I'm so glad that my nieces and stuff like that, like my grandchild would not have to deal with that. When you go into the doctor's office now, what is it? It's a nurse there. Or when you have a meeting with a vice versa, Fanny, where you have a meeting with someone of a different sex or something like that, you leave your door cracked. What was that man? Wasn't it that news person? They said he would sit at the desk. Who was that news guy? He would have a desk where he pushed a button and the door would close behind you. Was it Matt Lauer or something? I can't remember. But he had a button he would push and the door would close and lock you in. Man, stuff is strange. And I'm so glad that stuff changed from back in the day, because I'm sure a lot of people experience sexual harassment from opposite sex, same sex, once the door was closed or once the doctor, I found that so weird. It was so cool when I got of age and I started to see that the doctors, because I would request women doctors, but you go into your OB-GYN, you would have another nurse there to witness everything. Back in the day, they didn't have that stuff. It was like, here go doctor, whatever, and there you go. Hey, hush now. I'm surprised Tiff hasn't stolen Samuel's old theme song from her podcast. If anyone could tell her good lies, it's her. Did Bigwood fail a state food inspection or a Tiffany inspection? I think she was saying it was the state. Tiffany seems to know what's up to code means. So why did her tenant have to move out the house she was renting from Tiffany? That's a good story, because how did that house pass inspection and get her in all that trouble? That was in South Carolina. Yes, it really was. That story was really wide. And the mother, I have no words. I just figured that the mother could just call the son and say, hey, I know you're getting $10 million. Or she might not even have to ask. He probably like, will that check clear? Her name was Nicole, I think. I'm dropping that money off to you guys because y'all deserve something too. Greed, man. It confirms what I always say. If you want to know how people really are, check them out around weddings and funerals. Very true. The mom doesn't know if her daughter had a quickie with the husband before reception and after their vows. Don't know nothing. I remember that golf cart accident. The defendant is the same personality type as Tiffany here. Okay. Man, that Jamie, do you guys ever follow phone calls from prison? She has a Jamie Komareski phone calls. Her family is very supportive. And they went all the way down, I guess, to North Carolina to support her. And they were like, just pray. We know you're going to get bail. How? Why y'all even get this lady false hope? She not getting no bond. She is not getting no bond. And she was, her blood alcohol level was like Andre the Giant couldn't drink as much as she was drinking. And she killed this lady. That's it. That's all. You're gonna have to sit there until we sort it out. That's it. That's all. And she's crying, screaming, throwing temper tantrums. Why me? I know that girl that was in the golf cart said, why me? You know what I mean? And like I said, life can take its twists and turns. I'm not here to judge anybody, because you never know how one bad decision Can you imagine? She did not want to go to drink with her colleagues, and they peer pressured her allegedly, and they go bar crawling, bar hopping, and she gets so toasted. These colleagues didn't even say, you know what, we're gonna be a designated driver. Let me tell y'all, it's nothing wrong. I know you be wanting to go home by yourself on your own accord, be a boss. Baby, park that car. Park that. It's nowadays it's Uber, and it's no reason to drive drunk like it was allegedly back in the day. Man, park that car. You could pick it up in the morning. Period. She got behind the wheel, killed that girl in the golf cart, and she talking about poor. Why me? But it's just so crazy how one decision, no matter how big, how small, can change your life. Oh, sorry. Change your life like that. Isn't that bananas? Some business dudes don't even talk to women in passing because they don't want any smoke. Do you guys know about Keanu Reeves? Remember when he won't even when people try to take a picture with him, he put his hands like out straight to the side or something like that. He won't even touch you or nothing like that. Because I think the worst example of like this had like what people claim it things, Chingy. Y'all, that dang old Chingy, the rapper, just the fact that he was like on his game and took that one picture with Sydney Starr, and his life just took a whole nother turn. Y'all, you got to be careful out there. I know of guys who had cameras installed inside and outside their office doors to keep from being Me Too. Some won't even have meetings with any women in person or online. Yep. Let me tell you, because when people get mad, and I'm not saying this is the Andrew Holmes situation, allegedly. Like I said, over here, we just know the street said that. I don't know who it was. I don't know who the trustee was, because I just have my thoughts about that situation. Like, yeah, it ain't gonna end. It's not gonna be as cut as dry as we think. When it get down to you. Let me put this out here. And this don't mean it's the case. This is we talked about this picture. This is Tiffany's. Tiffany Henyard Cares Stop the Violence. Look at how many powerful people are in this photo. When you come to controversy, when let's say she's the face of controversy, all these people around her don't want they bad news bears coming out. They don't want people looking into them. I'm telling you, look at it was nobody at all. And all of a sudden, people are reporting on Jason got a PPP loan, and Kiana Belcher's name was attached to somebody that had a hit and run. I'm not saying these people are perfect, but as soon as you attach to something, people come out the woodwork and start researching and looking into this, that, this, and it gets scary. You know what I mean? So when the trustees say who's coming to save them, all these people, Jamal Green, he's in Chicago, but his activist, his mouth goes for days. He's ran for mayor. His mouth goes for days. I don't think he was out there for Kara Wilson. Then you have what's her name? Kim Fox, Cook County State's Attorney. She don't want to be bothered with this. The lady with the gray hair, that's the Cook County treasurer. Okay. Dalton sits in Cook County. Tony Periwinkle. Cook County. She's over Cook County. These people don't want you pulling their stuff up. They like, look, I'm over here. I'm saying allegedly. You think they don't see what's going on in Dalton? You think they don't see that people on the news? You don't think they don't see the trustees having these meetings and saying the meetings are canceled? We can't get any kind of reports. Please help. We're asking the state's attorney for help. We're asking the Illinois legislator for help. We're asking for help. They see what's going on. Just no me queda más. They like, no, stay over there. Say, no bueno. Stay over there with that mess. Stay over there with that. That's me saying allegedly. Stay over there with that. Stay over there with that. And to the last, they're not gonna come out to the last wire. Then somebody gonna do a press conference. It's sad to me for the people of Dalton around election time when they see who's really doing it in the polls. It's sad to me the village of Dalton had to go through all this. In reality, I would like the township, I would like Dalton to work it out amongst themselves, because I have seen cities where, like what Cook County sheriffs, didn't they take over Chicago Heights at one time? Or Ford City? They came in and took it over. I've seen when they take over cities, and then on top of it, it just looks sad because it's such a young administration. I wish they could come together and show what they could really do. Show why they were all voted in. Just show it. You're not going to agree on everything, but not showing the financial records for, and I know it all has to do with that Tahoe paperwork coming out. That's what it was, and it should have came out, but they cut her off from there. They cut everybody off. So yeah, guys. Thank you. Wait a minute, Chavis. Let me put you on the list. You go by pen, all right? You on the list? I got a ink pen. I need moderators, and I don't know how to do that, so I'm figuring it out. I remember the golf cart incident. The defendant is. Oh, we talked about that. Yeah, I know of guys. We talked about that, and we got two more. Wow, if I was a resident of Dalton or Thornton Township, I would move. Property values and lawsuits payouts by residents alone would destroy my pocket share. It's gonna be hard. It's hard to move. It's hard to it's just gonna hurt so many people. And then whoever's the next person in line, if they don't do as good, it's gonna be, well, shoot, now we done walked into this. We done walked into this. You know what I mean? All right, y'all. I just said all I had to say today. We're gonna be on here for 30 minutes. It's been 2 hours and 30 minutes before I get one of those lawsuits for vlogging.
I got some clothes. I got some jewelry. The rest I got tied up in investments. I ain't got nothing else.
I ain't got nothing else. All right, y'all. Make sure you take care of yourself and each other. I'll leave you with this video because people said I cut the stream off too fast. So I'm gonna leave you with this video. I'm in the chat.
Burgundy commentary. Comment Burgundy Blue commentary. Burgundy commentary.
Proof, but they won't say what they did. Well, let me rephrase, what they didn't do as relates to their business. So today I'm about to show you facts versus fiction, because you know the news is all fake news. They just tell you and show you things they want you to believe as it relates to a narrative, to a person that they want you not to like or believe in. So today is the day where I show my truth as it relates to free indeed.
Here, put that over there. I wanted to share this because I did get hold on, guys. I wanted to share this video because I did get some people that said they knew this guy from Pablo's. I did not hear directly from him, and then people are asking me to do a GoFundMe. I'm not in a position to do that, so that's not something I would do. But if he ever wants to come up, so I'm gonna let this video play. If they know who he is and he wants to come up and say anything or something like that, I will allow that over here. But I'm not collecting no money for nobody because I don't want that kind of responsibility, just to be honest. So yeah, that's why I want to play this, just so y'all know, because people are like, you need to. I'm not in a position to do anything like that right now, guys. But yeah, just letting you know, that's why I haven't done it. I saw the comments, but he is welcome to use the platform to share his story for sure.
As many of y'all may know, I'm the head security guard up there, and that's my life. Like, that's the only thing I got right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Pablo's pulled me out the streets. It kept me from being out here hustling, selling drugs, doing all this other stuff. It pulled me out the street and gave me an honest living. It helped me send my son to prom just a couple of months ago. It brings revenue to the hotel because I'm staying in the hotel right now. As of 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, I have nowhere to go. I have no vehicle to move my things out. With this business being closed, it totally shot my life. Like, I'm 47 years old with arthritis. It's not much that I can do. And Pablo gave me a chance, as well as other employees that's here that we work for Pablo's. Like, I stand on Pablo's with an iron fist. I keep people from hanging out in the lot. I keep people from out and drinking in the lot. As anybody know, anywhere, whether it's a bar, a club, a gas station, a restaurant, it's gonna be some form of violence somewhere. But we stand on top of it to eliminate the violence. It may turn into an argument, but we diffuse it to keep it from turning into fights and shootouts. It has been situations that happen at Pablo's, but nothing dramatic. Nothing while I was there. Nothing while I was there. When I became the head of security guard, all of that stuff. All of that stuff. When people go out in the lot, it's hard for us to control that because we're not officers. If I go out in the lot and I get into it with somebody in the lot, then I'm just as much as wrong as they are. But we exit them out the building and make people leave the building. Like, that brings everything to me. And like I said, come tomorrow morning, I have nothing. I have nothing because Pablo's closed. And I'm just coming to find out, like, are we gonna get a chance to open? Do we get a chance to come back? Do I get my job back? What am I to do? Like, I'm not here to bash anybody. I'm not here to talk wrong or talk down to anybody. As most of you all in here, y'all know me. I've been in Dalton for a long time. Like, I used to do security for Secrets. I worked for the owner of Pablo's across the street at the store. Like, security is what I can do with my situation. Other spots, not to put nobody else's business out there, it's not equipped for me to go in.
What? Tiffany's podcast is unavailable right now. I bet you she got that lawsuit. Like, let me go see. I'm gonna check on y'all right now. I'm gonna check right now for y'all. Okay. Let's see. Tiffany Henyard, True Speaks. I had it saved. Oh, well, Southland Journal got it up on their page, so she actually could have, yeah. It's gone, y'all. Unavailable. Let me see. Am I looking under the wrong thing, guys? Is it under the super mayor? Because it's she took the podcast down. Let me go to the super mayor one. Yep. Ooh, the podcast is down. Could it be that the lawsuits start coming in? Yeah. Thanks, Eric. It had. Wait a minute, Eric. You had the T. you kept with the T. Now I did see Mr. What's his name? Mr. Larry. He was in the chat. And not in our chat, but he was on the page and he was in the chat. And he said, my lawyer said don't speak on anything, but I will talk about it. Now, Mr. Larry, and by account, he don't have a thank you, Lemons. Let's say Lemons and 2. Thank you, Lemons and 2 for the cash app. That is so cute. Lemons and 2. What's Lemons and 2? I like that. Lemons and 2. I hope I'm not saying it wrong. He said that his lawyer said don't talk about it. But I do think that, okay, I didn't want to say this, but I'm going to say it because I don't think it would affect her. But if that furniture place at the end of the strip mall that we went down, if they're leaking, meaning just their section, not the entire building, but just their section, if they're leaking, thank you so much. Thank you, Chavez. Is it Chavez or Chavez? I know it's Chavez. So if they're leaking, wouldn't they have to have like a little orange sticker for a little bit? Not meaning the whole building, but wouldn't they have to have like a little orange sticker?
And then also, and I don't want them to. I'm just wondering, like, what didn't they say? Okay, well, now we know it's this bad. We can't have it going on like this. Let's make sure we get the whole. Let's tell them. I think my thing is it anything to be done to tell them? I know you're telling them what they need, but what's the minimum that can be brought so they can get it done? I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I give you a list on what to do. You tell me you did it. After you do it, can I start, like, especially when we get to that cigar lounge? I'm just confused on how you let somebody just say, hey, I'm gonna put a food pantry here, and then I'm starting to build out, and then they say stop work. So I know there's a difference between a building permit and a pass an inspection and a work permit, right? It's like all these different things, but is it nothing that could be? Because you want these places to be open, right? I'm just confused. That's what it is. Like, I don't know the ins and outs, so I'm just talking out loud. But I'm like, wouldn't you be like, okay, look, we need these drawings. This is the company we recommend possibly to do these drawings. I don't know. And then, so I think the people out the podcast that has a good chance of lawsuits, I would say Big Wood and the doctor. But why was Pablo's? Okay, y'all, we thinking out loud. Actually, Pablo's was on there, right? With the shooting. Right now, they're in court. They're pending litigation. They're in court right now. So why would you show that on your podcast? You see what I'm saying? Pablo's right now is in court, suing the village, suing the village, suing the mayor, and suing the clerk, I guess, because she had something to do with, FOIA and what FOIA and all that stuff. But why would you put that? You're still in court regarding this. And I have to say, is it going back to what Dr. Nikita said, how the lawyer quit? Like, we quit because she don't listen. She won't listen to anybody. She does what she wants to do. And Delgado, he probably just waiting out time. Like, I'm just trying to get my direct deposit. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm just going to run this out to the clock out, Yeah, I think she just don't listen, because I just don't see Delgado risking it all, saying, hey, you could put that out. And you're pending litigation right now. Pablo's just filed a lawsuit on the 2nd of March. They're what? Shay Biz. Thank you. Somebody probably told her she was just telling on her own self. She has no sense in it. The podcast is still on Spotify. Okay, thanks, Steph Jones. Was still on Spotify, but off of YouTube. But I kind of take it away, because Spotify, you don't get any visuals, right? But the podcast is down off of YouTube. And could it be down and unavailable because of the pew pew though? Maybe we're jumping to conclusions, because remember they had the pew pew out there outside Pablo's. They showed that. That could be. You know what I mean? I don't know. This is just a mess.
Right now, because there's too much going on. I can't deal with all that. I'm not here to fight nobody. I'm not here to pull guns on nobody. I'm not licensed to carry a firearm, so I can't deal with none of that. Pablo's is a safe haven compared to a lot of things that's going on. Like, I know a lot of stuff and a lot of people in Dalton. Compared to a lot of things and a lot of businesses that's going on, we're kind of one of the safest places there. Some of you all have been up there, and y'all see that we run it, we keep it straight. We try to make everybody safe. Our goal is come in, have fun, go home.
No, sir, you've reached your 3 minutes.
I just wanted to address you all for that. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Nickelodeon was kid everything, but that marked one of the darkest chapters. These are 3
Welcome to Burgundy Blue. Y'all, I'm glad that commercial came on. Did y'all hear about that Nickelodeon movie? We got to watch that and talk about it later. Oh my goodness. That Nickelodeon, oh my, Dan Schneider, you piece of blah, blah, blah. Commentary. That was very brave for him to go on a public platform and share his story. I do not know anyone involved in this story. I just want to share that before we continue to listen. But I did find this touching. So this video is regarding Pablo's Bar and Grill. They are currently closed. They are on Sibley Boulevard. They're not far from Mr. Rinky's. We covered that in another video. But it was some stories in here I thought the public should know. So you guys, Pablo's has been a business owner for years. We're going to hear some of the history from Mr. Pablo. We're also going to hear from more employees. And we don't know what's going on, right? We're just on the outside looking in. We want everybody to be safe. We want everyone to have a livelihood. And I wanted to share these stories because I do see a lot of coverage about the village of Dalton, but I don't think that people know these are real lives being affected. No matter if we do drama about it, no matter if we do coverage about it, like they say, a click in the view, these are real lives being affected, and these people need help. So I do know a lot of huge YouTubers have been coming to town. A lot of media have been coming to town. And I just want to share these stories because maybe someone out there can help the people who don't have a livelihood right now. But before we get started, let's go to Fox 32 to hear the perspective over there.
After your story airs, that police are at both of these establishments.
More controversy in South suburban Dalton. Two popular bars shut down by police just hours after the owners talked to Fox 32. A village trustee also says it's because they're not financially supporting Dalton's mayor, Tiffany Henyard.
Here's Dean Placco with the latest on the corruption investigation.
Is it coincidence or retaliation? Both of the Dalton bars that were raided and shut down last night, we visited the day before as part of our ongoing investigation into allegations of political corruption in Dalton.
They just rushed in here, put police at the front of the door like they was doing a raid on the drug house or something.
A team of Dalton police officers raided and shut down Pablo's Bar and Cafe and Rinky's Bar and Cafe, both located on Sibley, about a block apart.
Everything going peacefully. Nothing going on. It's like 10 police cars came in and they start pushing customers from here. And he said, if you don't leave, we're going to lock you up.
Employees and owners say it's part of an ongoing campaign of harassment by Dalton Mayor Tiffany Henyard that is costing jobs and money. Their business licenses have been stripped by Dalton, but they've continued to operate with a state license.
I have like over 23 employees. They work from the local township. Now, end of the day, all the employees, they're going to lose their job.
It's ridiculous. We all have mouths to feed. We all have kids. They're not giving us no explanation.
On Monday, we visited both Rinky's and Pablo's to ask about allegations their licenses were being held up for political reasons. Then last evening, we broke the story that FBI agents have questioned at least a half dozen people, including business owners, a former Dalton employee, and an elected official as part of an investigation into Mayor Henyard. Less than 2 hours after our story aired, police raided the two bars.
Someone seen you go in there. And then 2 hours after your story airs, that police are at both of these establishments.
Dolton trustee Tammy Brown says she believes the raids are meant to send a warning to others not to talk. And she believes there's a reason so many Dalton businesses are having trouble getting their licenses renewed.
I'm sure that they were asked to donate, make a donation, and most likely they didn't make a donation. So you don't get a chance to stay open if you don't pay the Queen's ransom.
Now, tomorrow evening, there will be a special public meeting of the trustees opposed to the mayor in which they plan to take action on the village's finances, getting access to Village Hall. They've been locked out and welcoming that investigation by federal agencies. Dane Placco, Fox 32.
This is why I stopped shopping on Amazon, and you should too. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch this first.
Watch this. I can show you how to get the sweetest deals online when you shop from major retailers like Amazon.
So that was a recent video article from Fox 32 News. So let's hear from another Pablo employee. Again, this was from a June board meeting, and they really came out to support one another at this time.
Hello, my name is Andrea Thomas. I'm also security for Pablo's. Like my former security said, that Pablo's is a safe haven for all of us. I lost my husband 4 months ago.
We worked at Pablo's 7 days a week together, front door, doing security. It was hard coming back, but because we've gained a family with the customers, with security, it helped me grieve through my husband's death. I have 5 kids. I'm a single mother. I did it 7 days a week. 7 days a week. Pablo also helped me do the funeral. Everybody that worked with me was there. They still there. I needed to help me grieve through all of this. So we are looking forward to Pablo's openings, hopefully soon. We need it. We keep the customers safe. We keep ourselves safe. I look forward to go home to my 5 kids every day safely. So when everybody come in there, we make sure we do our job correctly because our life is also at stake when they come in there. My customers love me. They love me up there. They love my other security guards. We need it. We love Pablo. We are a big family up there, you know. And I could work other places, but I don't. I love Pablo's. I'm also a part of KC's bodyguard security, search and rescue. So, you know, he helps. He comes up there. You know, he bodyguards me also because my husband was killed, you know, and he was security. So he helps me make sure I'm safe. You know, even though I'm security, I have security, and I'm also a part of his security. So we need it. Our customers call me all the time asking when they open because they don't want to go anywhere else. They know that we keep them safe. They say every time we see you and your husband, we knew we were safe. You know, and he's gone now, so they still come up there and support Pablo. They love Pablo. Pablo is up there with us every day. You know, he's awesome. Our team is awesome. We need it. Thank you. Thank you.
You never know what someone's going through. Now, I saw her in that Fox 32 snippet, and I didn't understand. I'm like, okay, she's security. Now let's shut down. She's gonna be down for a little bit. That's it. Who would have thought that she lost her husband? Who would have thought she's a widow with 5 kids? Who would have thought? And it seems like such a sweet spirit. Low himself, so we can find out exactly where he's coming from. It seems like he's been doing business in Dalton for 25 years. Let's take a listen.
Trustees, residents. My name is George Messi, the owner of Pablo's Cafe and Bar, located on 1115 East Sibley. Just a little background. I was the owner of Dalton Food and Liquor since 1992, the store across the street from this village hall. Until 2017, I was in that store for over 22, 23 years. My record always been clean with the police department, with the village. I never had an underage ticket. I left that place in 2017 and I came back to Dolton in 2020 during COVID. I got my tavern license from the previous administration. So I opened the place on Sibley, and since day one, safety was the priority for that location. Every night we have multiple security. You go in, you leave, they search you every time you walk in the place. 2021, 2022, village renewed my license, no problem. I got my license first week of May. This year, I gave them all my paperwork in April. The license due April 30th. My liquor state license valid until 2024. My gaming from the Illinois Gaming Board valid until 2024. So I kept go back and forth to this village hall almost every single day. Mr. Freeman, he see me, he see my wife. We here every single day. May, June, no answer. Right after 4th of July, July 5th at 6 p.m., the police came. They said, we have to shut you down for not having a local license. You have all my paperwork since April. I'm waiting on you to get my license. You're the one who holding it. So I'm just asking the mayor, the trustees, please, when can I have a definite answer to get my license and get this place back open? Between DJs, security, bartenders, we have over 25 employees that they depend on this job. So please, just give us a definite date. I talked to Mr. Freeman a few times. I talked to this gentleman, Mr. Moore. They keep saying they'll call you. Nobody get back with us. So please, we need your help to get this back open. Thank you.
There you have it, you guys. So it seems like Mr. Pablo know what he's doing. He seems like he already went through business with the village of Dalton through several mayors for years, and he still came back, opened another business only to be shut down. Like I said, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. All we know is put out there. You guys, I did find out that Pablo's has a lawsuit going on, trying to get their doors back open, and it started in March 1st, I believe. And you guys, just so you know, I don't really delve into the deep dives of pulling lawsuits and things like that because I don't want to mess nobody up. So I'll leave that to the other YouTubers that do the investigations and things of that nature. But yes, he's trying to get his doors back open. And like I said, I am a person that's on the ground. I see what's going on a little bit. I don't know anybody involved. But what I want to say is these are real people's lives. So as these huge media outlets come in and out of town, come in and out of Village of Dalton, come in and out of Thornton Township, please, please, please see if it's something you could do to help them. Like I said, I saw that young lady on TV as a security guard representing Pablo's. Never in my wildest dreams would I think her story is her husband got killed somewhere, and they both were security guards, and now she's a widow of 5 without a job, and she needs her job. The same with the young man that started in the video. Like I don't know these people, but just the fact that he's the head of security and he took leadership to say, hey, I'm gonna go out there and put my business out there, because not only do I need to feed myself, but I need to help all the other employees that are suffering. That's 25 jobs. So you guys, I hope everyone, the board, the trustees, the mayor, the business owners, the community can work together to get this resolved and stay safe. Like
Daphne here has finally stopped scooting. It's all because of this.
Okay, I want to share one thing before I go. It's a video of Tiffany Henyard. Oh, thank you, Cara. Thanks for becoming a member. I appreciate you so much. You did not have to do that. You did not have to do that. Thank you. Justice for Alexis Wilson, for sure. You know, I'm still working on that video. It's gonna take me a minute because you just so strong. You so strong. You guys, I actually want to put O'Shea video in the chat and check out Late Night Crew. His video is wonderful too. He had his own spin to it that I'm sure a lot of people, but it's just not right what happened. And I'm working on a video that includes how many times Kim Fox came to the scene of the situation. It's just ridiculous, right? But you guys know O'Shea Duke Jackson had the interview for Alexis Wilson mom, and it's like so sad because you'd be like, you don't want to have to talk about. That's not. She had a lot going on, from her business to supporting autistic kids and things of that nature. And this is the reason this is what she has to talk about. Like, it's sad. Shouldn't have to do that. I just want to put the link in here. O'Shea video. If you guys are familiar with O'Shea, I'm sure everybody is. But if you're not familiar with O'Shea Duke Jackson, this is his video here.
You guys,
the interview. I wanted to play one more video. I want to play one more video. And this is Mayor Henyard. And the reason I
played this video is because I could have sworn, now y'all forgive me, because you know how you get all this information, so you're not even sure of what you're not even sure of what you're taking in, right? You get all this information on what you're taking in. But I could have sworn I heard the mayor / supervisor say, we had a shooting at Pablo's the other night, and Pablo's has been closed. From what I know, like I said, I'm on the outside looking in. Pablo's have been closed. They're still trying to get open. So if they did have, then she put it on the podcast. So if Pablo's did have a shooting, and believe me, I don't want anybody to get hurt. I want everybody to be safe. If it's the reality of where we live, actually, a little bit, like in the world, not meaning Dalton, like you have people, that's why people have these gun laws, and some people believe in the right to bear arms, and some people don't. It's just the situation we're in. Pablo's, if they had a shooting last night, this was right before the election. I'm like, doesn't that double down that it's not their fault, that the area needs to be more secure? That's my opinion. Because if they're closed, don't that mean the area needs to have more police presence? Because if you're not familiar, right there where Pablo's is, it's a little strip mall, it's a dry cleaners. Across the street, it's the AutoZone, where it was a shootout at the AutoZone. AutoZone is directly across the street from Pablo's. They had a shooting, 4 people injured. They were open the next 2 hours. Okay, they were open and ready to get you can get your brakes done. You can get your, what's that thing where you be like, I need a you can hook up your diagnostics machine within the next 2 hours. They were open. My question is, doesn't that say the area needs to be more secured? Over there, you got a liquor store, a little gaming, a laundromat, but in the back of it is a lot of apartment buildings. I personally know, and I'll say allegedly, but I personally know because a lot of people service those girls in that area. It's like an apartment building for, what's that when the kids transition from being ward of the state and they want to go into adulthood? I forgot. It's like a transition home. They have things like that. Not to say they're the ones doing the shooting. It's just a lot of action over there. Also over there, you can walk through like from the neighborhoods. You got the look. This don't even have to be Dalton people doing it. The Pace bus lets you off right in front of Pablo's, literally. So you know how people be like, oh, people came from the city, da da da. You got the expressway right outside of Pablo's. So it's a lot. You got that little boom boom hotel room right down the street from Pablo's. It's a lot going on over there. So it might mean that the police presence and the security might need to be, you know what I mean? More. Yeah, it's gone. She deleted her thing. It might need to be more secure over there. I'm gonna play this video because I might have heard it wrong. So we're gonna watch it together. This is when the mayor told us to vote for that referendum. I think this was the same clip, the same video. Let's try to watch it. She got a little long-winded, so.
Can I be recognized, Mayor?
You want to be long-winded? I'm just asking.
Gonna be long-winded. You can't make it. You can't make this up. Okay, let's go ahead to this video. I just wanted to share it with you.
Minutes or so. Come on out so you can cast your vote, because remember, your voice matters. And I'm just out here enjoying this gorgeous weather, talking to residents and reminding them to come out and vote. Go to your polling places, wherever that is in your city, your community. Seven p.m. I am here at our outdoor skating rink and our outdoor ice rink. I want to show you this real quick. I had to come by. I always try to come and admire the beauty, the things we build in Dalton. Let me turn around. So this is our skating rink here in the village of Dalton. Make sure you guys be ready for this summer. It's going to be epic.
I know a couple people that wants to rent it out. You can rent it for your loved ones. Hey, oh, thank you so much. You can rent it out for your loved ones. And this right here.
Cara, you sound like me. I use bogus all the. I be like, she bogus. And I put an SH at the end. I'm like, she bogus all the time. Late night does. You know what? It take Robert Elliott. I understand some people discomfort. I do understand that discomfort. So I'm gonna tell you what happened with the late night crew. Like I told you, I was listening, and you know, like I said, I'm a little old lady over here with a computer, and I was like, oh, the B. You can't. Not only am I a Black woman, you're using the B word. And then after I got to hear him speak for his, I know it sounds weird, but after I got to hear him speak, like, okay, I was like, okay, he just the most down to earth person I done met. And it's like a cult. It's just and he called everybody. He's not pinpointing. It could be Oscar the Grinch. He's saying the N word with the A, okay, with the A at the end. That's important. And then at the same time, it might be his coach. He seemed like he's younger. It might be where he's from, and that's just how he talks. So, but when I got to hearing, like, he was like how he believes in God, and I believe it was more genuine than the when people use God as a cover up to make you feel bad. He was very genuine. So I would say give him another chance if you can. And when he gets to calm it down and end the show, it's a lot different. It's a lot different. Because I was the same way. I was like, how dare you? I am a single mother. I am not a big booty Latina. Like he was, I don't want to hear this. Late night, you have to get you a little cocktail and just listen. It's a mess. Let's keep on going. And like, I never thought I'd be sitting there waiting on somebody to get on live playing Grand Theft Auto. I'm like, where is Donkey Kong? Why are you playing? What is this?
You all the great things that we actually do. This is 2 restaurants right here. 2 restaurants. So just to give you a little information about it. On the right side, this is more like a chill and grill type of thing. Them right there. And then over here, this is like a full-blown kitchen. This is where you can cook your soul food, or all you people that's doing like meals for an event, you can do that. That's what that's for. I just wanted to show you guys what was going on. We're out here talking to residents. Today is election day. Polls close at 7 p.m. I just want to make sure you get out and vote. I am supporting these candidates, and they are on my page. And then I'll try to hold it up. And I'm supporting. And you remember Gloria White for state rep for the 29th district, punch 72. And then on the back, you guys, a lot of y'all call me about different judges because you guys don't know who to vote for. So this is an example of different judges that we are supporting. And then your clerk of the circuit court is up there as well. And don't forget about Larry Rogers Jr. for Commissioner of Board of Review for the 3rd District. And then, of course, the 3 referendum questions. Make sure you support them. One is, should we secure a second food pantry? The other is mental health. Make sure y'all support that. And the last one is, should we create a soup and salad bar and charge $2? And y'all know when y'all go to the store, don't none cost no $2, but that is just to make it cost efficient for all our residents. But please support this. Vote yes to the referendum questions. Make sure you punch 72 for Gloria White. You got another, like I said, 2 hours, 2.5 hours to get out and cast your vote before the polls close at 7 p.m. I am your super mayor, and I pray that you support our vision, our growth, our goals, and I'm not going to stop loving on you, and I'm not going to stop educating y'all, because at the end of the day, this too shall pass, and when it does pass and the smoke clear, you'll see it all for what it was, a bunch of smoke. So I just want to show y'all, give y'all examples, some of the beautiful things that we actually have imposed in our community. And a lot of people don't see this or hear about it because all the negative things that be out there in the world. So keep positive thoughts, stay focused, love on even the haters, love on everybody, and make sure you have tunnel vision to the max, because I want everybody to know, don't ever give up. Keep going,
because a lot of people gonna try to stop you. A lot of people gonna be upset because you're a visionary. A lot of people gonna get mad because God didn't give it to them, but he gave it to you. You are the chosen one. At the end of the day, I want y'all to follow in your purpose and keep guiding those behind you and pass the baton. Don't give up on the youth, because at the end of the day, I keep telling y'all, I am the youth. And I get it. That's why a lot of people mad. But right now, God gave me the vision, gave me the steps, gave me the strength to withhold the storm. And that's exactly what I'm doing. So thank y'all for y'all prayers. Thank y'all for y'all things that y'all sent to me, whether it's inbox, whether it's emails. Just thank y'all so much, because just like y'all need me, I need y'all too. So thank you for loving on your super mirror. Go vote. Please go vote. Share the video, because a lot of times people don't know what's going on. Somebody said they have been bullied. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm hoping you are through that. If not, we do help with people that's going through anything. That's why I keep pushing the mental health referendum question. A lot of people telling y'all to vote no. That's crazy. No. Vote yes for that. You need that. It's $21, like I stated the other day. A lot of people not educating you on what it is. It's $21 every 6 months. It's $42 for the year. Look at it as a subscription like you do with anything else. Whether you buy magazines, whether you pay car insurance, it's the same concept. You got it. So in case you need it. So make sure you don't let people tell you not to vote for something you truly need. I'm not that type of politician that's going to tell y'all, we don't want to raise taxes. We don't want to this. Of course we don't want to raise taxes. But if the need is there and everybody is coming to us because they are struggling, you got to make a way, guys, for us, the Black and brown community. Stop letting them tell you the opposite, because y'all need it. And a lot of people stopped me today at the polls and said, Mayor, I am so glad that you are standing in your purpose. I'm so glad that you are not giving up on us, because we need somebody like you. People been here 30, 40 years. That's who y'all need to go talk to. The real residents that lived here for years that can really educate y'all on where we come from. Because don't want nothing like how it is now at all. It was nobody loving on the people. It was nobody making sure that they trees got cut, sidewalks got fixed. They had a 50-50 program to fix your sidewalk. Where they do that at? 50-50, you pay 50% resident, and then the village pay the other 50. That's a public way. Why would y'all pay 50% of something you don't own? But this is what they was doing before me. So when I come in and I fix it, everybody got a problem. Like, stop. Just come help. Stop.
Y'all, and you know, trustees, if they ever come across it, correct me if I'm wrong, but she not lying. We had a huge, like one of the sidewalks was like about a half a foot off the ground, and it was a 50-50 program to fix the sidewalk. And on top of that, the kids were the sidewalk we had was a bus stop. The kids was falling, tripping. It was just crazy. It was crazy. Deidre, thank you for your membership. Thank you for your membership. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, she not lying. It was a 50-50 program. I had to just share that. I was like, yep.
Is moving my village, my township forward. That's it. That's why I create so many programs, because I want you guys to benefit now, not later, now. Because most politicians just tell y'all a load of crap just to get in office and don't do nothing. I've been working since I've been in office. All y'all that know me since I was a trustee, I've been working, hitting the ground day one. I don't sit down. I don't just work on election season like most of them do. I work every day, all day. I don't know what mayor y'all gonna see at your door now. Y'all name one. I'll wait. That's gonna be at the doors right now that been in office. They don't do that no more. They don't. They push a button, send something else to y'all, and that's it. Y'all all can touch me all the time. Thanks, James. You voted. That's what I'm talking about. Hey. So I just want to just educate the world. So right now, since God gave me this platform, all I
ain't nobody can touch her. They can't touch her.
Things should be for a community, especially the Black and brown community. I'm gonna show y'all how it looks to go through it, but make sure you grow through it. I'm just gonna show the world that it's just time for it. And I just want you to know, yes, I do have the tea. Podcast dropping tomorrow. I wanted to wait till after the election so everybody can breathe and we know
the who's that's next to take the baton. So I'm gonna play it at 8 p.m. I'm gonna drop it. I'm gonna put it on my Facebook, my Instagram, my TikTok, and then also, of course, YouTube. So you can watch it there, and you're gonna be in shock. I said this yesterday. You're gonna be in shock, guys. We had a shooting the other day in our town, but you ain't see no news, right? Because they use that person for interview to say negative stuff, but they really keeping up all this mess. So now I'm just glad that everybody been exposed.
I will say Tiffany's absolutely right, because we just had a shooting. A high school student was killed right off the expressway. We have no kind of reports on that. We need to talk about this. Next show, this is the Dalton Rewind. Everybody that's still here, thanks for being here. Nothing important, just a Dalton Rewind. Everything we're doing is from April, May, June last year. Let's go to the next one. I think this is a popular one because we had so many people on here. Stephanie, Succeeding, Big Mike, Jediah. Let's go. The garden's on here. Okay. Let's go, guys. Have a great evening. How long was this live? I probably want to see y'all till 6 hours long. Whew. Let's go.
Commentary Blue Commentary Burgundy Commentary Commentary Blue Commentary Burgundy Blue Commentary Burgundy Commentary
Hey y'all, hey, how you doing? How y'all doing? Hey. Welcome to Burgundy Blue Commentary, and I missed you guys. I missed you so much. I got an early day today, so seemingly early, so I wanted to stop by really quickly. I want to talk about the Dalton meeting that we're supposed to have to this Monday, the 6th, right? So before I do that, I just want to say hello to everybody in the chat, and I miss you, and thanks for holding me down. Thanks for watching some of the old school Burgundy Blue videos. I have this video that I really, really would love to get really ahead. Oh, thank you, Ted. Thanks for buying me a cookie. Thank you so much. I don't know if it's okay to read your message or not. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let me know if I can read your message. That was so sweet. Thanks for buying me a cookie. So, you guys, hey, Lucille, show me audits. Ooh, I gotta check out your stuff. There you go, my Lucille, Cynthia, Miss Indiz, how are you? No name. When does the meeting start? We're getting to it. Critical, the critical smoker, Ted F. Oh, yeah, look what Ted said. Your channel is one of my favorites. The no nonsense, both sides take on everything always keeps me glued to the screen. Thank you so much. Let me tell you, you guys, I get in trouble about that all the time because they be like, pick that side. I'd be like, look, I'm trying to pick a side, but when stuff don't make sense to me, guys, I really try to look at it from a different perspective. Like, okay, now 1 + 1 is not equaling 2. Okay, it's just not equaling 2. Big dog, thank you so much. Okay, so y'all ready? You guys, it's a board meeting Monday, so I had to roll up. To go find the paperwork, y'all. Hold on, let's pull it up. So it's a little blurry because it was kind of dark out. Let me see. Let me just pull up the first part of the agenda. Let's see, I just did it. Oh no, come on, computer. Sorry, guys, I gotta plug my computer up. I know it's not. I forgot I had it out all day. This baby right here. The critical, besides YouTube Premium this month, we're gonna upgrade our computer a little. We're gonna have to upgrade the computer just a little bit. So it looks like it's gonna be a board meeting. So I rolled on down really quickly and I said, let me see what they're talking about. So excuse usually, because I will tell you guys, if they don't put it up by 6:30, that's like a violation. And don't quote me, I'm not a lawyer, but it's something about the Open Meetings Act, right? But in true Dalton and Thornton Township fashion, you know, this is just it's just confusing to me, right? Because like I always say, and you guys, don't start, but that's my saying. Okay, I heard it somewhere. I don't know if I heard it from I Am Groot. I think it was Groot from like Guardians of the Galaxy. He like okay, but one day he was like, I am confusion. So confusion is what it is. Okay, so I heard you, Mr. Jediah Brown. Okay, and Miss Donna K. I heard y'all. Y'all gave me a whole Bible scripture. I'm not putting that calling on my life, but that's my saying, okay? So you guys, I am confusion when it comes to why we're not posting this on the Dalton website. Like, what is the problem? Like, have we learned nothing? I think I'm kind of like, at first I'm like, why we're not posting this for and same goes for Thornton Township. Like, why we're not posting this for everyone to see, right? But on top of that, we're not posting it for everyone to see. That's a problem for me. But on top of that, you still like learn nothing. But I'm thinking maybe the people that work for the super mayor are just really lazy and I'm not trying to do this, but maybe they're incompetent of knowing how to do it. You know what I mean? Like she just a bunch of people, because I'm trying to figure out what people do all day. Like I'm being honest, like, okay, now we heard that the people are in town. Wouldn't you try to do right just a little bit? Just a little bit. Hi, oh, hi, Miss Mary. Thanks for being here. I just love that picture of you. You, yes, hottie with the waistline. Hope to see you tomorrow. I mean, Monday. Thank you, Miss Indiz. William says, bet she won't show. I think she's gonna show. She was at Cinco de Mayo today. She's gonna show. It's going to be at the Village Hall. Yes, critical smokers so far. Now, let me read this because I know that's what you guys came from. And shout out to Miss Mary Avent, our hero over here in Dalton. We just love you over here, right? We love you over here. Thanks for all you do. Okay, so let's get to what it says. This is what I got off the wall. Okay, so this is the roll call. Okay, the Village of Dalton. Hold on, let me just put. So it's okay. So it starts off like this. Let me get my glasses on, guys. I get my specs. Public notice is hereby given. So it's going to be at Village Hall, 14122 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, Monday, May 6th at 6:30 p.m., right? And these are the matters that are going to be discussed. Now, you guys are saying that you don't think Mayor Henyard, Super Mayor Henyard would be there, but she was at the Cinco de Mayo event. She will be there with bells on. Will Michael Delgado show up? You guys. So I'm driving down the street. I'm talking to my girl. And all of a sudden, and I'm on the other side of Chicago. I'm like in the west suburbs over that way somewhere. I don't even know if I was in the north suburbs. I'm trying to figure out. I think it's the northwest suburbs I was in. And I'm talking. I stopped dead. And she's my witness. I stopped. It's a Bentley truck. Oh my God. I'm going southbound and the Bentley truck is going northbound. And right through the front windows, yes, the side windows were tinted. Who do I see but some black little frame glasses, silver fox? It was Michael Delgado just driving by Portillo's like it was, he didn't have a care in the world, on the phone, smiling and everything. And I said, oh my God, girl, I gotta turn around. Because it was like two things happened this week. I'll share with you guys. So two things happened this week. And one was I went to the mall, and who do I see at the mall but a dang old Tahoe shopping at JCPenney's? I said, well, at least at the River Oaks Mall, it's a Tahoe shopping at JCPenney, one of those $150,000 Tahoes. I said, well, at least they started with a budget plan. Now they shopping at JCPenney's. But I see Michael Delgado, plain as day, flying down Harlem Avenue. I said, oh my goodness. And I missed him at the light because I sure was going to pull up like, are you coming Monday? It's Burgundy. It's me. Are you coming Monday? Lucille, thank you for the $9.99 super sticker. Thank you. I was an apple chip in my car. Look, if they got an apple chip in my car, I got one thing to say.
You can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out. And also, if you stay down here and you never fuck around, you'll never find out.
And we'll keep it just like that. We'll keep it just like that. But it was like, oh my goodness, like, baby, it was something else. Okay, so let's get back to what's going on here at the board meeting, because this is the real tea, right? So, okay, so we start with a call to order, roll call. We start there, and this is May 6th at the Village Hall. Now, I don't know why they wouldn't hold it. Well, there we go again with the Open Meetings Act, right? Is it a overplay for the underplay? because you already know the media gonna take off 20% of the room. You know what I mean? Media by itself. Then you know we're supposed to bring pots, pans, and wigs or something, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that later. So you might as well go ahead and queued up the Thornridge Auditorium and called it a day. But hey, nonetheless, here we are here. And then you know what? Honestly, I think it's only the amount of people that wanted to go in too, because if you let the people that want to go in, because some people don't want to go in, some people just want to support, I think you're not in violation of the Open Meetings Act that way. You know what I mean? So yeah, we start with roll call, then we do the Pledge of Allegiance, then we do prayer. You know how we feel about that.
More, you prayed us in on unity. You prayed us in and came with the most divisive speech I heard in my life. Don't pray for me no more.
Okay, so then we go to hello, Jesse Pelzer. You have a blessed day. Okay. All right. Then we go to public comment. Okay, so that's it. You know what happened last time after the public comment, right? Hey, Lisa Lee. Hey, I should have pulled it out, right? Then we went to general announcement. Okay. Then the mayor's report. Oh my gosh. Now, are we really going to do the mayor's report? So put it on the Jumbotron. Put it on it. So it says, A, mayor's veto message related to the April 8th, 2024 special board meeting. Now, you guys know what that means, right? It's going to be the veto of Lori Lightfoot, allegedly. That's the only thing she should. Well, first of all, it's the secret squirrel meeting. So she is saying that it wasn't legal, right? So that is number 7 on the agenda. A mayor's 7A, actually, a mayor's veto message related to the April 8th, 2024 board meeting. So you guys, in my head, and I'm just now learning all of this when it comes to what's going on in Dalton and all of this jazz, right? Everything that got to do with politics a little bit. I'm learning along the way. I would think you want to hold this meeting because I wish I had an expert on here. I do. I have Mary Avon. If you, I'm just gonna drop this link. Let's see. So we got. If you got, I put the StreamYard link too. If you guys want to do the meeting, right? You want to have the meeting, because if not, whatever happens now, it has to wait to the next meeting. And we don't have 2 meetings a month anymore. They can't really pass it at the secret squirrel meeting, as she called it, because she's not going to come to the park district. That means we have to wait till June. I don't know. I think you would want to have this meeting. Okay. So like we said, mayor's report, mayor's veto's message related to the April 8th special board meeting. So, you know, she's going to have a speech for us. Then the village clerk report, right? Then village administrator report. You guys, is Keith Freeman going to be there? I think so. I think not one thing is gonna change. I actually think everybody's gonna be in unison. If we're missing anybody, I want to say it may be Tangenique or Miss Kim, something like that. But Tangenique might be missing. We definitely know Andrew Holmes gonna be missing. I would be shocked if Andrew Holmes come. But I think it's going to be business as usual. I really do, guys. What do you think? It must be in a municipal building. She could have hold it at the Thornton Township. Right. Hopefully by June she'll be in jail. Yeah. We don't know. You don't know, because, you know, as much as we all think that we know what's going to happen, we only know the tip of everything, right? It could be like deeper than any of us could imagine. And then like I always say, I don't know anything about it, but my thoughts are Tiffany might not go, because one thing she always say, my name is not attached to anything. I think the only thing that would be her saving grace, she has her name not attached to no credit cards, no financials and stuff like that, but she's the overseer of the village. So I'm always confused about that. And I'm not gonna lie, you guys, I saw that Cinco de Mayo video for a little bit. As much as she put on a strong face, she looked so sad by the eyes. Did anybody think that? As much as she put on that face and smiling, she looked very sad in the eyes, in my opinion. It wasn't that when she was bossing up, she had like, her eyes were much more lively and clear and focused. It looked like everything was draining her, and she just was pushed to have to go out there and do this. And yeah, it kind of saddened me a little bit. I'm like, I know you like Burgundy, but I'm like, oh man. Village Clerk report is number, Village Clerk report is number 7. Mayor's report is number 6, and her veto is 6A. Village Administrator report number 8. Number 9 is the engineer's report. Number 10 are all the department reports. Okay. Now the next part of the agenda is the business, right? So we have the corporate bills. It's going to be number 11. Number 10 will be all the department reports. You have a police deputy chief Lacey, fire chief McCain, public works Stacy Carell, water Juanita, housing William, code is Kim. I quit. Hey Kiki. Okay, Anna says, does the trustee need to override the investigation report since they wasted $400 an hour on Lightfoot when the FBI is investigating her for Dalton and Township? She's going to jail, take time, justice. Now, do you think they wasted the money on Lightfoot? You know what? A lot of people do, Anna Clark. A lot of people feel like it, but I believe that the feds were here. But it's something in me. It could have been a coinky dink, but something in me feel like Lori gave them that push. Like, okay, y'all here. What you waiting on? You waiting on one? What you waiting on? One little piece of information. Okay, I got to make a phone call, and that's it. That's what I think it is. Does she have a conscience? Good question. Yeah, will the attorney be there? Can't wait for public comment. Yeah, you guys, I cannot wait for public comment. But okay, what do you have to say? What will you say? Keith Freeman, step down. No. Andrew Holmes, step down. No. Mayor, step down. No. So somebody got to come with something new. With something new. But you guys, if Jediah gets up there and speak, Lord. It would be nice if all the and it's not nice because it's horrible. If while we have this national attention at the board meeting, maybe getting some of the victims, if you will, families. You know, we have Funnel Cake Man, Christopher, we have who like he was shot in the heart. These are two separate people. I'm sorry, but we have Funnel Cake Man who died in Dalton. Then we have Christopher who was shot in the heart. His mama has been coming up there for years. And then we have Alexis Wilson mom. Like if we could get their stories pointed out right away, like where the media has to pay attention, that would be good because they never play that part. They never play the victims of senseless crimes. And then don't forget the chase that we just had, right? Okay. And thanks for that, Anna. Hey, Allie. Yeah, public comment. Woo! This gonna be a meeting for you, huh? I'm wearing a whole. What y'all thought I was Carmen Sandiego last time? Just wait, I'm wearing a whole get up. So then after that we got corporate bills. Okay, so we got the electronic warrant list. Now this is where I thought it got kind of juicy. Oh, I forgot to put that up. Hold on, guys. Let me give you that. This is where I thought it got kind of juicy, right? So remember the walkout. Now we have to play all this in sequence. Nothing got done in April. William, stop trolling, please. I appreciate you, but please don't troll over here. The parking lot is not full. Y'all don't think so. It's not like that. Let's see. Let's go. Let's pull up what we got to pull up, guys. Hold on. Let's go right here. I had to pull up the next one. Sorry, guys. I didn't even think to do that. I think this is it. What time is it, guys? I think this is it. Hopefully, this is the right one. Sorry, guys. Nope. Let me do it again. Got the wrong one up there for you guys. So, and I appreciate y'all patience. Let me just hit. Been a long day. I ran right in to get this to you guys. So I won't be on here long. We definitely won't be long-winded today. Okay. Oh yeah, I put it on the wrong thing. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, guys. Let me go here. Let's pull it up. Computer Learning Center. Did y'all watch my video today? I should have figured it out by now. Like, did not help me. Let's go right here. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so this is the new business. So don't forget, remember April, none of the business happened, right? So we have to do the February 29th electronic warrant list, because remember the bills, if you will, we still have to do that. Then we have to do the March electronic warrant list. Then we have to do the AP warrant list for April and the AP warrant list for May. Okay. We haven't done any of these. Hold on, guys. Okay. So we haven't paid any bills, right? Nothing's been approved. The board, I mean, I'm sure payroll and stuff have been met, but yeah, we haven't paid any bills, right? So we got to go through A, B, C, D corporate bills. This is going to be a long meeting. Number 12, old business, none. Number 13, new business. Of course, you know what's on the top of that. Motion to terminate contract of Odelson, Sturck, Murphy, Frazier, and McGrath as counsel. Okay. B, motion to approve the purchase of 5 residential, you guys listening, and 1 commercial properties from the Cook County Land Bank. I repeat, motion to approve the purchase of 5 residential and 1 commercial properties from the Cook County Land Bank. And that's signed by Mayor Henyard. She's asking for that, right? I assume. C, executive session. So that's when it's going to be a situation where they go and we don't know what's going on. Discussion regarding pending or probable or imminent litigation. What is that about, guys? Do you guys think That has to be Delgado, right? That has to be Delgado. We won't know, Kiki. We won't know. We won't know. So that is number. Which properties? Like which properties? Isn't that important? Hey, Gio from Chicago. Did you see what Jediah said? I saw the other day. I don't know why he was mad at you. No, but I think me and Jed are fine. I just think it was miscommunication. I think we're fine. For sure. And yeah, I did. I got to see it. Like I said, I tell you guys all the time how I feel about Jed, you know. So it is Jediah, Mr. Brown. So yeah, I think we're cool. Okay. Number 2, approval of resolution authorizing and approving the execution of a certain settlement agreement with Graham versus Village of Dalton, Williams versus Village of Dalton, Manji versus Village of Dalton, Redeemed Church versus Village of Dalton. Oh, you guys. Wait a minute. That church. So this is okay. This is important. Now, this is going to be a meeting you want to tune in for. Now, who I know about the church, I started a video on them. Redeemed Church got that property that was the old bicycle shop, and they weren't able to build out. They got the orange sticker, right? So they sued Dalton. Are they trying to settle with all these businesses that have lawsuits? Who's Manji? Anybody remember Manji versus Village of Dalton? Let's see if we can find it. Now, this would be great. I would love to see Nate the lawyer or Hannibal or Shawan cover this. I always say that. I hope they don't be thinking I'm just throwing them under the bus. I just like their breakdowns on litigation and things of that nature. Do y'all know what this is? These are some of the ones that no lawyer. This is it is. The tag says it's open season to sue Dalton. It is. Yeah. This is quite interesting. Wow. Okay, so let's break down some of these settlements that they're going to try to do. And isn't this something that now we have the settlement that now this one seems like this is let's see. Let's go one by one. Hit the like button if you're in here. 254 people watching. I appreciate you so much. Welcome over here, Burgundy Blue Commentary, where you you matter over here to me. So your opinion matters. And we say we want to say when we feel like saying it. And you guys, I want to at least get the peak of some of these settlements. Did I close out, guys? Okay. Let's start with this man G. Let's look into some of this. I think this was the one Lacey allegedly. I think he had something to do with this because I remember that name. I wonder if this is the Alexis Wilson protest people. I'm not sure. So I hope someone breaks these down. I wish I had the time to do it today. Okay, you guys, my computer is, oh man, it's acting up. It's acting up. I really want to cover this, but I think it's okay. It's frozen. Okay, let's see if I can at least read it for you guys. I was trying to share it. So this says today, Center for Protest Law and Litigation files federal lawsuit against Dalton police for violating protesters' constitutional right. Okay, let me see if my computer will act a little better now. There we go. Because I would love to share this with you guys so you can see it. So this is one of the, so they're going to have closed session. She's going to have to ask the trustees to approve some settlements. Wow. I find this very interesting. Let's go to it, guys. So this is what I'm reading so far. It says, today, the Center for Protest Law and Litigation joined Counsel Melinda Power of Chicago West Town Law Office in filing a lawsuit in U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Illinois against the Dalton Police Department for violating the constitutional rights of Shabir Manji. Mr. Manji was falsely arrested by the Dalton police on September 1st, 2021, as he and others peacefully and lawfully protested the police murder of Alexis Wilson. Rest in peace to Alexis Wilson. And justice for Alexis Wilson. So this was one of the protesters. They want to settle. The village of Dolton is a suburb just outside of Chicago. The Dalton police acted in silence. Mr. Manji and other protesters challenging racist police violence. The police unlawfully and continuously forced peaceful protesters away from City Hall, and an outdoor public meeting. The mayor was present. After police falsely arrested 2 other protesters, including one on a bullhorn, Mr. Manji picked up the bullhorn and called one officer a pig and another officer a effing pig. The Dalton police immediately stormed into the assembled group, shoved him to the ground, handcuffed him, and took him into custody. The Supreme Court has made clear that police may not arrest and punish someone because they do not like the content of their speech, including criticism or invective verbalized against the police. The police further wrongfully charged and maliciously prosecuted Mr. Manji for months, eventually dropping the charges only on the eve of the court proceedings. You guys, I actually have a paper on my vision board here, and it's from Miss Cheryl Hill. Something happened to her. She kept going to court, and they never showed up. So when Lacey came to arrest her at the Easter egg thing, the event with her grandson, she was like, "It's no papers on me. Y'all never." He was like, "Yes, it is," and it wasn't. So you guys, I just want to read this part. My First Amendment rights were violated. We were there to demand justice for Alexis Wilson, who was wrongfully killed by the Dalton Police Department, and were met with blockades and cops who abused their power. We will get justice. The police sought to evade accountability for the murder of Alexis Wilson and used their power of arrest to silence community opposition and punish those who dared challenge their sense of impunity. Wow, this is crazy. Like when you think about it, so this case is on the board list, on the list for Monday. This is going to be an interesting meeting. Let's see the next one. What's the next case, you guys, that we should look at? Well, Williams versus Village of Dalton. Graham versus Village of Dalton. Let's look up that. Let's see what we can find. This is going to be a long board meeting. You guys bring your chairs if we could get in. Now, I only am looking at what I see that's available. So we're going to try Jediah Law and see what's available. Like I said, I hope someone could have the time to break down after the board meeting all of these cases and how they want the village to settle. So that, wait a minute, how are we going to settle if we don't know how much is in the bank account? Is that going to be due to Would that be, I'm sorry, I'm thinking out loud, guys. Would that be the only way to settle? Oh man, is my stream? Okay, can you guys hear me? Can you guys? Okay, because my StreamYard failed. I'm sorry, guys. Let's see. The only way to, I'm thinking out loud, it's gonna be the village insurance, right? It's gonna be the insurance. Okay, so this is one of the cases Delgado, I believe, was in the process of, and I may have it wrong, but I don't think he could have dropped this case because he was in the process already. So I think that's why they're looking for the settlement, insurance and bonds. Hey, Goddess, did you hear the news? Woo! The news is something else, isn't it? Let's go back to this one. They want to settle these cases. No. Let's share this one, guys. This been around for a little bit. Is this from? No, this cannot be the one. This coming back from the Shaw days. Graham, a former police officer for the Village of Dalton, has sued the Village of Dalton, Robert Fox, in his individual and official capacity as police chief, and Robert Shaw in his individual and official and capacity of inspector general. Well, one of them is no longer here. Wow. So, is this the right one? Because he has like 3 lawsuits against the Village of Dalton, allegedly, from what I see. Is this the one where because he was trying to be, he was saying it was some prejudice in the police department and he got overlooked for promotion? I remember this story. Let me just see if it's another one, because he's been waiting for a long time, if that is the truth. I just want to see it, make sure I got the right one, but we're just going to go for it because this is all we know. Okay. I got it, guys. I got okay, it says, I think this is this one. See, I need the numbers. I don't think it's this guy. Let me go to this one. I need the numbers. And see, they won't give us the number until after private session, right? After that closed session. Let's see. Thanks for being patient with me, guys. My computer is really running slow. All right, let's share this one instead. I think this is more likely the one for Graham versus I don't think Lori Lightfoot would be here. We got the agenda. We got the board agenda, and on the agenda is the veto for Lori Lightfoot, right? Oh, you're right, Tyler. Tangenique has to be included on that lawsuit for them, because village clerk, she gives her report. She'll be able to tell us if she got access to the bank accounts. And what did she see? Was it any money in the bank when she got access to? It's not funny, but it's like, why was it this hard to do your freaking job? I think I just don't understand that part. And business is business. You can't be politics is, not politics. Government is government. Okay, I think this is the one. Okay, David Graham versus the Village of Dalton and Robert Collins. I think it's this one. Okay. I think it might be this one. So they're trying to pay out these settlements, guys. Oh my goodness. It's crazy. What's the other one? Williams versus Village of Dalton. So you guys, I might have to do a separate video because this is a lot to get through. So basically, let me go back to the agenda at hand. So this is what we have to look forward to. We got to look forward to a few things. Number one, We got the call to order, the roll call, pledge of allegiance, prayer. They gonna need that prayer. Public comment. Let's public comment alone. We're gonna get 2 minutes or 3 minutes this time. General announcements, mayor's report, mayor's veto message related to the April 8th special board meeting, village clerk's report, village administrator report, engineer's report, all the department reports, right? Then we go from there to corporate bills. We haven't been able to have a strong meeting in months. So they have to go through the electronic warrant list from February 29th, 2024, because remember, we had the walkout April, right? Because the Open Meeting Act was violated, and then the mayor didn't come to the special board meeting. So no bills were approved. So we have the electronic warrant list from February 29th, 2024. We got the electronic warrant list from March 31st, 2024. We have the AP warrant list from April 1st, 2024. We have the AP warrant list from May 6th, 2024. We have no old business. We do have a lot of new business. We have the motion to terminate the contract of Odelson, Sturck, Murphy, Frazier, and McGrath, as usual. That's been on there for 2 years. The motion to approve the purchase of 5 residential and 1 commercial property from the Cook County Land Bank. That's signed by Mayor Henyard. She wants that done. She also wants the termination of the contract. Then we have the executive session. And that's what happens. It's discussion regarding pending or probable or imminent litigation. I'm not a lawyer, but that sounds deep. Lastly, we have approval of resolution 24- and it doesn't say any number, authorizing and approving the execution of a certain settlement agreement with these following people, right, or entities. Graham versus the village of Dalton, okay? Williams versus the village of Dalton. Manji versus the village of Dalton. Redeemed Church versus the village of Dalton. This board meeting, y'all might as well pack a sleeping bag. Y'all might as well pack a sleeping bag. It's going to be bananas. Let's get to the comments, and I'm gonna let y'all go because you know I done got long-winded. What happened, Tag? So I had it. I got the stream. Oh, I didn't pin it. I'm sorry. Okay, hold on, guys. And you know, only the people I know right now, because you know it gets a little. Y'all get a little reckless. Getting a little reckless here. There we go. There, I pinned it. So y'all, this streamline. Hey John. Hey John. Okay, so I think so. Who all you think is going to attend the board meeting? Number one, I think for sure we're going to have Tiffany is going to be there. I think Keith Freeman is going to be there 100%. I think. Who do we have that's not going to be there? I'm not sure if Tangenique will be there. But they might be like, Tangenique, you need to come because you've been missing girl. You need to be there. If we don't have Tangenique, we have, who else will be missing? Oh, Andrew Holmes is not coming. He's not coming. So he'll be missing. He'll be getting another check this month because he's never stepped down. That should be new business. You know, that should for sure be new business. It's embarrassing. He needs to not be there. And I mean, it doesn't mean you're admitting that you're guilty. You know what I mean? You're under investigation for SA, and you're a self-proclaimed activist, if you will. It would be the right thing to do to step down. It's just common sense. Like, why keep on bringing shame to a village you don't even live in? He bringing shame, then the village, you know what I mean, that he don't even live in. He just want to get the check. Hey, Go Political. What's up? Great channel, you guys. Go Political, please, if you have time. Break down the sorry, it's not a better photo, but they're not gonna put it on the website. But break down the agenda if you have time, because what is up with these 5 properties they want to buy? Go Political. Motion to approve the purchase of 5 residential and 1 commercial property from the Cook County Land Bank. Mayor Henyard. 5 residential properties to do what? And it's making me think, you guys, when I have time, we're going to put that Thornton Township agenda up too. Because didn't we try to purchase something and get rid of, purchase some property at one? It was on the agenda in the closed session, but I'm not sure it went anywhere. But the 5 properties and the 1, which commercial property? Which 5 properties? I cannot wait to find out. And what are we going to do with them? What are we purchasing for? And can we afford to purchase them? Can we? You know, I like I said, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know anything about real estate or anything like that. But yeah, they have been working on that land bank deal for years. I remember Brittany Norwood saying something about it, but that is very interesting. And then don't forget this, you guys, and thanks for that, Tyler. The settlements. They are trying to settle those 5 cases. That's number 2 at the bottom under the executive session. One of it being the protesting outside of her house for one of the protesters for the Alexis Wilson case. But they want to settle out of court about 5 cases. Can we afford that? Did the money come down the pipeline we were waiting for and we just don't know? Are we in a deficit? Because this is sure, this whole thing and this agenda, we have to pay all those bills from February, all the bills from March, and the April bills, right? Because we never got through anything at that board meeting. And Michael Delgado done quit, so I'm sure he's gonna send a letter in there like, here's my final invoice. Here's my invoice. I'm gonna need y'all to go ahead and clear that, okay? So we're gonna have Michael Delgado up in there with his check. He gonna want his check. This is very interesting. This is very, very interesting, isn't it? This meeting is going to be long-winded to say the least. John Luna, thank you for the $10 super sticker. I appreciate it so much. Glad I got to catch some of your live tonight. Great content as usual, as well as your commentary. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Thanks for the encouragement. This is well, you know what? That might be the thing. Now, see this. Okay, Gardis, I have a question. Okay, so remember when they had to settle at Thornton Township for the watchdog, what was the Edgar County watchdog settlement? And they had closed session and they wanted to settle, and it was like for the $5,500. And Chris Gonzalez said no, because it could have been avoided, but because of the mayor in the township, the super mayor, she the majority vote over there. In Dalton, she does not, right? So this is my question. So we know Jason House, he cares about the finances of Dalton, right? From what we see, he's always declining stuff because we don't have the money. Now, if these are settlements and these are his people, I don't mean him per se. If Dalton can't afford it, the majority vote in the trustees would say, no, we're not going to settle because we can't afford it, right? Or, yeah, we're going to settle because we know we're going to lose these cases anyway, so it's cheaper to settle, right? That's a sticky situation to be in, because if you don't approve the settlement, the people who are looking for the settlement may be angry. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm trying to think. Or maybe they might not be angry because they might get more money when they win in court. But then the village would have to pay off. It's an if and when, and the village would have to pay off more. So that's a sticky situation to put that in the board meeting, right? What do you guys think? Isn't that sticky? Wow, because most of the people is I wonder if that's Rabbi that gets the settlement, because whoever was at that protest, I think he was arrested with Rabbi. For instance, I'm gonna use him as an example. It's a sticky situation to be in because Gardis is calling in while I was talking. Okay, we're bringing up Gardis Watts. Let's bring him on up. We won't be long-winded, Gardis. See, my computer's slow.
Hey, what's going on?
See if we could get him up. Oh, did I get you up there and take you down? Yep. Hold on, Gardis. It's my fault. It's my computer.
Hello?
Hey, Gardis, there you are. We got you.
What's going on?
What's going on? We appreciate you calling in. Do you have something to say about this agenda?
Well,
and I hope you had a good day.
I got a notification that you were on live, and I was like, oh, okay, let's see what she's talking about. And I had no knowledge of this. So, I'm still trying to play catch up. But I guess to your last point in regards to settlements, because, obviously we know that Dalton is in the hole. And so, and it's a real sticky situation because do you remember last week when Delgado pulled out, they were talking about the township also being uninsurable. And that would have been something that would have helped them, pay out some of these settlements. But now with the issue of their uninsurability, possibly, bond rating being lowered, I think their only option, they might have two options. One option would possibly be take out more loans, which is going to put them in more debt. And then there's the nuclear bomb option of filing for bankruptcy.
What, they can do that? The village can file for bankruptcy?
Yes, they can. However, here's the problem. It's not going to be run by the Dalton officials. So if I'm not mistaken, if somebody can correct me on this, in a case like this of filing bankruptcy, the bankruptcy holders have some sort of governmental say in the business of the government to protect the interests of whatever loan or whatever thing that they lend out to the government in order to get them out of bankruptcy. So it's sort of like if I file for bankruptcy and put up my vehicle for collateral, so I can't sell my vehicle until I pay my bankruptcy off. So it's kind of like in a situation of a governmental entity, them filing for bankruptcy, the bankruptcy holders would have some say in the governmental entity of it because they owe them the money. So that would not be a good thing if they did do this. So if you look at it from a perspective of, let's just say Jason House is the mayor. Well, his powers would not be say full because of the fact that now he has to kind of report to what do they call it? Because Detroit went through this a couple of years ago. And they call it something. I'll look it up in a minute. But the thing is that they will have to report to whoever the bankruptcy holders are, which is typically the state, because they have to file bankruptcy through the state. And we all know trustworthy Illinois politics are. I'm being facetious on that.
Right? We can trust them.
Of course we can, but yeah. So it would not be a good thing if they did file for bankruptcy. But it's something that can put them into a serious, a very, very serious bind. So
Yeah.
I would try to avoid that at all costs.
I'm wondering what the rush to settle now is. Is it because Delgado quit and they can't linger it on? I wonder, because that hasn't been on the agenda.
Well, the thing about settlements is, you always have to make that decision in the beginning, because if you start going to court and you start paying litigation fees, the settlements basically doesn't mean anything then, because now you done spend all the money on litigation, and it's like you could have saved that money and just negotiated the settlement outright. So for them, it's just kind of minimizing the damage now, even though you could have settled it before litigation even started.
Okay. Wow. I'm wondering how this vote is going to go, and if it even reaches to that point, because we can't get past public comment.
Yeah, I was actually planning on going. Just like, I'm down the street from it, even though I'm in South Holland, but at the same time, it's like, I was looking at it and looking at the agenda, following the agenda as well. And yeah, it looks like that's going to be a long meeting. Emergency manager, that's what they have. So when Detroit filed for bankruptcy, roughly like about 10 years ago, they had an emergency manager who basically oversaw what the mayor was doing, what the aldermen were doing in that particular town. So I'm assuming, and like I said, somebody can correct me on this, because maybe Illinois law might be different from Michigan law, but there will be somebody overseeing the day-to-day operations of the village if they file for bankruptcy.
Wow. Someone just said we could have because that Jediah is planning to come to town with a whole week plan of events for us. I don't know if you heard about it for Dalton.
Yeah.
That meeting is going to be crowded. Like I said, media is going to take 25% of the room. So someone said we could have the opens meeting outside. We could have it outside, sort of like the trustees did before, like to hold it. I don't know if we could have the board meeting outside, but I don't know if it's going to come to that.
Well, I mean,
if they have enough room to hold it, rather.
Well, yeah, obviously, she's going to push Tiffany's going to push this meeting through, whether they have room or not, because that's her tactic. She wants it in small places so she can limit the amount of people who attends the board meetings.
This is crazy. Okay, someone just inboxed me and said it's called stewardship.
What is that?
It's called stewardship. Was that what you were saying when they take over the town? Thank you, Aerodite one. Now, Aerodite, I will let you up. But the way my live's been set up recently, I got to screen everybody today. I appreciate you calling in, though. Thank you, Aerodite. I appreciate you. I was like, I'm scared to just let people up, and then it's Aerodite says when the town defaults and the state takes over.
Yeah, basically. So I found something from the it's from WTTW, but it's a report from the Better Government Association about municipalities that filed for Chapter 9 bankruptcy. And it says some states have specifically authorized general filings of Chapter 9 that specifically authorized Chapter 9 bankruptcy. Another 12 conditionally. Okay. 3 states, and Illinois is one of them, have a particular government agency that gives permission. In Illinois, it's the Illinois Power Authority. Nobody else does it because it was put in the legislation. 2 states prohibit it, and that's Iowa and Georgia, and the remainder. Okay, so that's the process. What is it? What happens when they do file for Chapter 9 bankruptcy?
If she wants that, you think if she loses the town, she wants it to go into bankruptcy? That way nobody has the power?
Well, you know, there's an old saying about a dictator will rule a city even if it turns into ash, and then it'll rule over the ashes. So it's one of those, if I can't rule it, then nobody's gonna rule it.
Did you go to the Cinco de Mayo event today?
I drove by it. It didn't look like there was a lot of people there.
It sure didn't. I heard it was not a lot of people there at all.
Yeah, it didn't look like there was a lot of people there. And I drove by it like at about, it was like about a little bit afternoon, which was probably like around, what time did it start?
I thought it was like, I don't know. I don't know how long, what time it started. Let's see. I gotta look for her picture. Let me go to, gotta see which flyer it was. I had to look for which outfit she had. Cinco de Mayo. But she had Dora the Explorer there.
See, and
that's what I said. I said that.
No. And it's sad because, you know, it's so funny. Like when my daughter was little, you know, I used to take her to the Thornton Township, what do they call it? Dang, what is it called? It's the annual Thornton Township celebration they have, like close to the beginning of the school year, like towards the end of summer. And I remember her first time taking her there. She was like about maybe 5, about 5 years old. And my daughter was in love with Dora. Dora was she loved Dora. And so when she saw Dora, it was like heaven to her. She sat there and she didn't want to let go of Dora. And it was like, oh my God, we were trying to pull her off of Dora. And she like, no, I want to stay with Dora.
Oh.
But that, you know what? And it's like, yeah, this was on the township grounds that we used to go. Taste of Thornton. That's what it was.
Taste of Thornton, yeah.
Taste of Thornton, yeah. And so, you know, every year we would go there, and you know, then she grew out of Dora eventually. But yeah, it was sort of like she basically, you know, remembers that. And now with this new administration, they're just kind of ruining what was there before. And yeah, so it was, yeah, it's sad to see how down it is gone. Because like I said, when I drove by there, it didn't look like it was anybody there. I was thinking like maybe they still setting up, maybe it's
they said it started at 1, so maybe that's what it.
Okay,
but I saw her later, like around. It wasn't a lot of people there yet, but about the Dora, I loved Dora, but I was actually Dora one Halloween. I tried to be Dora one Halloween. That's another story for another day, you guys. It was like a whole nother day. But the thing was she's, I don't know if you call it, says she got Dora the Explorer there. Like she said, I got Dora the Explorer. She's always saying I instead of, you know, like we or the township or you know, Texas. You guys, look what we did. We having this event because of you guys. She was like, we are in the black. We got Dora Explorer here. Thanks for your. She switched it right over. I'm like, wait a minute now. Just people come down to Cinco de Mayo. Don't leave the politics out of it. You know, come on down and enjoy yourself. Forget about the politics for a day.
Well, unfortunately, she's created an atmosphere that we can't forget about the politics. You know, because a lot of this has been caused by her because of the politics.
Yeah, yeah,
And it is very, very unfortunate.
yeah. That is
Yeah.
true.
So I mean, I'm actually still looking at this, and it does say here that municipalities must be specifically authorized by state law to be a debtor under Chapter 9 and must be authorized by a government officer or an organization empowered by the state to make such an authorization. So it kind of is similar to what Detroit went through with the emergency manager.
Oh, yeah. I think we might be running into that depending on what's on this report and what Clerk Key can tell us about getting access to the bank accounts. It seems like that might be the option. I hope not, because has there been any town that successfully got out of bankruptcy and thrived again? I
Well, I
wonder.
mean,
That's not
in Illinois, I'm not sure. I'll have to look that up. But like I said, the soon, like the latest one has been Detroit, because Detroit is such a, it's a big municipal city. And I remember when they had to go through that whole thing, and a lot of it had to stem off of what Kwame Raoul did. I mean, not Kwame, Kwame Kilpatrick.
Yeah, right.
Kwame Kilpatrick did. And many people from the outside, who look at this situation in Dalton kind of compare her to Kwame Kilpatrick.
Yeah. I mean, he ruined a whole legacy. And I think that's a part of how I feel about Tiffany. I'm like, you're doing all this, but this was really your chance and your legacy. And that's what disappoints me the most. Like, this is what you're known for, other than being like she says, I'm the first Black female mayor and supervisor. You made history, but that's all overshadowed. Just like I think Kwame Kilpatrick, wasn't his mom in politics too?
Yeah, he came from a political family. I know that.
Yeah, so he just downed the whole situation. He just messed it up in one swoop, and I find that so sad, very sad.
Yeah, it is sad, but yeah, I'm kind of combing through this document here, but yeah, it looks like it's about the same of what happened in Detroit. There'll be an emergency manager. There's something about payroll, because all of the resources will start coming from Illinois, and so obviously whoever provides the money is going to control, have the power.
Yeah.
And basically it'll leave basically the government in Dalton powerless if this happens.
This is very sad. This is very, very sad. It's very sad for Dalton. It's very sad for Dalton. And I don't think I hate to say this. This is even worse, but I don't think it's going to be a productive board meeting because everybody's so angry right now. People have questions, and it seems like it's definitely going to be some resistance from the mayor.
Well, I mean, it's like that every session.
He said big deal, huh?
Yeah, I know, like big deal. That's what happens in these meetings. I mean, like you said, for the last three years, this has been happening.
Yeah, I wonder if, like, that's the thing about this board meeting. We won't even know if any agents are sitting in there, or we won't know anything. We're not able to clap, but we won't be. We won't know if anybody will notice if our rights are violated. So this is just, I'm interested. I'm gonna read more on this. I'm gonna read more on this bankruptcy situation. I'm glad you brought that knowledge, because
Well, yeah, like I said, I hope that is not an option, and it's probably because unfortunately, I would say it's not an option. They would probably be forced into bankruptcy if that happens. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. But if they can't get insured and they can't get a loan, then yeah, there possibly may not be any other way but to bankruptcy. And I'm hoping that doesn't happen.
Yeah, and I wonder. Lastly, so we found out we never had a village attorney. So we never had a real village attorney. We never really had a chief of police, like legally. So I'm wondering who would want to come in and work for Dalton.
Well, I mean, see, and that's another thing about lawyers and law firms, because they have a lot of political weight as well. And a lot of this is caused by this rift between not just Delgado and Otis. I mean, not just the village and like the law firms, say like Tiffany versus Otison, but the law firms like Delgado and Otison has a long history of fighting each on both sides. And so they basically try to, grab municipalities like they're picking teams on the basketball court and try to, go at each other. And what's interesting is somebody brought this up I think it's in a post on the Dalton Politics Facebook page. And I found this interesting because I think the attorney that was there when Tiffany first was elected, her name, she was a Black woman.
Oh, Welsh.
Was it Welsh or was
Was
it
it-
somebody else? It was started with an S. Man, I can't think of. But no, you're right. She's married to Chris Welsh, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
married to Chris. She's married to Chris Welsh, which is interesting because Welsh is the guy who started something against Bert Otison back when he was on the board at Proviso West or something. And-
Whoa. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Welsh has a very shady history, because what he started doing was he created this blog, and he was basically trying to out a lot of his political opponents, but he never pinned his name to this blog, so it was basically quote unquote anonymous, like we have all of them posted in the Dalton Dalton Politics board. And so I think somebody did like like some sort of forensic trace to where the computer was at, and they traced it back to Chris Welsh.
Oh my goodness, no.
Yeah. Because he started saying these derogatory things against Bert Otison, against his political opponents, and they basically traced it back to Chris Welsh.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Who's our
so-
Speaker of the House, right?
Yes, who is currently the Speaker of the House.
Oh.
Yeah, who is currently the Speaker of the House, and him and Bert Otison has been at each other's necks for a long time, and so that whole situation of that one of the attorney being Welsh's wife has was kind of like when I look at things in history, I'd be like, I wonder how did that go, and yeah, that's pretty interesting. And then then after that, the attorney carousel started to happen.
Wow. Yeah. So, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because you're getting paid, right? So, I guess you're right. They'll just rotate, like you said, rotate attorneys. But that's quite a fight. I just want to put it up. People were asking if that's her. It did start with an S.
Yeah,
Shantae
Shantae
Raines.
Raines Welsh. Yeah. Yeah.
But I think she was Shantae Raines, and nobody really caught on. And yeah, the Welsh, who's now Judge Welsh.
Yep. And see, that was the thing. I didn't, I peeped out a board meeting from 2021, and she was on that Zoom call, and she was identified as Rains. I think Shantae Rains, Attorney Rains, or
Yes.
something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But she never, she didn't use the Welsh moniker, and maybe because her husband wasn't the speaker yet. But was he the speaker at that time? Because I mean, he just got in that. Yeah, he just got in that position not too long ago, about 3 years ago. But yeah, that's an interesting connection right there with her being the husband of Welsh, and Chris having this issue with Bert Olison, and this whole thing of Bert Olison is doing this and doing that. But the problem is that all of these law firms are doing that, and that is including Delgado, who ain't got a clean record either.
I know Delgado really. I don't know if you had peeked in. So I have to work on the other side of Chicago. So it was my first time ever. I know this sounds like you guys been in Chicago forever, but never visited Oak Park really and saw the architecture. So I used to work for the school, IIT, and it had I used to work in the architecture house of IIT. So I love architecture, and I love history, as you know. So I get to Oak Park over there, and I didn't know Oak Park was so ritzy, you guys. It's beautiful over there, and they had these big homes made by Frank L. Wright, right? These big
Frank
homes.
Wright.
I wanted to go look, right, and I wanted to see all these things. So I'm driving. I'm on the phone. This is the other day I'm going to work. I'm on the phone with my friend, and I see a Bentley truck. I'm going south, and a Bentley truck going north or whatever. I'm going down to Harlem or whatever. And the side was attended, but the front you could see dead end. It was Delgado, just a cheesing, smiling, cruising in this Bentley truck. And I turned around because I wanted to see if I could really be like, if we were going to, like, if I could get him at the light and be like, hey, are you coming to the board meeting? I just want to know so bad. Is he coming? Like, I hope, like, I don't want no smoke, Delgado, but will you be at the board meeting on Monday? I wanted to know so bad, but yeah, I wouldn't have had the kahunas to do it. But yeah, it was really, really cool because I was like, was that Delgado? And it sure was. Bentley truck, cruising, hair perfect, transition, sunglasses, eyeglasses. He has not a care in the world. Not a care. And I think that's like interesting to see that he just dropped right before the feds came, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, Delgado has to have a reputation as well, even though it's not very good, but they don't want it to be any more sullied now since they have been associated with Tiffany and her administration. So I think it was probably best for them to pull out before it gets even more sullied, because despite the fact that, it is true that, there might never be another law firm or lawyer that might not work for the village. If they kept this up, there probably won't be municipalities that won't hire them.
Oh, you're right. And he has to think about, like, what you're right, because he has to think about his legacy and what he worked hard for.
Exactly. He has to think about his reputation as well.
Yeah, and I thought about that being on this side of town, and not that I was stalking Delgado, please don't think so. It just was interesting. I saw this ritzy side of town, these beautiful cars, and I'm mesmerized by the architecture and these $1 million homes. And I was like, I don't know anything about Delgado, but I was a world away from Dalton for a moment. Now, just across the street, it was still the west side because I went over to give me some sharks. But but it was really interesting to see, like, I wonder, would Delgado ever spend time in Dalton? That just stuff like that just ran in my head. No. Like, did he even care about the people of Dalton, or any of the other, I wonder how his life reflects the municipalities that pay him. Like, we're begging for help, and Tiffany, him, no one, not lawyer Tiffany, but none of the lawyers could help us because they were probably in a bind too, because they really weren't here for the citizens. They were here for the business, you know.
Basically, with lawyers, it's all about business. Their interests are not in the people, but actually preserving the government that they're trying to protect legally. So when you think about what lawyers do for these type of cities and villages and other municipalities, their interest is to just basically keep or minimize the cost of paying out legal cases out. This is why, the first option that lawyers always give to these municipalities is settlements, because it's the cheapest route out. You don't want to go to court. You don't want to keep paying them, $200, $500, $1,000 an hour so they can do these litigations. I'm pretty sure Tiffany is basically telling them that, no, we're going to go to court. We're going to fight this. We're going to fight this. Instead of just settling out of court, just, how can we negotiate this and minimizing the damages? This is what a normal municipality does. Normal cities, normal villages go through lawsuits all the time. But the key to it is that they minimize it by settling. You settle so you can keep the costs down.
And I was wondering that. I'm so glad you said that, because when we get to those settlements at the bottom, and I'm always like thinking from the other side, do you think that Delgado might have said, hey, these 10, like you said, we need to settle this? And she said no the entire time. And now they're in a pickle. They're like, okay, we have no choice. I think it was a little bit of, we paying you, so you do what I say. And
that's definitely the conversation, because even Dr. Nikita, she says that Tiffany doesn't listen to anybody.
Yeah.
She doesn't listen to anybody. So yes, that is definitely, I would definitely believe that the Delgado would have, despite the fact that their reputation, is a little tarnished because of dealing with the Tiffany Henyard administration, it will be very unethical of him not to suggest a settlement first, which I think he probably did. And they probably did, on the first round, but she was like, no, we're going to fight this. We're going to fight this. We're going to fight this. And not realizing that the longer you fight this, the more it's going to cost you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm telling you, this is an interesting situation. I'm sorry, guys, I had the hiccups. When I saw Delgado, that just briefly, it made me think like sort of his side of the situation. Like, man, this is becoming dangerous. I could lose everything. Let me exit. Let me exit this.
And think about that when you're thinking about federal indictments coming to your clients. Now you're not defending them in civil cases. You got to defend them in criminal cases now.
Mm-hmm.
And criminal cases cost more. And he realizes they don't have the money to pay for a criminal case.
Didn't think of that. You're right.
So now you go into the criminal realm, and it's like, look, they're not even paying us for the civil cases that they're trying to fight. Now you want us to defend you in criminal cases? Yeah, that's okay. We gone. And now they can get in trouble if they stick around, and if there's some sort of knowledge of criminal activity amongst the lawyers. Now you're in danger of malpractice.
Yeah.
You're in danger of legal malpractice now.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Oh yeah. You know what? Hey, Miss Mary, that is definitely true. They could be sued for legal malpractice. I mean, I'm not sure what the depth of it is, because like I said, they did pull out, but I think they pulled out because of that. They want to avoid that.
Yeah. That he has a pretty big law firm. It's a pretty big. One of my favorite creators, Long Island Audit. Shout out to Long Island. He has a lawsuit in Berwyn, which is how we ran into each other a couple of times because I think he was out fighting this Berwyn. I forgot what he called it. He had a dissertation. What is it? I forgot what it's called. I said that's school dissertation.
Yeah.
Well, he had to go to court, y'all. And that's how we ran into him twice. And we ran into him 3 times, but he said, and I hope I got it right, that Delgado was that city's attorney too, Berwyn. That he was fighting against. Delgado was one of the lawyers he was fighting against. I was like, wow. So I'm wondering how many cities he have on lock, because that's quite that Bentley truck probably paid in cash. Skip the Dalton money. He don't need the little Dalton money. That's a drop in the bucket. If he got that many municipalities, that Michigan Avenue office costs. So if he got that many municipalities, then he's good to go. He's good to go. So I was really thinking about that. I said it probably was easier to walk away than to keep on dragging his law firm down with all the lawsuits. I've never seen this many lawsuits happen in Dalton at once. This is crazy.
And they may not be out of the spotlight yet, because I mean, there could be, if the feds come in and the investigation is thoroughly vetted, they could call them back in, as witnesses, as maybe defendants, because there might be some evidence of legal malpractice.
Yeah. And thank you, Chronic Mike. Deposition. That's what I see.
Oh yeah, deposition.
Yeah,
you call it a dissertation.
He had to come and do his thesis. Regardless, it's always wonderful talking to you. I appreciate you so much.
All right, take care.
You too. Bye.
All right.
You never know who you meet in life. And I would have never ran into Gardis Watts, like, unless he was at the old 50-yard line or something like that, which I doubt he was. You guys, oh my goodness, what's going on? Oh, Paul Roberts. Hey, Mr. Roberts. He says that Delgado started getting bad Google reviews from the public because of Tiffany. You guys, is Donna K, girl, you in here fighting for your life. I gotta give it to you. Y'all, Donna K, you have your opinion, and I appreciate you being able to voice your opinion without getting nasty with it. So thank you so much, because you be fighting for your life in the comment section. Keep going, Donna. Donna, you know what? Like, I've seen Stranger Things. You might be right about everything. I've seen Stranger Things happen. Jay Jones, hey, I hope to see you Monday. Give me a big old hug from my girl Jay Jones. Yeah. I'm getting, you guys, sorry guys, I'm getting the names all crossed up. Man, y'all are the bee's knees. Thanks for having this discussion with me this evening. Y'all, like I said, I'll be in and out because I think I got 9 more days of hard work. So I was able to come on for a little bit. I appreciate y'all rocking with me. If you don't mind, check out some of my older videos. Let YouTube know you're still here with me, and things of that nature. I appreciate you so much. What's up, Mara? Oh yeah, you know what, Mara, thank you. I'll probably do that tomorrow. I'm gonna be honest. Anybody else be getting Dalton burnout? Y'all, okay, being a Dalton person, right? Oh, you guys, I got like this little t-shirt thing. I made 2 t-shirts. I made a Daltonite t-shirt and I made the burgundy blue t-shirt with the logo, and I made a beanie on my Teespring. I'm gonna try to make a bucket hat, but I want to make sure the size was enough for everybody because me, sometimes I got my toe in, sometimes I don't, sometimes I got my braids, sometimes I don't. So I need a big bucket hat. That's my signature. I always have a bucket hat. So I'm gonna try to get that up there. But yeah, you can check out my little store. How I'll figure out how you can check it out. It should be linked below. Okay, so back to this. Anybody else getting Dalton burnout? You guys, it's a mess. I've never heard no one talk about Dalton this much in my 106 years of life. I'm like, what are we talking about? Like, I don't know how I feel about the amount of attention on Dalton sometimes. Sometimes it is very strange to just see people walking around with their tripods now in Dalton. Do anybody else feel like that, or is it just me? I never thought this would happen to Dalton, and I'm gonna tell you my regret covering this. My regret is that I didn't cover Dalton when Tiffany first got in, like maybe do the history of that, like because she came in and she hit the ground running and she was ready for change, because I would love to see when it switched for her like that, when it turned from, I believe she really went in there. I know a lot of people don't, but I think she went in there with the best intentions to start. I do. I would love to know what happened. I'm sure like the trustees and stuff have the footage, but in her day-to-day, it would have been nice. I'm sure she probably already got a documentary because she had that. You guys, I have to do the election videos because she had that Born by the River song playing while she was driving around Dalton in the Land Rover, the Range Rover. We was like, ma'am. She had like the broke down parks, and it was like, I was born by the river in a little tent. A river we can't even partake in. No shout out to Piscatire Lake. The black folks can't even go over there, but she was definitely born by the river, child. But it turned to, who sang Born by the River? Was that Sam Cooke? It turned to Born by the River by Sam Cooke to Born by the River, Sexy Red featuring what's the other girl she hang with? Her? It's the song. I was born by the river. I was shaking that ass, Sukiyana. It turned to the remix. Oh, it got so bad. It got so bad. Oh, like some of you guys think it changed. And I don't know what happened. Like we could say, like a lot of people felt like she never had the good attention, but some people feel like she did. I don't know, because now that I look, you ever see something different now that you look back on it, right? Hindsight, right? Now that I look at some of the videos, like with the housing situation, like with the mold, with her response to the housing situation, with how she talked to people, with the South Suburban situation. You know how I looked at it. I looked at certain things as growing pains in business, right? But then now that I'm learning government and being a public servant, if you will, those are not good values to have. You know what I mean? To be an overseer. Now I see the difference. But yeah, I was like, she was young. At least she was trying to do something. Maybe mistakes happen, situations happen. But now when I look back, I'm like, oh no. But I still think that maybe she was like, okay, I got this. And then move from there over to the township. Maybe it was more people in her circle influencing her. Sometimes I think that, but at the end of the day, this is her legacy and she has to nurture her own legacy. So I can't really worry about it, right? Yep. Thanks to everyone that supports Dalton in the fight. Yes, Mary Evan. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the support. It's just strange to see. It's strange to see when I be seeing people slowing up and they have their cameras. I'm like, little old Dalton. I'm gonna tell you one thing. I wish it was something better we were known for than what we are known for. But hey, every day is a journey, you guys. Every day is different, right? Wow, this is just interesting. I usually just watch to a few channels. I don't watch too many channels that are covering Dalton. Yeah, it gets kind of everybody. It's one thing she was right about, clickbait. I never thought on my YouTube I'd be talking about someone that went to Thornridge High School that lived in Dalton and the experience, right? Very much Twilight Zone, if you will. So yeah, you guys keep everybody in your prayers for Monday. Let's pray that everybody has the best, that they make the best decisions that they can with what they can and the right choices for the village and the residents, and not for themselves. But I'm probably talking to the wall at this point, because I don't even know. But okay, before we leave, I know the mayor's going to be there, so I would say yeah, but put a 1 in the chat if you think Keith Freeman's going to be there. Put a 2 in the chat if you think he's not going to be there. I want to know before we leave. Oh, we were just talking about that. Hey, Holly. And oh my gosh, I've got to tell you guys, we reached 100 members on the channel. Woo woo, you guys. I appreciate y'all so much. And I hope you stick around for my other content as well, because I've been slacking on my old reality show, Love After Lockup, TLC, and I got to figure out how to streamline that the way I want to, because it's all over the place. This how y'all make me feel?
That I have felt the most connected and valued.
Her face gets me, the way her face look. Holly, I think that the mayor will be there. Yeah, she was at the Cinco de Mayo event today. I actually, I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes I worry about her too. I know, y'all. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. Sometimes I worried about her too, because I'm like, this enough. Lord, I just be praying, like, please just let her follow through. I could, this definitely could make you depressed, but she might be stronger than we thought, So I always pray that she would do the right thing as well. You know what I mean, regarding what she needs to do. That you want to feel connected and valued. I need to do that. Yep, I think he's gonna be there. But y'all, I tell you what, I'll be there. Yeah, a lot of twos. Y'all say y'all don't think he's gonna show, huh? Oh wow. You know what? I'm gonna be real, Regina. Hey, Regina. That whole front row, like the front row of the board meeting, how much y'all want to bet? It's gonna be Odelson, Keith Lawyer, I think his name is Josh. Excuse me, guys. Keith Lawyer. I'm over here. Oh, you guys, I got the root beer Ollie Pop. It's okay, but it got an aftertaste. So y'all got to give me another beverage suggestion, because I was tearing up them vanilla Dr. Peppers, y'all. I think I got pimples and everything else. I was drinking the heck out of, y'all told me about that vanilla Dr. Pepper. I don't even want to touch the cherry one. I don't even want to touch the cherry Dr. Pepper, y'all. And I'm not even a huge pop girl. I like the San Pellegrino. But don't tell me no more. Don't tell me no more beverages, you guys. Y'all got me hooked on this Dr. Pepper. Now I got the Olipop thinking it was healthier. I went to Trader Joe's and it's no good. Did you like it, Jay Jones? Now I'm gonna tell you the one I like, the cream soda Olipop. Root beer one had a little aftertaste, but I still drank it all. I don't know. I guess it's the sugar they use or the non-sugar. Thank you so much for the 1999 super sticker, Holly. I appreciate it so much. Yeah, you got coconut Dr. Pepper. It's a coconut Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper is really changing things around, huh? Hey, Succeeding too. You'll be in this. Okay, bring the suit. Reality Check TV Chicago. You guys, so don't forget to follow Reality Check TV Chicago. He streams as well the Dalton board meetings. So don't forget to check in to see, the angle you want to see. Sometimes Reality Check TV Chicago has a good angle. Critical Smoker, and whoever else may come out there. But usually it's us three, right now, Reality Check TV. But we'll see. I'm sure it'll be more people. Put your pinky in the air. It's the one with the it's like I forgot the name of it. It's like a blood orange. And I saw my girl Succeeding. Thanks for being here, Succeeding too. Yeah. So you think, okay, I'm gonna go with what Mary says. Yes, he will be there. Oh, thank you, Panding Panda. Yeah, I didn't see you go I have a busy work week, you guys. I have to make the donuts. Thank the Lord. And thanks for y'all that was praying for me, because I had a really hard time this last it's been a rough with work, you know what I mean? So now I'm back to work and I cherish every moment that I can do what I love. So thank you for y'all support and prayers. And I love doing YouTube as well. So you guys coming over here, this is I love it. It's relaxing to me. I learn from y'all. I'm meeting some cool people. And I just want to, it's just so many great content creators. It's a list I have on my community page. If you scroll down last week, I listed a bunch of people that I watch, and I have to add more to the list now because I'm finding more. So you guys, that's it. Oh, Tony, you so sweet. Amazing. Oh my God. Paul Roberts. What's up with that? Speaking of beverages, will Tiffany still drink Fiji water? What's up with that? That's the only water you can drink. I mean, now we have different water bottles. It's almost everybody else that's not the cool kids can't have. And you know what? It's one of those waters I do not like. And that's that Dasani. I don't know what it is about Dasani water, but I do not like Dasani water. I don't know why. I just never, I'd be like, ooh, and I could always tell. It don't matter what bottle you put it in. Maybe it is the bottle, but I just could tell it's Dasani. Okay. But what's up with the Fiji water? What's up? She almost looked like, you guys remember the bougie people that wanted that glass of Voss, VOSS water? We're gonna see that next. But yeah, Fiji is good. Fiji is good, but bring it off. The whole class used to have Fiji, right? I can imagine her office is full only Fiji water, right? It's just too much. Ooh, you guys, Smart water is good. What is it with Dasani? Oh, I am confused. You guys are so funny. I only say that when I be confused. Ooh, Succeeding too is calling in. We were just gonna leave, so now we gotta stay. We're so excited. Tony said right now it's looking like it's gonna be Dasani. She better go to Sam's Club. She better go to Sam's Club. Bringing up Succeeding too. Hey, Succeeding.
Hey,
Hopefully my
y'all.
computer's slow.
Y'all didn't call me and tell me y'all were on.
I had got caught in that rainstorm, so I was able to get in a little earlier. So I wanted to go live. How are you?
Y'all over here having fun without me.
We had to read that agenda. I had to go see what's going on, but we're so glad you're here.
Oh my gosh, at Theodius, and I don't know if Big Bull is on here. Tell you we were like on all hours, wee hours of the morning.
No, where were you doing?
My schedule was so off because I took a long nap yesterday after work. 'Cause like you said, it's been a crazy week. And by me taking, you know how when you all take like a long nap, you're all refreshed. So I took like a 3-hour nap. So when I woke up, they were on this live that they said, I thought they said they were going to be interviewing your mayor. But the guy was really, okay, Theodius, tell me if this is your opinion. He's probably a nice guy, but lazy as far as research. He kept trying to get me to come up there to give him information. And I'm like, I'm not giving you our intellectual property. You know, we all came up with these things, you know, over time. So no one's going to just come up, give you the story, and now you're ready to report. You know what I mean? Because now everyone wants to jump in. Because I saw it's 2 of them, not just him, but it was another person coincidentally. And they were saying stuff wrong because they were trying to, you know, catch up too. And so now it's like these people are coming in last minute. You know, the baseball game is over. We getting ready to have a barbecue, and they're just arriving to the game saying, hey, you know, what happened? And I couldn't believe it.
Oh yeah, they brought the foil. They just brought their Ziploc bags of foil.
Right. They did like me. Like one time, y'all, I came to a family reunion and I didn't bring anything but an apple pie. I knew I was sitting with a certain group of cousins and they already had everything. So I brought the one thing that I knew I wanted, and that was it. I was busy at work. I didn't have time to cook. I didn't have time to prepare anything, y'all. And that's all I brought was candy bags, you know, for giveaways and just that apple pie. So they were like me that year. And I couldn't believe it. He kept trying to get us to give him information. He kept telling everyone, come up here. Here's the number. And no one would come up.
Oh my goodness.
And then we went over to Shay's after that because I didn't know he was live. And I think we were on to, I don't know, Theodius, what time was it? Like 3, 4 in the morning, maybe?
Oh my goodness.
I know I woke up at 10 o'clock this morning almost.
Wow. Yeah, time flies when you're having fun. Shout out to Shay at the Late Night Crew.
Yes. He was like, he's like, you and Burgundy, you all were over there. That was good discussion. I think he was talking about when we were talking to Edward Steve.
Oh yeah.
That was a good conversation we had with him. And he was playing back. So Shay was playing back the meeting when she was dressed like Nino Brown.
Oh, that was something to see. That was a time.
Now, what was interesting, it was so much going on. Okay, Theodius, was this the same meeting? Because in that meeting, that's when it was just all over the place because it was like all these lies exposed where she was trying to get them to pay. Remember when she was saying that the funds were donated for the ice skating rink? And she kept saying it was donated, but I think she was referring to the grant money that she kept claiming to get. Remember?
It coming down the pipeline.
Right. And so she was wanting them to pay, And then she said at this meeting, because this was Edward's last meeting, and then she said, well, that was donated. Well, when she said that, then Kiana, Miss Financial, was on top of that. She's like, well, you paid the guy $10,000, so how was it donated?
Oh, yeah, because what about that too? I know this was separate, but those Christmas lights that was paid in cash, that
Well,
always
that's what they said.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what they said. I think that was just them pulling something out, because she was trying to lie and say that the ice skating rink was donated. And then they said, well, then why did you put the full price for payment? And you know what she said? Because I knew you all were going to say no.
Oh, no, she didn't.
Now, that part I did not remember her saying. I actually did not remember that. I knew the ice skating. I knew she lied about it. I knew the guy said he had, because I heard the guy said he had to lay people off because it took her so long to pay him.
Whoa.
And her whole point that meeting was pay the people what you owe them. So that's when she had the DJ to play, that.
Yeah. It's just sad, man. It's like this went bad. Really, I mean, it went so bad. Like I knew. So Mara says, I put it on there just to show people y'all just.
Mara was there with us last night too.
All right, yeah, y'all was the late night crew.
Yeah, Mara was in there.
Hey, Mara. Oh, and I have to say thank you so much, Chavez, for the cash.
Oh, Jediah Jones was in there too. It was quite a few.
Thank you so much. You got Chavez. And then I'm sorry, I missed one more thing. Thank you for the cash app. And one more thing. What was it? Because I hate to be rude, Cecilia. Forgive me. Reality Check TV Chicago, $5 super sticker. Burgundy Blue, beautiful, universally revealing, great authentic news, delivering your best, keeping us entertained. Thank you so much.
Reality Check TV, he be on the scene.
Make sure you guys follow, because he'll be on the scene with great video equipment too. He has great equipment.
We have to make sure we go over there. I know, yeah, he does. I don't know what kind of camera he has, but it is really, him and Ryan should get together, because he has that clear camera. And Ryan, I don't know what type of audio Ryan has. Ryan, you could hear a pin drop. Because I remember when Ryan was at the meeting, and that was the one where they wouldn't let a lot of people in, and you could hear everything. Like there was someone that was in the back when they said, she said, Kiana, nobody likes you. Remember when she told her that? Cressy Belcher, nobody likes you. And somebody yelled from the back, and you could hear it from his. That's you don't like her. And she kept saying it. You don't like her. She was clear. And he said it was so hilarious sitting back there because you could hear so much.
Wow. That is crazy. Now, John said Tiffany also told the trustee that some school district was going to donate what was needed to cover the
fireworks.
Yeah. And there were no such agreement made.
Right. Yep. And they had that documented. So she just kind of seems to like lie and say, and it was so funny, you all have to watch that meeting, because when you watch that meeting and we know what we know about Keith Freeman now, it is hilarious for him to tell a report about money and what people should do and how this should work and how that should work. Because I know I put in that chat, yeah, that's coming from a man who allegedly 90K is missing from Robbins, But, of course, we didn't know that then.
Wow.
So we have to watch some of that, because it does give a different perspective.
It does. It does.
We know so much more now.
Mm.
Because
You
when was the
know,
last time we were here together, y'all?
I think it's been like 5 days.
5 whole days?
What has it been? I feel like I missed you guys. I was like, this is too much because I never knew how much I missed doing this, and the information just flows.
When we talked to Edward, that was 5 days ago?
Oh no, I think it was just
maybe that was
before.
Wednesday or Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So remember that night I was like, what do you all think is going to happen? Because everything happens on a Friday.
You are right. Everything happens on Friday.
A Friday or a Monday. And it's like, like usually places don't like to give bad news on like those days. They'll use for them. They let them go to weekend. You gonna get this bad news and you gonna have all weekend to digest this.
Let me tell you, I didn't think they were gonna double back. Like they came that one day. I thought that was it. Then they went to the township. Then they said, "Nah, we double it back." And I think this is the most interesting one because we're gonna get to see some of those business licenses. That's gonna be the most interesting. Like, why were you holding them up? Especially Dr. Scott.
Right. Dr. Scott's makes sense to me now because I sent Regina. Regina probably was like, Regina, okay, she's my friend to me in my mind, Regina, NBC News, Regina Waldrop.
I love
it. So I sent her this long email where I dissected everything. So this is what I think, you all. Dr. Scott, remember her vision was not only to have that facility, but remember she wanted an after school program for kids. She wanted a place where people that had non-for-profits that didn't have the funds to have a place where they could come. She wanted to have like education. She wanted to have meeting rooms, a banquet facility. She wanted, in addition to the store, the consignment store. Did I leave anything out, y'all?
No, I think she wanted so much.
Okay, so think about the building that you all told me about. The building, banquet hall, the building, meeting rooms. You see what I mean? Tiffany then suddenly wanted a second location for food. Remember?
Food pantry, like we already have. Yeah.
Correct. So she suddenly wanted that. Then suddenly we heard her talking about doing computer classes. Remember suddenly? Okay, so that covers everything. That's why they say you all don't tell everyone when you're opening up a business, or you have to be careful who you share, because that was Dr. Scott's vision and she shared that, and look at everything.
Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, I remember the first time Hey, Stephanie. Stephanie said she wanted
Stephanie. I sent you a message, Stephanie, because Stephanie, in my mind, Stephanie, my friend too. Stephanie, I sent you a message on Friday. I sent you a positive text message. Yes, I did. I was in my chair. I was doing a dance. And even I was gospeling about you, Stephanie, because I only gospel. And we only gospel over here. When we gospel, it's because we're going to tell the person what we said. And when somebody who posted a picture, who was it? And they said, this is the look that Tiffany had when this happened. And I said, no, that's the look that she has on her face when Stephanie Wiedemann gets you together. I did put that on there. Yes, I did.
Oh my goodness.
What's his name? What is his name? He comes over here sometimes. Is he an attorney? You all Stephanie, you interviewed with him. What is his name? I should know his name, you all. It's so many people.
Oh, you mean Hannibal?
Yes.
Hannibal is
he put that picture out. I said that's the look you have with Stephanie. Because that's when Stephanie had called out the attorney.
Yeah.
That's the picture it was. It was the attorney. That's when Stephanie said, I see you.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. It's very, very interesting. Like Stephanie, thanks for standing up for Dalton and the township as well. Like it's very interesting to see. Well, I met Stephanie. I had never met her, but when I met her, she actually seemed quite shy. I don't know if that's true, but I was like, wow, it seemed like it took a lot for her to have to come out and say these things.
I don't think so. Nope.
Being
Stephanie was I don't think Stephanie is quiet and shy. And I don't think it took her long to say these things because Stephanie had been documenting these things for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And she was very vocal that she had been documenting those things. And because she had been, that made her a target.
You know, question. I agree. Question. Y'all, what's Dan Brown gonna do at that meeting Monday?
Look like Yummy the Dummy, like usual. Like usual. Because this is okay, so on the call, you all, we talked about Sam Brown and why he does absolutely nothing. Okay, so you all, since we last talked, I had time to digest this. You know, it's been 2 or 3 days since we've been on. I'm thinking in my mind, the man is almost 75 years old. He should have it together from a financial standpoint. So at a point that you're ending your career, it should not be about, oh, I need this money, so let me just be a rubber stamp and let me sit there and look like a fool, because he has to realize that he looks like an idiot at every meeting.
Absolutely. It's like, is that what you? But now I hear his whole family basically got a job at the township, right?
Right.
So I wonder if there's any discussion, or is it just like work and keep your head down so you keep your check?
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's 72 years old. At this point, he should have it financially together. 90 something here and whatever amount the trustees have. I'm sorry. He should have it financially together at that point.
Yeah, he already, like, I know that people are like he was holding 2 positions, but I mean, he had the post office at a good job, and then he had the district, right?
Y'all got to tell me about the post office. I'm just
why did he get let go from the
this.
post? Yeah.
They said fired.
How you get fired from the post? He got fired on his day off.
That's what the people said.
But you've been around politics, so you knew some of this stuff was wrong.
Well, from what we heard from someone who was credible, who worked with him, he hasn't been the most stellar person for a while. He's been just kind of in cruise control. You know how cars used to have a cruise control?
Mm-hmm.
He like in that mode.
Yeah. Do you think like?
But it should be embarrassing. Like, if you're his wife, aren't you gonna say when he gets home, "Look, honey, you got to stop embarrassing me. You looking crazy up there."
Immediately, I always think that. I'd be like, so no, like a Michael Smith wife. I'd be like, she's saying, "Don't you dare go up to that podium." But then she might have recently said that, from what I understand.
Y'all. So y'all, why she bring up Michael Smith, y'all? See, tomorrow is Sunday, so we got to get it all out. Okay, y'all. If y'all believe that Michael Smith had an incident with a dog, please put 1 in the chat. If you think it was another situation, please put 2. Now, actually, I think it was another situation, but I don't think it was the wife.
I think it was another situation too. But the first thing I thought when I saw that, I said, I think she was like, I told you if you went up to that podium one more time, what was going to happen.
See, okay, so do you think, okay, so what I think is, his mouth is too reckless. And sometimes you come up on the wrong person. You know how he was approaching Long Island that day? You know what I mean? You come up on the wrong person.
Yeah, you come up, and he has a lot of mouth. He
Oh,
had a
Candy
lot
put
of.
2. Ooh, so Candy, you think it was a dog?
Somebody said 1 and 2.
Okay, because I dissected the picture. Y'all know I did. And I'm looking at the one side of the face on the right, and the right side that I remember was swollen.
Mm-hmm.
The left side, the eye was slightly closed. Okay, if the dog got you, why is the one side swollen and the other side, the eye closed? See, that doesn't make sense.
It was Sally the mule kicked him.
You see what I mean? Because it would be the same side. And why do you have swelling like that on the whole face? Like a pumpkin, like that movie, Mr. Pumpkinhead.
Oh my goodness.
But I think he came up on the wrong person.
He probably did. He probably did. He probably came up on the wrong person because all that fighting and arguing, it's
right.
It's just it's too much. It's too
right.
much. And I'm so glad. Now this, I'm gonna be in all seriousness. When I saw that, I believe it was something too. And you know what? This is when it gets dangerous like that. The stuff with poor Jediah, all that stuff, it's just dangerous.
Yeah, but I think that's how his life is. So you know what I mean? Like running around like that. This is a person that's over a podium, and he started at one end attacking one person to going to the other end with nothing that is none of his business, as if he could talk about absolutely anyone.
Mm-hmm.
He should be holed up in a closet somewhere, period. All the stuff he had going on, he has no room to open his mouth to ask anyone anything, including if they're running, including, weren't you doing this? Weren't you going to run for this? Nothing.
Nothing. Now, I have a question. This is probably going to be a little... I have a question. Out of all the departments that sit up there, is it anyone that you're going to feel sorry for when the kingdom falls?
No.
That was quick.
Because I'm thinking, you know what? Okay, I want you to play that episode. I want you to play it. Kim asked for the FBI to come. She asked.
She sure did.
Said it. You have to be careful with what you ask for. She said, if she guilty, let the FBI come. And I did it, and I work out, and they're there. They're there.
She said it. She said, come investigate everybody, and they did.
She asked.
Mm-hmm.
When I tell y'all that song, be careful what you wish for, or you just may get it when I grow up. La, 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 la.
She sure did. She got there. Her microphone was working and everything.
Yep.
Are you going to apologize to this lady when they do?
Right. That's what she said. So I wonder what song she's singing, because, okay, you all, if you all worked, okay, like, yeah, I'm going to admit to you all, like, I'm not a confrontational person. Like, I wouldn't do like a Michael type of action to anyone ever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more of a call you, like, one-on-one, have a conversation with you type of person, not,
Yeah.
But I'm going to tell you all, there is a limit. If I was in one of those meetings, I'm so sorry. My phone would actually go off when Tiffany talked, and it would say, "B better have my money." And she would know the song is about her. I would have those songs. I would have a song for all of them.
Yeah. Especially that one that burned my grits. That na.
Right. I would have a song for all of them.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yep.
I'm so serious. I would have a song, and I may have to have some some of those old songs. There was this song, I hated that I liked this song, you all, because it was so inappropriate. But the beat was so nice. And it said, there's some Don in this house. There's some Don in this house. I'm so serious, you all. I would have the songs playing. And nobody would know it was me because it would just kind of play like just randomly. Yeah. I would. You know, you want to have a DJ? Yeah, I'm not going to pay $10,000 and I'm going to give you a DJ.
Yep.
And she would, are you out of order? She would know who she telling they out of order.
And I have them all, and they try to leave out through the back. I have them all walk to the front. No, go out that way.
Right.
Just the way.
Right.
Oh, wow.
I'm telling you, Keith would have his own song. And what about this? And then it's like, pay the people what you owe them. What about the guy who, this guy had to lay people off? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
And you said it was free, but it wasn't. So that was a lie. Lie after lie after lie after lie. You know, with just over nothing. You just lie just on demand.
And it's sad. Oh, I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
And Keith was trying to tell them about the lawsuits. Well, if your police behaved, you wouldn't have these lawsuits. I mean, doesn't it all go back to that? So at a point, where does that accountability come in to say, hey, you all, what are we doing? What do we need to change here?
Yeah.
What did Tony say?
And she stated before the DJ played that song that this is for the residents.
Yes.
The nerve.
Yes. This is for the residents. That's what she said. Because she tried to change what she really meant, but I really think that that's exactly what she meant, Tony, although she tried to say, oh, well, that's what the residents are saying. No, that's what you're saying. Chief Sticky Fingers.
Now, I got another question. Who do you think gonna get the first Tiffany Henyard interview? Gail or Robin? Or
I don't think she's gonna do another interview.
Oh,
what do y'all think?
We need that Gail King.
Because what can she say? Everything has been exposed. Okay, then I have another question for you all, since you all have told me about the building. It makes no sense to me why this person that owns this liquor store, like, why would you want to bring another liquor store to Dalton? One, that doesn't make sense to me. And two, like, of all the places for her to come out of her nice Frankfurt community, I think she's in that area, the person who owns it, you decide you're going to come out of your nice community to put a liquor store in Dalton. Why?
Yeah.
You've driven past Hazelcrest. You've driven past Olympia Fields. You've driven past. I mean, Orland didn't need you because they have so many there. But you've driven past all of these places and you decided to come to Dalton. Why? And then with all of this going on, you decided that was a great place for a 5-star restaurant?
I have a question. As the liquor commissioner, does she get, I mean, I know she gets paid to be the liquor commissioner, but does she make more because they're coming?
Well, she probably gets a licensing.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking. Because you know how, like, the judges, they get to keep the fees? But I think she likes it because it's power to her. You know what I mean? Like it gives her power to say, I'm the liquor commissioner.
Yeah. Yeah. And remember, at one point at the board meeting, she said that she didn't want any more liquor stores here. So I think that's why some of the people are having trouble with their licenses.
Right. But yet she let that liquor store come.
Yeah. Yeah. This is interesting. So with the one more thing, this is a great question. Lucille says,
I like Lucille's question.
If Tiffany has to step down, who would be the better choice for township supervisors to take her place? That's a good question. Stephanie said, sorry guys, my computer is just.
Is Stephanie gonna say Cassandra?
Yeah, I think she says, I think they should do what they should have done before and put Cassandra. Then we wouldn't have been in this mess.
You see, I told you I think Stephanie, my friend.
How Cassandra feel.
Yep, that's what I thought she was gonna say.
Cassandra's our assessor, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
And I heard Stephanie, it was an old video she did, someone played. And I said these words to you. Stephanie said, when I first came on here, I said, Stephanie said she's actually always been that way. That same immature person that we see, this same 15-year-old that we see it. Stephanie didn't say that, but that same 15-year-old we see in front of us is the way that she saw her. And that same, oh, you don't like this person, so, I shouldn't like this person because you don't like this person.
Yeah, you know what was crazy? I've had a crazy week of succeeding. Let me give y'all my rundown. It first started, I saw the Tahoe at the JCPenney's, right? I said, now we're bargain shopping. I said, we got the Tahoe at the JCPenney's. Now we're cooking with grease. Now y'all getting some really good deals. So we shouldn't have a new outfit at the board meeting. We should only have that JCPenney special. Then I ran into an old classmate. I was at the mall. I was in Orland, ran into an old classmate. And when you run into people from class, the first
yeah.
And I said, I wonder what her mom thinks. You know what she told me?
What?
That she talks to her mom that way. What are you talking about?
I would think so, because do you think that if she talked, because remember I said that to you, she has no respect for anyone that is of an older age. Because remember I said that? I said there's no way I would have ever talked to the way she spoke with the mayor. She seems very comfortable speaking to everyone that's older than her, like Clerk Keys. I mean, she's very comfortable speaking to all of these people that are older than her in a disrespectful manner. So someone like that, that's the way she communicates, period.
Yeah, she was like, she's very spoiled, and that's how she responds to her mom. And I'm not trying to throw her mom in here, but I was just like, because that's what had been in my head the whole time. Like, wow, I wonder how. What if her mom has said, "What are you doing? Are you doing?"
Nah, her mother. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Sometimes you follow people home. That's what you see. You see what you see.
Yeah, and I was wow. And then my third one was Miss Mary. Oh, my third one was running into Mr. Delgado.
Hey, wait, is that Mary?
Yeah.
Mary. The owners are from Linwood. Okay, because this said, is this the person? Because I thought she owned the insurance, like an insurance company, like a State Farm. Maybe, but people do move.
This is quite interesting because I'm still interested in that building. Quite
Yeah, but I
interesting.
still want to understand why. Like, yeah, you couldn't get a liquor store, and why are you? What Linwood obviously said, Mayor Jada obviously said no. Because when I looked them up, y'all, it had a different address, and it had, like I said, I know people move, but it had a lovely address, like New Frankfurt, New Lenox area.
Mm. But that's what people do, you know, and that location is prime. Like when I first saw it, I said, "Oh, okay." You know, this as I'm getting into learning about, you know, Dalton more. I'm like, "Oh, okay, they finally got rid of that animal hospital. They're gonna put something new here. This is good for Dalton." Never did I know that was going there, and I never thought about the residents in that area and
Mhm.
traffic they're gonna get and the strangers that will come in there because it's sort of like you guys, my first boyfriend lived over there in the back. Shout out to him. So you could cut through to like my first boyfriend in high school. And you could cut through the back of
How
that
you know about where you could cut through?
because that's story for another day. Um, that was my boyfriend. I met him at Great America senior year. Okay, we'll get to the details later. So anyway, you cut through there, you could go like to the Dorchester, and that's just like only the people, you know, the people know. You cut through on the express. I said it's gonna be
Right, you have to know to know.
yeah, it's gonna be so much traffic going from 100 and Sibley to 154, trying to get to one side to the other side. It's gonna be a mess.
But what made them say, of all types of restaurants to put there, what made them feel that that met the demographics of a 5-star restaurant?
It's not, girl. That's gonna turn into the apartment lounge slash 50-yard line slash freaknik of 94. Okay, that's what it's gonna turn down to a year down the line. Because if you saying that you would not let Rutgers open up the fine dining establishment with the jazz bar and the lounge,
Right.
we're having the same thing right there. We're having it in
Well, that's why that was the other thing, that business. And Stephanie, on this, we did, Burgundy Blue and we did endorse Miss Mary for trustee. We did tell her township too.
Yeah, I think Miss Mary should go directly to the township.
Yep, we said do not pass, go directly to the township. Report for active duty.
Yep, and you could fight for Dalton there. And I know you'll win because we need you over there. You know what I mean?
Stephanie, what if, okay, new administration, we know they're coming in. What are your top 5 things on your list for the Park District that you want to do?
Ooh, great question.
To enhance the experience, and like what types of programs?
Yeah. Stephanie, did you ever get any permit? Did you even get the permit for Rutgers Park? Okay, it's too many questions for Stephanie. Hold on, guys. I got to take this call. Hold on. We're going to answer the question. Continue, Succeed, and I'll be right back.
Okay. So, Stephanie, we can't wait to hear what you would want to do first. And I know your biggest challenge is not being able to get permits for what you need to get done. But if you were asked to report to active duty to the township after all of this is over, on a loan basis, like if they like a loaned executive kind of program, would you do that? Stephanie said, "You hit me with too many questions." Stephanie, I was going to call the mayor in Hammond and ask him to interview you again. Because I always thought that if you all didn't catch the interview that Mayor McDermott did with Stephanie, and I think her name is pronounced Nikita, definitely catch his podcast because it was a very interesting interview. Now, I'm going to warn you all, he is not your typical formal formal mayor at all. He's very laid back. So if you're looking for that type, he is going to be definitely totally different. And his dad had been mayor prior to him, and he's definitely not his dad. And I just read an article. He said he's going to work on thinking before he answers any questions because he made a comment about deer that albino deer that offended people. And I love albino deer. I worked at Argonne National Lab, and we had white albino deer there. And the last one died a few years ago. And you would come out when it was winter and you would see these beautiful deer. And they had, of course, tags on them to kind of keep them in the premises. So I didn't know that there were albino deer in other parts of town. I'm not able to see you all's comments. I'm going to look at my other device. It may be because Burgundy's not here. So I can see what you all are saying. Oh, Stephanie, isn't he funny? Okay, Stephanie, the first thing I would do is to fire her administrative team, get a strong team where there's some knowledge on how to rebuild. Now, Stephanie, would you be willing to give them the blueprint? So, Ted, I'm going to look for that interview and I'm going to ask Burgundy to pin it.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, the first question, Stephanie, I asked is, what types of things have you not been able to get done? Like, what have been your challenges? Oh, thank you, Mara. That Mara is on her business.
She is always on it, isn't she?
I would love for Stephanie. Maybe it's because Stephanie is driving, Journey. That could be. But I would love for Stephanie to honor us. Because I was watching an old Stephanie interview, and that's when I realized Stephanie had been documenting everything. And that's when I said to you, Burgundy, remember I said Stephanie is a former executive assistant.
Yeah.
And Stephanie doesn't remember me, but I met Stephanie. She was just a baby, just a sweet thing then. And that's when they would do the Taste of Thornton, and I was one of the vendors. And Frank and his team always liked to see what was out there, and he would come in and he would, look around, and everyone would be with him. Okay. Oh, definitely file a claim against. Oh. You know what? So that's going to be interesting because no one is talking about it. But shouldn't there be something like there should be a high dollar amount that should be paid back? By her. I agree. What do you all think?
Like out of her money that she had earned?
Yep, out of her personal money, the personal money that she should have been using to pay for her hair and nails and clothes and all those things that were on the receipt that I saw. Okay, so Stephanie, why are all those storage room? What are your thoughts of why there are 4 or 5 back-to-back storage facility charges? Is she paying for mama and daddy and sister and cousin and brother? Or does she know someone that works there and they kicking that refund back? I don't have this card anymore. Because, they will put it on another card if you say, I don't have this card anymore. And why has no one asked the bank to lower the limit? Because the bank should be concerned at this point that one day they may not get paid. Right? Burgundy, are you talking? Because if
I'm here. Yeah, I had to take a call, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm here now. But I had to say thank you, Carla. Thank you. We appreciate you so much.
Yes.
And Lucille says, would you come back, Stephanie? And justice for Alexis Wilson, Cara. Thank you, Cara. I hope to see you Monday, but if I do not, I understand.
See, I think Stephanie has made a great impact with the Park District, but I think it would be outstanding if she was able to carry out her initiatives.
Yeah.
Now tell us what you think about that, Stephanie.
Stephanie says state law requires her position to have a surety bond, like an insurance policy. It's for $15 million. We could file a claim and get some of that money back. Wow.
Was Stephanie, you better snap, circle, and twist, honey.
Yeah.
That's why she wanted Stephanie gone. It's because Stephanie knew, and I said that to you too.
You crack me up when you say that.
Yep, I said that to you. I said Stephanie knew what that position entailed, and that's why she wanted Stephanie gone. See, Stephanie, the reason you think she wanted you gone was not the reason. It wasn't because she couldn't trust you. It was because you were a permanent reminder of an old Run DMC song. And the song came out in the 80s. And the song says, dumb, 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 dumb. The girl is dumb. I'm not joking, Stephanie. You were a reminder, because see, Stephanie knows. You see how Stephanie just okay, Stephanie has been doing other things, and Stephanie still has the information.
Yeah.
And I told you when your first job, I told you my first job was an executive assistant. When your first job is an executive assistant, you have to know everything.
Yeah.
Especially for someone like that.
Absolutely.
The storage was extra space storage.
Extra space storage.
And I saw 4 or 5 back-to-back charges, and it's all in 1 month. And that seems odd to me.
When they get a hold of the credit cards. Wow.
You mean the credit cards that they claim they didn't have?
Yeah, and the interest. Remember when Stephanie said, and Tiana Belcher, shout out to Tiana Belcher, when she said, did you go to Washington in the capacity of a mayor or a
correct?
And she said, don't worry, what you worry about where I went?
Right, correct. and she was asking because it's like they're using the cards, they're rotating those cards. Oh, Stephanie, can you answer this question? Why does the guy at Gallagher Pavement, you know, the guy that they owe $615,000 interest accruing plus the additional 10? Why does he think that money is coming out of from Cook County? It seems like he mentioned something about the highway, but he mentioned Cook County. Why does he think that money is coming from there?
Great question.
Stephanie is. Yep. We can agree that Stephanie has to be one. Stephanie is cool, calm, and collected.
Yep.
On top of being intelligent. And when I saw Stephanie, I'm telling you, the meeting, when I looked, I'm like, no, that is not Stephanie. My eyes are playing tricks on me. I'm like, it's amazing how much she looks like Stephanie. And then I'm like, Stephanie? Like she's going to answer me.
Oh, Stephanie said, what's the call in? Oh, Stephanie.
Ooh.
No. Wait, Stephanie. So y'all, we're having a treat today.
Okay. You have to put our picture up.
Missing our Gardis and Big Mike. That with the questions, this is a full panel.
You have to put our picture up of what we thinking when Stephanie come up.
Oh, this how I be looking at Stephanie.
Stephanie, this how we looking at you.
We're looking at you like that.
Hey, Stephanie. That's how I was looking at the TV that day when I saw Stephanie conducting the meeting.
Yeah. Yeah.
You heard me. I said conducting, facilitating.
Yeah. Stephanie got in there, honey. Stephanie's coming up, guys. What a treat. What a treat. So we have the StreamYard link in there for Stephanie. Journey says, Stephanie, pull up. Stephanie, pull up.
Pull up sharp, Stephanie. Make one of those quick turns.
Panding Panda said, I knew you were going to put that picture up. It was just like that.
You know we were. That's how we be looking at Stephanie, how we look at Miss Mary.
Yeah.
Me with Edward Stevie. That's how we look at them. We're like, yes, Brittany.
Oh yeah, for sure.
If they have a knee in their name, that's how we look at them.
I think that's what it is, isn't it? It gotta be that. Yeah, that is so funny. Journey says, I have my popcorn and
Journey. We looking at you like that too, Journey.
You couldn't make. I said she was excited, like, oh my goodness, the president. So we have Stephanie here.
Yes,
Stephanie. So Stephanie Weiderman. I'm gonna let her say her last name because
is it Weiderman?
I never see an R, but people do say Weiderman. Okay, let's bring her on up. Hey, Stephanie.
Hello.
Hey, Stephanie.
How are you?
Stephanie.
You make us feel connected and valued over here.
Stephanie, you see how we look at you?
You guys are so sweet. Thank you so much.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. You know, it's just weird to sit and listen to people talk about you. You know, it's such a funny place for me. I know that you don't think I'm an introvert, but really I am.
Yeah, no, I think you're an introvert. I think you are. I don't think you're shy. I think you're a direct communicator that will get a person together as when needed.
Yeah, I'd rather be sitting in the back just doing the work, you know? Just quietly going about my business.
Now, you all would not think I'm an I.
Definitely not.
So now keep in mind when you've done the Myers-Briggs, what most people think of as extrovert, for us I's, it takes a tremendous amount of energy for us to do this. And when we're done, we're done. And we have to detox from it.
Yep, that has been my cycle recently. I'm exhausted, and then I just recharge because, well, nobody likes a quitter. I
Yeah.
started it. We just got to keep going because, you know, we're in the midst of the fight, and I feel like we're closer to the end now than we are the beginning, which I'm grateful for.
Now, how do you feel? We do have to ask you, and congratulations, because we know that you have been working very hard.
Yeah.
And we want to make sure that we want to give you your flowers. We
Well,
don't want to give you flowers. We want to give you a whole bush, a tree, a garden, gardens of Gervany, like Monet's gardens. We want to give it to you all because we know that you did something that others did not do.
well, I appreciate that, but if I'm being honest, this whole thing with, us just kind of building up a team of people that cared, it really started with, those Dalton residents, Sherry specifically. When I was let go from Thornton Township, it wasn't even a matter of a week that she had found somebody to reach out to me and just wanted to sit down and talk and, first and foremost, see if I was okay. I mean, I'm assuming that everybody prior to me had an understanding of what it felt like to be in that position, to just, have her come in and without warning, just pull the rug out from under your feet.
Right.
So there was definitely, a level of, are you okay? And what can we do to help? But then there was that, that connection that, okay, you guys care just as much as I do.
Right.
And from that, she likes to think that this was built off of a dislike for her, but that's not at all what it was. It was built off of a passion for what's right.
Right. The principle, because I'm
Right.
all about the principle. And
So,
that's why.
so I
Yes.
will say that it
Ah.
started with that little piece, and it just kind of grew from there where, we would see people that would add value and bring them in. And, it wasn't just the team of 10 of us that kind of took the front line. It was also the people in the back that made the phone calls with the little tips, even, if it was something that they thought was minor, getting that info back to us helped us piece, a puzzle together that we wouldn't have otherwise had.
Well, and and you all as a team collectively, because it was what to me, I kind of looked at it separately. I looked at it because I looked at it like some of them in Dalton were hitting it from that direction, and you were hitting it from the other direction. Do you know what I mean?
Correct.
And kind of meeting collectively.
Yep. And early on that worked because my theory kind of was, look at what is already happening in Dalton. Now you guys have put this woman in our house, and just watching what is already taking place, I know what is going to come. So for me, it was just kind of like throwing up the red flag at the township before it happened. But I think everybody was kind of like, well, she wouldn't do that in two places because right now she's blaming the trustees. However, if it starts happening in both municipalities, well, the only common denominator there would be you, ma'am. You would be the problem then. So I think that the people of the township thought that she was going to do everything she could to take a different course there. And she did. She got lucky with the trustees voting in her favor pretty much every time. What she didn't factor in was me continuing to watch
Right.
and still having access.
Correct. That's right. She definitely, yeah, because you know what? I would not want you to be my enemy. It's some people that you should know. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is that there are just some people that not to get on their not so positive side.
Yeah.
And she made it personal because, and you could tell me if I'm wrong with my thought here, it's a disrespect to your best friend and boss.
That honestly is a piece of it.
Okay.
It definitely is a piece of it. I will say, had she done and said the things that she is saying about him today, if she had done and said those things 2 years ago, I think or a year ago, even for that matter, I think my reaction would be much different.
Yeah.
There is something to say about time. I don't know that it fully heals the wounds, but I can have a conversation about it now without completely losing it, which a year ago I couldn't do. So yes, protecting what he built is a piece of it, but before that, because now at this point it's been, you know, almost 2.5 years, I don't understand why we continue to throw dirt on somebody that's a bad pun, I guess. I'm sorry. I just don't know why we continue. It's been a long time. He's been gone.
Yeah.
But for me personally, you know, Frank had these amazing ideas and this way of connecting with the residents that was just admirable, because I'm not really a people person. And when I went to the township in my, you know, very early 20s, I was still a little troublemaker. And, you know, Michael Smith wasn't far off when he said I didn't have a high school diploma. I mean, I do have a high school diploma, but I didn't get it the conventional way, what he's speaking of.
Yeah, but that's none of his business.
Yeah,
you know?
it's not.
Yeah, and then he could go and tell Judge Mathis the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
But to his point, I was, you know, I was still getting in a lot of trouble back then. I dropped out of high school. I ended up getting my diploma through homeschooling. Now, keep in mind, I dropped out in April, my senior year. So it was 3 months before graduation. It was just a bad decision. You know, you're young, you make them. I got lucky finding this seasonal position at the township, and I just stuck it out there. You know, he showed me things that, you know, he was trying to grow me, and he was trying to steer me in a different direction. And he had these great qualities. But as far as the township is concerned, his direction was strong, but the work that was done by the people behind him. He had an idea, he threw it at us. He said, "This is what I want it to look like. This is the budget you have. Get to work." And it was us that put our blood, sweat, and tears into that building, into those programs, into those seniors, into those residents, into those youth, it was us that did that. Not that he wasn't a part of that, but what I'm fighting for is what I helped build. That's my entire adult life, you guys. People can't tell me to not take that personal. It is.
And that's why I said you were a young thing when I met you. Is exactly that reason. And there's a question that Miss Mary had about Frank's credit cards after he passed.
I want to interject right quick before we go there. Thank you. Well, I had a question because I've been dying to ask that question. Thank you for addressing the whole diploma situation, because that was a talk of the thing. But this is my question. Does Michael have a diploma? Because I was talking to a good friend of mine, and I was like, wow, you know, why did he yell that out about Stephanie? Is that true? What's going on? I was like, oh my goodness. And then one thing she said, she was like, 20 years in the same position is very respectable, number one. And who would you rather representing you? Tiffany with a diploma, or Stephanie without not diploma, degree that they're proud of, or Stephanie who may not have one? And I just wanted to say that you having over 20 years at one job is very, 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 very amazing. And the experience alone, that's what people look for. So I just wanted to cover that. But I don't know if Michael Smith got a diploma, but if he do, who is he? But continue.
Listen, I'm not ashamed. I mean, my past is what it is. I made bad decisions. I did things that, you know, maybe I would take back, maybe I wouldn't, because I'm proud of the way my life turned out. And it's not like I walked into Thornton Township with a 6-figure job at the top of the food chain. I started making $7.50 an hour in a temporary part-time position. And I busted my butt over the next 20 years to accomplish what I did. It wasn't easy. Frank was very demanding. I gave a lot of time. And then on top of that time I gave to the township, I also volunteered politically for him.
Yeah.
You know, I personally believed in what he did, but when it came to my work, that I took pride in that. I took pride in making the township look good, making the residents feel like their needs were met. I mean, there's something to be said about, people thanking you for doing just what you think is normal or right or simple.
Amen. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and continue, but I wanted to just address that because I appreciate you standing up and being the Stephanie is we call the Park District Stephanie House over there. So yeah, I appreciate you speaking. So go right ahead, succeed about Miss
But
Mary.
I thought, how dare him ask her that? She's not running for office, and so nothing about her background is any of his business. And so that's kind of how I felt about it. And Choose Compassion said, well, dang, I got married at 16 and got a GED. And I hate when people do that. Yeah, I did. I felt a certain way about him doing that because I felt he had no right to ask her. That is not what she was there for.
Well, and just so we're clear, no favors were done to get me a job at the Park District. And I know that's what he's insinuating, but A, I have my high school diploma, and B, the job description that was posted for the Park District said that a degree was recommended, not required.
Right. And then sometimes they will look at your experience at that. So, companies do that from local to downtown.
Yeah. Okay, let's get to some of the questions, and just wanted to say that, Stephanie, because we support you. He thought he was embarrassing you. That's what he thought he was doing.
Correct.
Yeah, he didn't.
How many of us in the audience had the same situation? Like we're saying, 16. I had my son at 16, so I'm with you.
Some people try to make you look bad by letting a lie linger. You know what I mean? Kind of like you were in Vegas when he was, to Chris. You know what I'm saying? Just kind of, and then he moved to Stephanie and to, just letting a lie linger. But and that's all I'll say about that.
We'll see what happened to him this week, so we'll just move on.
My suggestion to him would be to read A Piece of Cake by Cupcake Brown, who is an attorney who, at the last time I had checked, she had never lost a case, and she did not actually get her diploma, if I'm correct, because she was kind of, in a bad situation, but she got that law degree.
Yep. So we appreciate you, Stephanie.
Yes.
Okay. Mary, a question.
Yes, about the credit card.
Was it true that they take Frank Zuccarelli credit card after he passed?
They did. I believe their first Vegas trip, the credit card was still in his name.
Oh.
If I remember correctly, and don't quote me exactly because you guys, it has been a really long 2 years, but I believe his name wasn't taken off that card until August or September after he passed away.
How could they run around with that card? And they couldn't just go to Old National or whatever and get a new card?
You could.
Well, here's
They
the
just
kicker of it all is that our card wasn't through Old National. It was through MB Financial.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So they definitely could have changed it.
So why do you think they didn't? Like, it's speculation why. Was his name better credit or?
Oh, absolutely.
You need a relationship with the bank, probably.
And when Frank was the supervisor, there was one credit card. It had his name on it, and he had possession of it unless we asked for it.
Correct.
He knew what every charge was. Frank signed off on every single bill. He knew where every penny went. I'm not claiming that man was perfect. I would never tell anybody that. What I will say, though, is that if he did something wrong, it wasn't going to be somebody else's fault. He made sure he was the final say in everything. So if something went wrong, he took responsibility for it. It's the complete opposite of what she does. She has credit cards in everybody else's name. There is not one in her name. And her famous line is, I got nothing to do with the credit cards. But you hire everybody, ma'am. It still falls on you.
Correct. And then you could see just based on the purchases, because what is Keith buying his wife? Well, it's hard to say whether he's buying it for his wife or whether he's using it for Tiffany with all those beauty supply wigs and purchases.
Yeah, it could be either. I'm gonna guess it's for Tiffany would be.
You know, I wouldn't, you know, based on what we know now, it wouldn't surprise me if, honey, go get yourself something.
Mm-hmm.
It just would not, based on what we know now.
And if I try to do a good job of keeping my personal opinions off of my interviews, because they are sometimes just opinions. But
right,
for some things, when I look through like these credit card bills, one of the statements had 2 charges, like 2-night stay at a Best Western in Orland Park.
Right.
And of course, my initial thought, and no proof behind this, just my thought, is that Keith and his wife were fighting and he needed a place to stay. Because why else would we be getting a hotel in Orlando?
Right. Yeah, some stuff just doesn't, just like the 4 storage room costs didn't. And if you look at like what was posted, because my friend sent it to me, she saw it on Jediah's page.
The extra space storage.
Extra space storage.
To be fair, I don't know if you saw my comment. To be fair, those were our storage units prior.
Oh, those were okay.
They were our storage units that we used when. So I don't know if you guys remember when the township redid the main building.
Okay.
I think we started construction in maybe 17. We were moving in when COVID started, because everybody was off work and I just went in with the construction guys. So we were finishing up construction then. So we probably finished end of 20 maybe. And then we moved back in the building. Well, when he passed away, we hadn't emptied all the storage units. So I don't know why they haven't, because you could save a ton of money if you just got the crap out. Maybe there's
right. Because those costs were crazy. And then the other thing is, why would they use the credit cards?
Well, because Robert Hunt likes the rewards.
You know what? I like the rewards. So I was thinking that too, because I was wondering
everything with the credit card.
My other question was, who is getting the rewards? Because I like rewards too, but from a standpoint of a township or a village, doesn't it get a little sticky?
It does. It looks like when I look at the bills, it looks like they give them in $100 deductions off of the total due.
Right. Yep. So yeah, I like rewards too, but yeah, that didn't. Yeah, but usually that's not a bill though that you wouldn't pay a vendor with a credit card for that, even though it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, they put everything on there, like Comcast, all of their regular bills.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, Robert Hunt has his own credit card, as I saw in the Tommy G documentary. So does he get to keep those points?
He does. Well, his Old National credit card is on the same statement as everybody else's. So those points all come in on that one statement, and it appears to just deduct from the total.
Right.
Now, I did in my last FOIA, I did see that there's another credit card. Robert now has a BMO, I think it was.
Yep.
So I'll watch the points on that one, but the month I got the FOIA was the first month that he had used the credit card.
Yeah. I just have one thing. Susie, I'm not ignoring you, but could you put your question here? Because I'm only going to take the people I know today. I'm sorry about that, love. We just don't want any situations. Not saying you would do it, but that's it. But put your question there.
Oh, Garda said he was wondering when he worked there why he wasn't buying their technology with the credit card.
Oh, he was buying technology with a credit card.
Well, no.
He said why
when he worked there, we did not, because again, Frank was the only person with a credit card and we only used it for emergency purposes or when we needed to order something online if we didn't have an account. But we did do things kind of the snail way to pay bills and to purchase things when, you know, it was a different process
It
because
gives you checks
everybody
and
didn't have
balances.
access
though.
to a credit card. Yes.
Yeah, because that's too many cards out.
Yes, that was his thing. It's, you know, it's my job to manage the money, and the only way I can do that is if I have the credit card and I see what's being spent. And it was a rule that everybody knew. There was a time I was at his house I went to go pick up the card because I think we were going to pick up the toys for Christmas. I can't remember what we were doing, but I needed the credit card. And I went to his house to get it. He told me that Robert had it. So I called Robert while I was there and I said, I'm going to stop by and get the credit card. And he said, well, that's fine, but I got to call Frank first. And I laughed at him because, well, it's me. And I had Robert on speakerphone. You know, Frank was sitting across the table and he says, you know, Robert, give it well, I'm not going to say what he said.
Right.
But he
He's
told him to
giving
give
her
me the credit
blankety
card.
card.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow. So did you have a good relationship with Robert Hunt? I always ask these questions.
That's a tough question for me to answer right now. I had a decent relationship with Robert. We had our ups and downs. You know, he has a different personality and I'm a very direct person. And so we had moments. I wouldn't say that I necessarily had issues with him. I was probably one of the people that dealt with him better because other people did have issues with him. But I do think that, you know, given what happens, it proves that, you know, he's very weak and that money can alter the person you are. Because I don't think the Robert that is here now is the Robert I would have ever thought he was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
What do you think, Stephanie, if you don't mind? What did you think? It's kind of I hope, feel free to not answer the question, just so I don't feel comfortable answering that. Or whatever you choose to say. When Doncor said, do you think we're doing a good job? Frank said to ask you that, and the crowd went crazy.
Oh, her face was priceless.
I think that I think that Doncor got exactly the reaction he was looking for.
Yep.
He knew exactly what he was doing when he did it.
Yep.
Doncor's been around longer than me. His relationship with Darlene it goes way before me. So Doncor knew what he was doing when he got up there.
Your face was priceless.
When I tried not to laugh?
You tried. It turned into a smirk.
Yeah, I was trying not to laugh. I
We-
mean, some
You
of the
held it
comments-
together.
How do you not? Like, I'll be honest with you. When the crowd booed her when she brought
Yes.
Frank's name,
I was going to ask you, how did you feel?
that was the moment I wanted to take my jacket off and put my chest out.
Yes, I thought so. Yes.
Yeah, it was it was very empowering. It truly let me know that I don't need to be up here fighting for him. I need to be up here fighting for the residents. I'm not fighting for Frank anymore.
Yep.
That moment made it clear to me that it doesn't matter what she says. He did his job right. Not perfect, but right. And the people know that. So she can make herself look bad by doing that. And I'll just continue to fight for the residents.
Yeah, I didn't understand the separation that she always try to say. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to my Black and brown people. Like we're not an entire.
Yeah, I didn't like that at all.
Yeah, I think that I'm just maybe immune to that portion of it. I don't feel any kind of way when she does those things. I mean, if we're being honest with each other, I've been a part of this community longer than she has. I know this isn't something that a lot of people know about me because, I mean, I don't like to publicly talk. So these are private conversations always, but I grew up over there. I grew up on 141st and State Street.
You mean you grew there?
I went to Roosevelt School.
So you grew there?
Yes, I literally grew there.
Thank you.
Yeah. So when she says the whole, you know, I grew here, y'all flew here. I know what she's trying to say is that I'm coming in, like, like she says, the attorney, they come into our communities, they try to tear us apart. But honestly, this was my community before it was hers. And the very people she says I'm trying to tear apart are my friends. Like, they know better. Nobody that knows me believes what she says about me.
Right. Actually, I don't understand her comment. When I've heard her say that, this is what I thought. So I guess I was totally off. I thought it was you know how I keep hearing the police say, like, they blame everything on Chicago crime?
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that's what she was trying to imply, like, you all came from over there. You see what I mean? But then what her mom said at that meeting disputed what she said. So she really didn't grow there based on what her mother said at the meeting, her own mother.
Yeah, now I don't know her personally, like her personal life, so I can't really say, but the general consensus is she came here somewhere right around high school, maybe a little bit before,
Right.
but in that general vicinity.
Yep. Well, her mom's, it was played on the video, so we actually saw her mom say it. And it wasn't that she grew there.
Yeah, and honestly, whether you grew
But it doesn't
here,
make a difference.
right, or you moved here, if you want what's
Right.
best for the community, you want what's best for the community.
You are in the community now, so you're living together in the community.
And she says she wants what's best for the community, but what we're going through at the park district proves otherwise.
So tell us about that.
So the playgrounds that we are installing, we had 5 projects in the making. One of them had a playground and a concrete slab that was at Rucker Park. And the concrete slab was going to have the fitness workout place on it. So it's an outdoor fitness pad, and Blue Cross Blue Shield sponsors it.
Oh, nice.
It is the first one of its kind that will be in this area, I believe in the state of Illinois. So it's a big deal. They've been planning. It was already in the making when I came on board, so I kind of picked this project up, but we were already hitting snags. So of course it got delayed another year. Then I had 3 other playgrounds that were getting installed, and then Blackstone Park, which was getting a walking trail, lighting, a gazebo.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's very nice improvements. We're really trying to beautify. There's 11 parks in Dalton, and we're hitting 5 of them this year. And to have our own mayor and administration be the holdup for these things is very discouraging. As an employee, as a voice for the residents, it's a very tough cycle to be stuck in, and trying to find hoops to jump through was very hard. And thank God for those trustees and for them being so understanding and so compassionate that they want to help. It was because of them we were able to push through this and get these permits signed without Tiffany.
Wow. Well, that's great.
Yeah, so we have been able to secure the permits for Blackstone. So that project will be starting somewhere around the 4th of July. It will be completed mid-September. The playground at the main park has been installed already. The playground at Rucker Park has been installed already. The playground at Town and Country is being installed as we speak. Because these are structure replacements, we don't need permit. We're just replacing one structure and putting another one in. All of the parks got new mulch delivered all this week, so we're spreading that. All new borders. Every part that needed to be replaced at every other park, we ordered, and it should be shipped next week, so that'll start getting put in. So you'll start seeing all these upgrades here within the next 4 to 6 weeks.
Have you thought about doing a interview with the Lansing News so that it is clear what you all have
right
done?
quick? I'm so sorry, succeeding. Stephanie, Are we on speakerphone? Everyone's saying we got feedback on your end. Are we on speaker?
I am on speaker.
Oh, would you mind to see if it makes a difference? They're in the chat like we got a lot of feedback. We can't understand.
How? I don't know how to.
No, never mind. Keep going. If never mind, you're coming clear to me. It was just a chat. Okay, succeeding. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Continue. The Lansing Journal.
We just want to make sure that they're, because you have a group that is good at taking the credit of others, and them knowing like what accomplishments that you all have made.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear. I couldn't hear. Can you guys hear me?
I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Have you thought about doing an interview and inviting the Lansing Journal to kind of see and do some pictures maybe with some of the beautification projects that you all have done?
I have not. I wouldn't be opposed to it. We do have, a PR person at the park and communication. So we've kind of been putting the so to speak grand openings or reveals. We've kind of been putting them together internally, but I'm not opposed to the media coming out.
Yeah, I think that would be a great idea for them to see, because just as you're explaining some of these things like the gazebo and just, walking them through some of your challenges that you had and how you were able to overcome those things.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Stephanie, I have one more question. When you, I promise I won't hold me long-winded as usual. When it came to when Frank passed on, because I didn't understand it. I did look at I got to view the funeral recently. But when Frank passed on, Nate Fields mentioned he was the one that found him, and he let Tiffany in the house.
Yeah. So honestly, that day is kind of a blur. I don't particularly remember her being in the house. What I remember is I was sitting on the porch, and Nate was standing behind me, leaning against the wall, and I heard him say something to somebody, and it was just the two of us standing there at the time. And I turned around, and I see Tiffany and Nikita walking up. Now, I didn't know Nikita at the time. I had no idea who she was. I just saw Tiffany and some other lady. And I looked at Nate dead in his face, and I said, who the hell told her to come here? Because it was literally the most inappropriate thing. I don't care what relationship she thought she had with Frank. It wasn't that. It almost felt like she was coming to make sure it was true. Like, it was so inappropriate. And Nate didn't tell her. Stan texted her.
Wow.
But
Wow.
yeah, it still pushes a couple buttons, to be quite honest with you, because it was personal for some of us. Very personal.
And so Stan, and I'm sorry, Stephanie, for your loss. Because a mentor, a friend, everything like that has to be hard. When I knew Doncor as a kid, so I saw the change that Frank brought to Doncor life. No offense to Doncor, I just saw what he did.
Mm-hmm.
But what Doncor changed, Doncor made the change as well, but I saw the difference in Doncor immediately. Stan Brown, so he's the one that told Tiffany that Zuccarelli passed.
Yes, from what I understand.
Did he hold any of those positions? If don't feel free not to answer, that he has now before at the township?
He did. He was the manager of the lawn care program.
Of the ZAP program.
Yep, and his wife was the assistant manager in the senior services department.
So now he still has the same position, right? Those two.
I'm not sure right now. I think he went back over to ZAP for a while there. He was running like a community outreach type of department. But I mean, the rumor mill is that those people are gone and Stan is back at ZAP.
Why? Okay, so do you know anything about this? Is me. I'm new to the whole politics thing. ZAP turning to HAP. Just could it have stayed ZAP like in honor of Zuccarelli, in your opinion? Because I think so.
In my opinion, it should have stayed ZAP.
Yeah.
Absolutely. 100%. And let me explain why. Not that a new supervisor can't come in and take over some of these programs. She absolutely can. She can call them whatever she wants. However, if you know the history, you would understand that that ZAP program, what that started from was literally an idea in Frank's head. And he had like 4 of our maintenance department guys start cutting grasses, like lawns for seniors. And then, I don't know, I think we might have started with 15 lawns and 4 people cutting. And it grew. He was like, what about if we did this with the high school students? And we put the high school students to cut grass at the seniors' houses so that there was that connection between generations, so that these kids could have jobs, so that they're off the streets for the summer. Like, he literally grew it into what they got handed.
Right. And you're talking 9+ years ago.
Oh, I think we started ZAP in maybe
It was way up. It was because
2011, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe even 2008 or 7, to be honest with you. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
My concept of time is not great anymore.
Me neither. Do you feel comfortable now attending any of the township events, like the Taste of Thornton Township, today's Cinco de Mayo? Do you feel comfortable going out with your family attending that because you have been here 20 years plus?
I mean, it's never comfortable because of the aggression from her people. So I would never call this comfortable. But it still feels like home.
Right. See, I remember telling Burgundy, to me, going to one of her events is, for me, but this is just my thought, is me buying in to her, just everything that she's doing.
Yeah, I think me showing up is more just
yours is different.
It's just it's just a sign to them that I'm not going to run away.
Yep.
Yeah.
You showing up is totally different.
Because I agree. I do think that there's like, why am I here if I don't support you? But I support the residents.
Right.
First and foremost. And maybe it's not support. Maybe it's just to show you that you're not scaring me. And I'm not going to go away no matter how many cops you have come for me, no matter how many times you arrest me, no matter, it doesn't matter. And if Stan was a friend, he would have told you that, because Stan tried this already. He called the cops on me and wanted me removed from the township building in 2015. That didn't go well for Stan.
Stan Brown, what is that? That is horrible.
Yeah, he called the South Island cops and wanted me removed from the ZAP building. And I just laughed when the cops walk in. I'm like, sir, I'm an employee. Like, I don't know what he's telling you, but like, I'm not going anywhere. You know, like, it is what it is. I didn't have to leave. They ended up calling, I think it was one of the directors at that time. And she was like, no, she's supposed to be in the building. And of course, there was a meeting afterwards, and I don't know if Stan thought I was going to behave myself if he got me in a meeting with Frank, but, you know, Frank probably got more of my mouth than anybody else because I was around him the most. But if people think I sat next to him and just didn't give my opinion, I did. So when we got to that meeting, it didn't go well. And things were funny with Stan and I for a while. We eventually spoke. But I mean, he's on the right team at this point, I suppose.
I suppose too.
Yeah.
And I was leading on that. He should have been established. Question, Stephanie, really quick. Going into that, how do you feel, good, bad, indifferent, about the auditors coming to Thornton Township and Dalton?
I have mixed feelings, honestly. Like specifically the Long Island auditor. I sent him an email over a year ago trying to get him to come out because I had already experienced these things. So I know if you come in with a camera, I think that I think that sometimes the reasons that they come out aren't always beneficial for anybody but themselves. So I'm not saying that about all of them. We're clear that our First Amendment rights are being violated. We're very clear. We've been living it for 2 years. We didn't really need somebody to come in and tell us that.
That's true. I think they just have a big platform to show it. Do you know what I mean? Because you have like 500, because when you look at the amount of views, like Tommy G got, because I remember
Tommy G's was different.
His was
First
totally
Amendment
different.
thing.
Yep, his was totally different.
Right.
But
those people are merely coming in based on their rights being violated. I don't care if 1 million people see that. It doesn't bring us a benefit.
Right.
Like, we're fighting a real fight here. This isn't a show. I know everybody outside is watching it like it's a TV series, but it's real for us.
Yeah, see, Tommy he went by the to see Dr.
Scott.
Right. And so to me, his was different because he did something totally different.
Well, yeah, and he communicated with all of us leading up to. He knew who he wanted to interview. He wanted to drive around with people. He wanted the real feel. It wasn't just a come in and let them violate me. I mean, honestly, we told him not to go to Village Hall. We told him exactly what was going to happen. He was like, no, we'll be okay. Like, he wasn't going there as a First Amendment. He was going there as he was making a documentary.
Right.
So I think that his reach definitely had a different hit than the auditors do.
Right. Yeah, I think so. I totally agree with you.
Me too. And I really like that he took time with you too, Stephanie.
Mm-hmm.
Bring up, I think we said the code word. We got Gardis Watts back.
Oh, we got Gardis. We got the G in the house.
Did you ever meet Gardis at the township? I'm gonna bring him on up. Yeah, if you guys had knew each other, I'm bringing Gardis up.
Oh yeah, we worked together.
Hey Gardis, you're live.
Hey Gardis.
Hey, ladies.
Hi, Gardis.
I just wanted to say hallelujah, because when you asked that question about the auditors, remember I said a couple of weeks ago about Long Island audits? And I mean, I'm at a point right now where I don't care what they think of me, because I think most of them, I will say most of them, are basically agitators.
Mm-hmm.
They're agitators because, for one, they're not really in depth onto what is really going on in the township. Just like just like Stephanie has been narrating this. And I think the problem too is that when you're working under these hostile environments where if she sees that any of these employees are assisting or even, not trying to stop some of these auditors coming into it, they will be fired. I mean, we just heard Sandra Tracy, who was the former HR manager, talk about in the span of 2 years, she's done fired, 120, 130 employees, where, where that was kind of unheard of, during Frank's time, and so they're under so much pressure that, sometimes I feel like they're being very much agitators. And another thing too, for people to say that they're being quote unquote exposed, she's been exposed for the last 3 years now. So I don't know what they're bringing in that is new. I don't know, what some of these people who are coming in are bringing in are productive, but eventually, we all see it coming to an end. So I've expressed this weeks ago about some of these auditors coming in and being agitators instead of being, putting the story out there in a real genuine sense. Now, like somebody like Tommy G, I can give him some credit about it because, yeah, he did help out Dr. Scott. But yeah, I was just really looking at a lot of these people that's coming in a little side-eyed, not knowing the situation, not talking to people like Stephanie or Miss Avon or anybody who is on the ground, not even talking to the trustees, and I'm like, you gotta look at these people side-eyed when they don't know what's going down. And actually, it's kind of dangerous if you look at it from a perspective of how she is using the Dalton police as her own personal security guard. So yeah, I'm very much now calling it as I see it, that they're agitators. And I also have to say something, and I really don't care what he has to say about me or anybody else, but I have to look at Jediah Brown a little side-eyed about this as well, because for me, I really don't understand what is the purpose of bringing out who had sex with who, what inappropriate sexual relationships have gone on. Now, I do advocate for him bringing out Andrew Holmes and his improprieties on the Vegas trip and, maybe possible sexual allegation assaults. That's what we need to focus on if we're going down that route.
We're going to slide past him, Gardis, just for the sake of Burgundy keeping good relations. And there's a strong communication out there in the streets, and we just want to make sure that everything just stays positive and that nothing is said.
And I get it, and this is and even though I apologize, but even on Burgundy's channel, but I've known Jediah.
But we gonna not even bring the name up because it's just been too much. We don't want, because everything that happens on here falls back on her, and in the streets. Even all of that going on, the other content creators are focusing on the positive that he's doing, and we just gonna slide past that particular individual just for the sake of what it's been doing in the background, and we just gonna keep that focus just based on that, just what's been going on to protect Burgundy and continue.
Thank you, Succeeded. Thank you, Gardis. Look, Gardis said he don't care what anybody has to say. I got something to say.
Yeah, because it's
but you over here.
it's gonna be on her. It's not my page. It's I'm saying everything will fall right back. Her name is the one that you hear mentioned, not me, not you. That's why I'm saying that. Just out of respect, because she's gonna be the end all.
Well, you know what? Succeeding, you so right, because I got a heavy work week, and then my emails be going off.
Yeah, because it's
But back to the auditors. Let's start there, Gardner, if you don't mind, Stephanie. Okay, so Long Island specifically, I got to run into him 3 or 4 times. If they don't come and show what's going on, now I do understand Stephanie's point. She reached out before, it took them a year to get here. And I think you guys feel like if the story hot, right? The same with everybody. If the story hot, like we were talking earlier this season, I do know the 2 people you're talking about. They're putting out all the wrong information.
Yeah.
Really don't know.
I didn't know, y'all. I'm gonna tell you all. You all live in the area. Everyone does not know about this story. I did not know about this story a year ago. In fact, someone asked in a chat to know more about Stephanie and what she did. And so one day I had to have Stephanie to come up so that she could talk about her job there and what she did and, that type of thing. Because people want to hear more about that, Stephanie, about what you did and how things were even during the time under the other administration.
Yeah, we're gonna give it back to Stephanie. I for sure. I want to just close it up.
But I didn't know. So honestly, to tell you the truth, for me, it did bring an awareness. And I do think that when you have these people that may have been doing some protecting, when you see that you can't contain your sugar honey iced tea anymore, that it's coming out, you know what I'm saying? Then you know that certain things have to be addressed. And I do kind of feel like, with some of them coming, it did kind of expose it. Because, if you look up reality, if you look up worst mayor in the country, Tiffany comes up. You know what I'm saying? So this is something that's being talked about because all of these people are finding out about it through word of mouth. And I didn't know about it. Like I said, I live not far from you all. I'm just, maybe 13, 14 miles.
Yeah, but Stephanie's been in the thick of it. Gardis had he was into the thick of it, but he had the choice, just like Stephanie. Stephanie said, no favors done. Gardis came in. Miss Sandra Tracy, I would love to talk to her because I think her story is so unique. But do you guys, wrapping it around and close, I feel like I didn't close up the auditor part. Do you feel like even though they came, even it helped a little bit? Or do you feel like even when we see the media just coming to these board meetings, Stephanie, I was looking for you at the Thornton Township meeting because I need somebody to sit next to.
I was in South Carolina.
Wait, and between you and Gardis, you guys get the eye contact from the super mayor. Y'all get this. So I was gonna sit back, but I got the eye contact this time. But what do you think? What do you think that the auditors could do different to help? That's the question I want to ask. Instead of just coming in with the camera, and pinpointing what's wrong about the First Amendment, is it something you want them to do more? Just voice it. That would be.
Well, to be honest with you, I enjoy watching those First Amendment audits. I watch those videos all the time. I don't think that there is anything wrong with them. I think that they came in and stayed exactly in their lane. They came in to do exactly what they do for a living. They're not here to fight for us. They're not here to, they did their job. So I think that given we understand what their role is, they did great at what they do. I don't think it hurt us or helped us. I just think that they came and did their job and left. I mean, there's no benefit because they're not, actively fighting for us. They exposed that they'll violate people's First Amendment rights. But again, us in Dalton and Thornton Township, we knew that already. You didn't have to come here and tell us that. You could have, gone to all these other places. And then when the smokes died down here, then you could have come. I get why they did it. It's hot right now.
See, I didn't know it though. Some of us didn't know it. Like you all knew.
I didn't know either. When I rolled up, I like I'm coming from Dalton. I see like I see Long Island, and I'm like, can I film you? And he's like, yeah, I'm in public. And I'm like, so that don't matter. I'm asking permission. I'm just now learning about all these crazy rights, like the things with that's going on with the Easter Bunny situation. But no, we're gonna stop there because you and Gardis have something in common. With maybe is this a First Amendment right? Possibly Stan calling the police on both of you. How did
Yes.
y'all deal with that? Like, what, so is he known to just call the police? Because I saw an auditor come in there and he was like, I'm calling the police. I don't know if you got a gun or whatever. Is that his MO to call?
He did it to an employee when he worked at Dalton Park District too.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, he never called the police on me. I witnessed him call the police on somebody else who was an employee.
Was it me?
No, it wasn't you. It was somebody else that was working at SAP. But
yeah, he did it a couple times.
Yeah, and I know he did it a couple times. But I think going on Stephanie's point about what they do, because it's not really about helping the people; it's about exposing more of the only people who can violate your First Amendment rights is the police. Now, the one thing that I can say is that they have exposed something that, for some reason or another, I don't think mainstream media here focuses too much on. And because one of the dangerous things about Tiffany is her control of the police and what they can do, as police. We already know that within this country, relationships between the Black community and police are very, very bad. And to do that, to use your police force as that type of, as I term it, the Gestapo unit, it gives a very sour feeling of this how we look at police, because unfortunately Dalton police can't be trusted anymore. And when that trust breaks down, which have already been broken down between Black and brown people, she's just completely ruined it. So now whoever comes in as the new administration has to scrub that whole police department clean. And that starts with Lacey as well. So you don't know who to trust in these positions. I mean, it literally has become what the Harvey Police Department had to go through, where, federal agents and the state had to come in and take control of that police department.
Oh my. Wow. And Stephanie, I think that a lot of these auditors, because from listening to, I was going to call him Titanic. You all know who I'm talking about, TT. So they get these leads from all over. So they have people that are all over, sending them these leads and saying, hey, we need you to come here. Now, were you surprised when he spoke at the meeting?
I was actually. I think what he said was fine. I do think that, some of his conversation pertained to Dalton business and not township business, but same person. So I see his point, but they are different seats.
Which some people don't understand the two seats. So that's a question somebody had also in the chat. They don't, people from other places don't understand the two seats.
A lot of people from here don't understand.
That's true.
If I'm being quite honest with you, Tiffany didn't understand the seats.
I was just about to say that. She doesn't even understand it.
She still says she's over 17 or 16
Correct.
mayors.
She thinks she is over the mayors.
Correct. And we, us, the general population, knows that that's not true.
Right.
You supply resources to those communities, ma'am. You have no say in their municipalities. Nothing.
Correct.
You actually have no communication with most of them.
And they don't like you.
Well, I cannot say that. But I can say that she does not have any communication with most of them.
Right. Well, they have said we don't trust the way you handle money. So
Correct.
I'll just say what they have said, and
Correct.
they have answered it on a letter that they have all signed, with the exception of what, maybe 3 or 4 of them that did not sign that letter.
Yes. And for her to throw in Gardis's face that, you know, a shame on you for wanting that to not pass, but it's because we have understanding of what you have eliminated. So to tell somebody that knows that there is a need, knowing what you have eliminated from that department, it sounds ridiculous to us.
Right.
Absolutely. Gardis and I was chatting one day, and we were talking about the mental health referendum situation and what is, because we're still looking for the Calumet City Chargers that got all this counseling. I'm not saying anybody else is. I'm not saying it didn't happen.
I sent a FOIA for that.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
The shooting did happen. That's real. I sent a FOIA asking who was providing the counseling, what cost was to the township, because there are no counselors in your youth and family services department. So I want to know where it's coming from. And do you know what their response to me said? After a thorough search of our records, we found that no such records exist.
You mean she looked me in the eye, or she looked Gardis in the eye?
I am not surprised. And here's what she said at the what is that thing that she had last week? Township Talks. So and I think I expressed this before to you, Burgundy. You know, I went to the Township Talks. I didn't say anything. I just wanted to observe. And I think Paul was there. Paul Roberts was there as well. So we just kind of observed to see, you know, what goes on there. And so she mentioned mental health again, and I wanted to hear what she had to say. Now she says that the township reimburses people for mental health services. And she says, like, you know, so, you know, if you have a favorite mental health counselor or guidance or counselor or somebody that you feel comfortable with, you know, we pay for that. We reimburse you for that. And I sat there and was like, it took you a whole month to figure that one out. I mean, it literally took her a whole month to figure that one out.
Yeah, because you had Robert Hunt up there. You and Stephanie had Robert Hunt up there sweating. He needed a drink right after that meeting.
Wow.
And I probably maybe Stephanie, you might want to do that too, but probably want to FOIA that as well. Are they reimbursing the residents for mental health services?
I doubt that.
You know I will be.
Yeah.
So yeah, because you know, just like we've all known, they don't have mental health counselors anymore. They don't hire a particular service, you know, a third party service. So now they're telling us that they reimburse people for mental health services.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
We would like to see the records on that.
Well,
Now-
and I would like to see how they're doing that, because
Right.
that's a tax bracket of money being collected from a levy.
Yeah.
There's restrictions around how you can spend that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Because now you're getting into uncharted waters where, you know, somebody might be paying like $20,000 for mental health services. Is the township going to reimburse you on that?
Right.
I doubt it.
Well, or it could be your cousin that has their own business maybe, and you know what I mean?
Yeah. So how does that work? Like she never gave us like a cap of how much they reimburse you on. She just says that they reimburse you on it.
I
Which,
have a
you know,
question.
everything is vague with her. Like she would always talk about all this money that they're getting, these grants that they're getting. She never specifies if they're state, federal, if they're ESSER funds, COVID funds, funds that, you know, the Ford Foundation or whatever. It's always, are we getting money?
Well, I
You
can
get
tell
money.
you the $1 million youth violence prevention grant that came from the Department of Human Services because I FOIA'd them for the billing. I've also FOIA'd the township for the billing to compare the two because, well, that's always and the 15 million she was talking about at the township talk, because I saw clips of it, although I could not be there. I think she explained that 9 million was for the township and 7
Right.
million was for the
Mhm.
village. Those are state allocations. That means a senator and a state rep allocated money to her.
But they didn't come in either.
However, precisely, that money has not been released.
It won't be.
It won't be. I don't think it will be all this going on. Stephanie, what do you think about her saying we're in the black?
Well, I looked at the numbers that they posted, and the numbers that I saw, the ones that Keith Price put up, those numbers showed that $6.5 million state allocation in the revenue line.
Right.
Of course you were in the
Right.
black. Yeah.
Right.
And then the last year it showed like a $3 million in the black, but that was because they took the $5 million loan out.
Right.
People have been saying
Yeah,
that.
she didn't talk about that.
That was the one. That was the
Mhm.
one Miss Wendy Kelly asked about, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yes. That was the
Mhm.
$5 million loan.
Mhm.
So they would have been 2 million in the red. I mean, we can all do math.
Right.
And you know, here she goes again with all the half truths, saying that, you know, the township was running on a deficit before. Okay. So there is some truth because we fronted the $5 million to redo the construction at the main building because the money for that was coming in a state allocation. Those take time to get. Frank was not a patient man. He fronted the money for it. Because he was an honest man, that was never included in our revenue. So of course we were running at a deficit because we were spending millions that we were collecting.
But Stephanie, you know, they made it seem like Frank put the township in like a $30 million hole, and it
I
wasn't.
want to point out
the case.
that there was still a $12 million surplus.
Right.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I want to also point out that we had the $5 million to front for the project.
Yeah, because I think Stephanie, correct me if I'm wrong. The reason why was because they under budgeted that project. Am I right on that?
Yes, by about, I want to say maybe 800,000.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was like it wasn't even $1 million.
It wasn't.
And that could happen with those types of projects.
Stephanie and Gardis have a quick question. I had to go back to the mental health thing. Gardis and I was on live. Mr. Weems is still on the website.
I'm sorry?
Is that his name, Mr. Weems?
Yeah, Dr. Weems. He's still on the website.
Oh.
Who's in charge of the website? Do you know? Like allegedly, you don't have to tell us exactly, but is it anybody that is like when you go to look about, like today, I'm having a bad day. I want to see what Thornton Township has for mental health. It says call Dr. Weems.
Yeah, so clearly they haven't updated that.
Yeah, because they don't even have pictures up of certain people. Because if you look like Stan Brown and certain things, you'll see it says like it's coming. So no one's maintaining it. Now they're good at taking people off like they did with Chris, but they're not maintaining it.
We have Jediah Brown in the chat as well, you guys. Jediah, the stream link is there.
Hey, Jediah.
Question though, before we even get to that, it was one more question I wanted to ask. 16, it was regarding Stephanie. Oh, Stephanie, oh my goodness. Now this is a crazy question. Feel free not to answer it. This is, believe me, I'm talking to you like a girlfriend. Because you guys, Stephanie has the prettiest face. Now, Stephanie,
Stephanie has nice nails.
You guys are so sweet.
So let me tell you this. You're right. I'm into fashion and cosmetology. Stephanie, is that a heart-shaped face or diamond face? It's something with a point in your chin. I just
A
love.
heart. I would say a heart.
It's a
Definitely a
heart.
heart. Yeah.
Okay. So you guys, I had to ask Stephanie. When Lucille had a question, Kamal and his position at Thornton Township.
That was on my. I had that on my list too.
You had a list?
Yeah.
That's Lucille. Can you explain who position did he take over? What happened? Can you explain Kamal's position at the village? Does he? No, it's not the village, but it's the township. Does he actually work there? I've never known him to have any skills besides selling retail.
Well, I personally can't tell you what his skills are. I do not know the man at all. I know his face attached to a name and that he's Tiffany's boyfriend. That's the extent of what I know about him. So, what I can tell you is that he was hired at Thornton Township as part of that youth prevention violence grant, that youth violence prevention grant. I'm sorry. And he was hired as that. I think he was the director.
Yep, youth direct. Now, that is a grant that did actually come in?
It did.
Okay.
It did. I FOIA'd the state.
And how much was that one?
1 million.
Oh, that didn't go very far on his 100K salary.
Well, I mean, and a lot of that money was wasted on that youth summit she did.
On the
The
party, the
entertainment.
DJ. Yeah.
I heard D-Lo got like $500, and I heard it's gonna be revealed that they really got more money for him. It's so funny.
I think none of them got paid the full amount that they promised.
Yeah,
I think
that's what I think.
They promised G Herbo 33,000.
Yep.
He didn't get all of his money.
G Herbo 33,000.
Yep, for like 8 seconds.
He was up there for 8 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, for like 8 minutes.
It was crazy.
Wow.
Now, Stephanie, let me ask you this: Kamal, did he take Larry Lawrence's spot? Was that Larry Lawrence that was doing that?
No, Larry was the program manager.
Okay.
For the youth committee. It was nobody's spot because it was in this grant.
It was
So
created.
when the grant ended, like the other people that were in the grant, Kamal should have been let go. But he's not. Now, I haven't FOIA'd to see what department he's billed to, but my assumption is they took him out of that grant and billed him to the youth department.
Probably.
So I know Larry Lawrence was like in that particular area.
Yeah.
Do you mind, Stephanie, if I ask you if every Thornton Township, with the exception of Chris, every person went to Vegas?
Because
I have my list and I'm missing 4 people.
Yeah, Darlene went. Joyce her flight was booked, but she passed away before the trip, so she didn't go. Jerry Jones went.
Yep, I had him. I had Stan. I had Keith. I had Ron Smith.
Carmen Carlisle.
I have her. I have the other assistant. I have Byron Miles. I have the second officer, who I'm thinking maybe Terry, but maybe not.
I don't know. I don't know who was paid through for the village. I can only speak on what I saw on the township credit card.
But it's 3 people that I'm missing other than Darlene. And I have Darlene, Stan, Jerry, and Andrew Holmes.
The township also paid for Fania Dukes.
Yep, I got her.
He
was number 1 on my list.
That was it. That's
yes,
it.
But it was 13.
The photographer.
Oh yeah, that's. But I'm still missing 2. Even with the photographer, I'm still missing 2 because they reported that. Oh, I'm thinking okay, maybe a youth director may have gone.
Yeah.
But I forgot the photographer. Okay, I forgot the photographer. I remember the photographer, but I didn't know their name, and I forgot to add them back in.
Maria.
Maria? Who's Maria?
The photographer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yes. So I still have only 11 people, but I didn't have, and he would make 12, so there would be one more.
They said photographer, engineer. Ron's the engineer, though, right?
Yep, I have Ron.
Poor
I
Ron.
have-
Ron's been hanging in there since 1982.
I have two assistants.
Jerry Jones' wife.
They paid for her?
The village did.
Oh my gosh, that's why.
There's
Okay,
your
that's
13.
why.
Yep.
See, I was thinking I didn't put her on the list because I told Burgundy she went, but I didn't think that they paid for her to go. How wow! Oh my gosh.
Who pays for the spouses to go on a?
Yeah.
They were living it up. Now, you guys, I heard it was a rumor that this is some gospeling, as you see it say. It was a rumor that after they got to Vegas, that Tiffany took everybody to Foot Locker. That is hilarious to me. I'm like, did everybody get Pumas? Because that's her thing, to wear Puma. Not Jerry Jones.
God.
Where is he at? Is Jerry okay, you guys? If you could say, where is he? He hasn't been to none of the meetings.
Yeah, this will be, if he doesn't come next week, that'll be his 5th one in a row.
You all don't understand. Sometimes you have a case of diarrhea and it just doesn't end. And if you all were in this, you all are not being sensitive. If you were in this situation,
baby,
you would have a case. You would have a case. And I think from this week, when they hit those new ones, I think she has a case of diarrhea herself.
Let me tell you, you can see it when I saw Dora the Explorer not rave back at Tiffany. I said, we in a bad way, y'all. We in a mighty bad way. If Dora the Explorer not raving back.
Well, I mean, going to the theme of what we did last week with the Take Back Our Township, and one of the conversations that we were having was, what are we going to do when she's gone?
Yeah.
Because it's inevitable. It's just a matter of time. We don't know when. Could be next week, could be tomorrow, could be in June. I'm predicting she'll be gone at least by midsummer. I don't think she's going to make it to the next election. And even if she's lucky enough to do that, she won't be elected. But the conversation has always been, what do we do to prevent this from happening? Because it seems like stuff like this has been happening in different parts of the Southland.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to keep up this movement, this organization of vetting our politicians, making sure that they go in there with good intentions and holding them accountable, as well as holding ourselves accountable to making sure that we put mechanisms in place, that we make sure that if these politicians get out of line, that we will respond and step up, and that we don't, we're not, if it's happening in our backyard, even if it's not in our town, that we concern ourselves about this. I always say that I'm in South Holland, but I live on the north part of South Holland where it borders Dalton.
Mm-hmm.
And I can actually walk to Dalton Village Hall in 25 minutes, even though I'm in the next city.
Mm-hmm.
So it was always a concern to me that, some of the residents of South Holland during the time when she started acting all crazy at Dalton, well, that's a Dalton problem. Well, Dalton is next door to us.
Right.
So it's like, this is going to be an issue. And all of a sudden it became an issue when she became supervisor.
Mm-hmm.
So, we cannot be neglectful when we see stuff like this. There are some troubling names that I've been seeing who is looking to take Tiffany's spot when she is either removed or elected out, that I think we need to really, really examine, because we don't want to go through this again.
Mm-hmm.
So we seriously need to start, getting together and talking about this some more, because like I said, me personally, and I'm not going to say the names now, but there's some names out there who's looking to take that spot. And I
Mhm.
don't think much is going to change if some of these people get the spot.
Yeah, because Harvey has already asked you all to help him.
Well, yeah, Harvey is going through another thing with Clark, and I remember when Clark first got in, it was sort of like a breath of fresh air, considering who they came from,
Mhm.
and that dude was like a literal criminal. I mean, he was a criminal. He was not just a corrupt politician. He was a criminal. But measuring someone from criminal activity isn't really saying much. And I think people kind of like rested on their laurels, just saying, well, we finally got rid of him, now we got this new person. No, you have to hold that new person accountable as well.
Maybe they could if he had come out of his office and not have his head trustee to take over the meeting. I mean, those meetings are crazy over there.
Yeah. So but that's the task that we have to keep in mind when she is removed.
Right.
So we have to understand what's going to happen next, and the work starts with us.
Right.
The work starts with us.
And hopefully that will bring that awareness to the other communities, like you all are saying. Hopefully they will know, yeah, this was exposed here, but it will be exposed. Because see, I would not have known if Ryan had not exposed it, with me watching his video. And I'm like, okay, I have to support him. I'm the only person on his live. You know what I mean? So I felt like I had to look at that whole meeting, and I was like, oh my gosh, the guy doesn't come out of his office.
Yeah.
Like,
No, it's crazy.
Can I ask about the t-shirts?
Which ones?
Stephanie, the t-shirts that were purchased for Tiffany's fake charity that were paid for by the township?
Sure.
Okay, so can you explain that invoice?
It just said, I think it was 1,000 t-shirts and 1,000 white hoodies.
Right.
And it just said township logo. It didn't say anything else. How I knew, well, there some bullet points. I mean, the timing of the order falls right in line. I mean, I have eyes that I, luckily can see with, and I could see you in white shirts with, the locals free bike ride.
Mm-hmm.
And just as a former employee, I'm well aware that ordering white t-shirts for most township employees would I mean, it just wouldn't make sense. It would be a waste of money. We've got
Right.
the food pantry, we've got the maintenance workers. I mean, we've got the lawn care program. Like, who's wearing a white shirt there?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen a township employee in a white shirt.
And what about them being sold? Because they were sold.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the ability to trace that, unfortunately.
Does that cross a line?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just purchasing them with the township money crosses a line.
Mm-hmm.
Selling them and keeping the profit, it
Mm-hmm.
just, I mean, it just adds to, I suppose.
And is it true with the salary change? Did that actually get passed?
It did. Yeah.
It did get passed.
It did. And, I heard her say on, I believe she said it on the Roland Martin.
She did.
Yeah, that she didn't change it. It, the only thing I changed was the salary from, 50 to 25. And that's because everybody said we made too much. Well, no, we said you make too much.
Right.
That's what we said. And it's not true. That's not all she changed. The prior salary was set on a per term basis.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe, if I remember correctly, the thought behind it was to prevent voting on it every term. You
Uh-huh.
vote on a per term basis.
Yeah.
It's the same for everybody, no matter what term you're in. And so, Frank's salary progressively got to what it was.
Correct.
It wasn't always at that. And if he had lost and somebody else won, they would have started where he started and worked their way up just like he did. And so on and so on and so on. What she did was, so had she ran for that seat in 2025 and somehow managed to win, her salary would have went to a first term supervisor.
Correct.
So to prevent that from happening, she changed it so that an incumbent keeps the salary and a first term goes down to $25,000.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
And how did that get passed?
The board voted on it.
Yeah, she has the board in her pocket.
But that brings me to how we got Tiffany, not for Thornton, but for Dalton in the first place to even lead her to Thornton. Because of that referendum that Riley Rogers passed. No one seems to really bring it up. I saw Big Mike talk about it. But that referendum he passed, that Dalton trustees only had a 2-term limit. Tiffany had nowhere else to go other than, I guess, clerk possibly. But she was basically forced into the mayorship. Like, not by herself, but she was like, well, I'm going to be mayor because she couldn't be trustee again at that point. And I know, Succeeding, you always bring up the mold and the check bouncing.
Mm-hmm.
She was endorsed, shout out to Jason House, love him. But she was endorsed by Jason House, and he's a lovable guy to us, to become mayor. And not even that, I voted for Tiffany just because I saw how she was walking around handing me a smoky turkey tail. And here we are. She really had nowhere else to go but the mayorship if she was going to be in politics in Dalton. And I think that we have to really address that in the future.
Well, she probably had other areas to go because
Like
it would. Look at like how the type of salary, like what type of salary do they get as a trustee?
Oh, they only have like 25. Like right now, I think they make like 25,000 or maybe.
So any of those positions at Thornton Township, she could have, you know what I'm saying? She could have stayed in politics. And
where was she? Where was she in Thornton? Was she in Thornton Township before, Stephanie?
No.
So, right, but I'm saying she could have, right? Couldn't she have gotten?
We did business with her
I
once.
think the mayorship really pushed her in that direction.
What pushed her?
That she was able to. Okay, I probably am not saying it correctly. She was a trustee for 2 years. Riley put that pin in it that trustees have 2 terms only. Then they have to take a break. They can come back as trustee, but they have to sit down for 4 years, if that makes sense, I think.
But let's also understand this too. The atmosphere that was going on during that time. Riley Rogers and Frank didn't get along. Matter of fact, their relationship became just venomous. Like they were just like really at each other's throats, and it got to a point where they had to vote him out, or they had to get him out somehow. So Tiffany became that candidate. She was on the Z team, even though she, slanders his name, even though the guy has been passed, and he helped her out,
right,
big time,
right.
So it's like it's just so weird that she would say all of these things about Frank, even though Frank helped her out, and I don't think that she would, with Frank helping her out, with Riley Rogers having a stroke before the election.
Right.
She only wins the election by a little bit over 100 votes.
Right,
That
correctly. Especially the
doesn't say
pandemic.
much.
No,
that
she
doesn't say
won
much.
82%. Get it right.
Yeah, okay, but that doesn't say much about
Nope.
her victory, because I
Yeah.
mean she should have really won that election by a lot more.
Right. So it didn't show that. But people also should have came. But it was just like Stephanie said, the timing of it. C-19 was going on, so it was 2021, and a whole lot of people still weren't getting out. It was still a lot going on then.
Yeah, and like Rogers was getting very unpopular amongst the people, so it was a perfect opportunity for her to run against him at that time. And yeah, she was going to be termed out as a trustee. But remember, when we talked to Ed Steve about it, he was saying that mayors, now the Dalton mayors also have terms, but Rogers' term was going to be reset after they passed that,
Correct.
after they passed that ordinance.
But
So
I researched that. That's not true. That's
that-
not true. It never passed. I'm gonna say allegedly, but I've been doing my research. The mayor part, didn't somebody step in and stop it, like one of the senators or something? But it's not. We're talking about Tiffany, but
No. See, I'm going by what Trustee Steve said, because he said
Right, he
it
said it.
passed,
Right.
but he said,
Trustee Steve?
but he said that it reset.
Correct.
With Rogers, because Rogers would have been termed out as well.
Right, that's
However,
what he
he
said.
got somebody downstate to have him reset his
Right.
reset his term again.
Yep. Yeah, that's what he said.
I think that might make sense, but I'm gonna look into it a little more, because I don't think that the mayors have terms anymore. Like, I think that Tiffany could go infinity and beyond if she wanted to. I'm a double check, but that is, I trust former trustee Ed Steve, no S. So he said it. I trust Stephanie. I trust Garden. So yeah, I trust the season too. Stephanie, you can move anywhere in the world you want to. Gardis, you can move anywhere in the world you want to. What makes you stay in the South, man? Why is it home?
The people.
We are nice people here in Indiana, and we welcome you anytime you want to come,
Well,
Stephanie.
I mean, did you not hear Mike Smith? I was in Indiana for a while. I did. I moved to Indiana from 2011 to 2017.
You should have just stayed right here.
No. Frank made
We
me
love
come
those
back.
dollars.
He made me come back. He was mad when I
You
left.
had a purpose.
Yep.
You had a purpose.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
It's definitely the people. I've done
Mhm.
a lot of traveling. I've been to a lot of places. And, a lot of people that aren't from here think people from here are mean. And, we definitely have a way about us. I know I do. But it works with each other. I just feel comfortable here. It's home. Now, that's not to say I won't ever leave. I might bring me somewhere where it doesn't snow.
Amen. What about you, Garden?
Well, for one, I don't think my wife wants to leave, so so I think we're gonna be here for a minute, and plus it costs too much to move into the city. I don't want to move to Indiana. This has been, South Holland's been home for me for the last 23 years. Yeah, about 23 years. So, but as I'm here, and what's so interesting is watching things change within South Holland. But what's so funny as well is as it turns from being 30 years ago predominantly white to predominantly black, we don't see like some of the things that has happened, like say in Dalton or even Harvey or Riverdale. And we see a maintenance of what was here previously. South Holland just recently assigned a liquor license, and that was on a very limited basis to one establishment. So we don't have any liquor stores, we don't have strip bars, we don't have those type of things still in South Holland. We do have limited amount of Section 8 because before, when I moved here, there was no Section 8 allowed in South Holland. However, pressure has come down from the housing department to have Section 8 in it. And, South Holland also doesn't have apartment buildings. They're only homeowners at one point when I was, when we first moved here, it was only allowed. So it was sort of like, that structure that was here before. And we all know those structures were, most of them were racially motivated because, that's how it was. But now that we're seeing, Black folks, coming in, especially from the city, who are kind of like middle class Black people, and we still seeing the same structures because, the fact of the matter is that the government here has been a little stable. When you think about the mayors that have been South Holland since 1960, there's only been 2 mayors in South Holland.
Yeah.
But what happens once he's no longer mayor?
Now that's a conversation that we have to have because, obviously with only 2 mayors in the last 50 years, we have to make sure that whoever becomes the mayor establishes the same stability that has been going on, since I've been here. And one of the things that got me involved in politics here in the Southland is when Robert Shaw tried to run for South Holland mayor 20 years ago.
Do you know that I had to petition that? I was like, hey guys, I probably knocked on your door. Hey, we're ready for mayor.
But a group of Black folks here in South Holland, because at that time South Holland was about 60% Black at that time, and so I guess he figured since there was more Black people here than white people, he could win the election. Well, we obviously felt like we saw what Bill Shaw did to Dalton, and we were not impressed of what happened over there. So we kind of had a meeting, got together, was like, yeah, it's all good that you want to come up in here and, be the first Black mayor of South Holland, but you know what, we'll pass. And DeGraff won that election by 90%. So
wow.
It was a slaughter. I remember that.
How old is he?
Who, DeGraff?
Uh-huh.
He might be in his 70s.
Have you all asked him what his succession plan is?
No, and we need to.
Yeah.
We really need to. And one of the things that and I'm hoping some of the people that came to the rally last week, the organizers, so I'm planning on going to the next South Holland Village meeting, which is on the second Tuesday of the month, to kind of talk about what's been going on with the township, since the base of the township resides in South Holland. And what is the village's plan to support whoever comes into the new leadership in the township, because I think it's important to South Holland. It's very important to South Holland to understand and get involved in this stuff.
Right.
So that's something that, that's a conversation that we need to have. And I think that was encouraged in the rally last week about, going to your different municipalities and talking to these elected officials. So I'm going to start next Tuesday with going to the meeting and, kind of raising these points about, what's been going on in the township and what we need to do once we remove the current administration there.
So, and when you all say that, so with that question that I asked Stephanie, with a salary of $25,000, how many candidates do you think you all will get?
Well, I think we can rest assured that we would be getting the right ones because it should be for the service and not for the paycheck. You can make it a part-time position and work a job if you have to. But I think it should be somebody that's in there for the right reasons.
Yeah.
Now, I think 25,000 is too low. I know the work.
Because it's a big
Even in a
job.
part-time capacity,
Mhm.
I still think 60,000
Yeah.
would
It's
be.
a big job.
That's a big job.
Yeah, it's a lot of people to coordinate. And even if you're
Mhm.
not in the office full time, you still have to manage, you know, average of 75 to 100 employees.
And if you guys don't mind, Stephanie have a quick person that wanted to join, and then we'll let everybody go because we've been long-winded. We got Big Mike on the line, and he knows a lot about the Southland. And I don't know if you know Felita Creighton. I'm gonna be there on May 12th. Go ahead, Big Mike. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey,
Hi.
Big Mike.
Hey, Big
Hey,
Mike.
how's everybody?
He's like the Godfather. You hear the Godfather music come on. If you hear that music, it's because he's on, Stephanie. Dun 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 dun. dun.
He knows a lot about the Southland.
He does. Like
We
the
love
Godfather.
to hear that. And we got Stephanie. Stephanie, can you pronounce your last name so we're not saying the wrong thing?
Wiedemann.
Oh, it is a Wiedemann or
Wiedemann.
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 I actually I think I mentioned this in the comments one time. I know Cleo Jones, go way back. He used to coach the Dalton Bears.
Mm-hmm.
He's been coaching for a long time. Cleo Jones, nice guy. He just celebrated a birthday
He did.
a couple of weeks ago, or I think a couple of days ago, rather.
Yep.
And interesting fact, Stan Brown used to have your job years ago.
I know. Jerry Jones worked there with him.
Yeah, Jerry Jones was the coach of the Dalton Bears, the head coach.
He was an employee at the Park District with Stan Brown too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, they've been around for a while.
The good old boys, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Is Gregory Knuckles still there?
He is.
Awesome. Have to stop by one day and say hello.
You know, we're always there.
And I'll be there on the 12th, you guys. When was Felita Creighton event, Big Mike?
So she's having a Mother's Day event on the 12th, which is I think it's after Mother's Day, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that Monday? Is that the 12th? Isn't 12th on a
Friday? So it's Sunday.
Friday.
So that's a Sunday.
No, that's a Sunday.
So she's hosting a Mother's Day brunch at the Field House in Dalton Park District. I think it's the Lester Long Field House.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Stephanie know.
Yep.
And Big Mike, if you don't mind, can you clarify for me? I know all y'all follow, but for me, what is that referendum? So the Thornton Township people get two terms. All mayors get 2 terms as well?
So originally, the referendum was on the ballot for the mayor to be term limited. I went back to the recording because after I got off the live with you, I had to run some errands. But then I went on the recording and heard that Steve talk about, the term limit started when Riley was reelected, and that's when the term limits would start. I did some research, and I wasn't able to locate any of that. I'm not saying that what he's saying is inaccurate. I'm just saying that I just couldn't I just couldn't go back and find something that would confirm what he was saying. All I can say, I know for sure because of the political landscape that was going on at that time, that Riley worked with Napoleon Harris in Springfield to put language in a legislation that will that will put a halt to the term limit for mayors. Again, I wouldn't know if it meant that it was going to restart again. It was going to restart when Riley gets reelected, or they were going to immediately scrap it. I've been looking hard for that legislation and just can't find it. So if Ed Steve have evidence, though, I mean, he should definitely be presenting it to you guys so you guys to be informed what's going on.
Yeah, and I thought that was weird. Like I said, it's not that he's not incorrect, but that was the term limit thing was a very powerful tool for certain politicians to kind of like get them out of office. And like I said, that's eventually that's how they got Kellogg out of office. They limited his term.
And then also, I want to also touch on the salary part. I was hearing about the salary that Tiffany changed with Thornton Township. Did she get that a referendum on the ballot and that was voted on by voters, or did she pass it with her board?
She passed it with her board.
That was with the board.
So can a new supervisor pass an amended resolution undoing that?
I would think so.
No,
Because
so you can't change salary midterm. So the new supervisor can vote on a new salary structure for the following term, but it would not apply to that term.
That current term. Okay.
Okay, just curious. So but they can change it though for the next term though, correct? Like let's say someone gets in for let's say term 1, and they have to go through the guidelines of the salary changes that was done by the previous administration, and then they were able to change it for term 2, and they get elected for term 2. That will undo what was done by the previous administration, correct?
Well, I don't know that anybody moving forward would do it on a per term basis. I think that it moving forward would be a set salary, and it would stay that salary until a board voted on it, in which it would be altered in the following term.
Okay.
So I don't know that anybody would do it by term again. That was honestly the first time I had ever seen it done that way.
Yeah. Well, she did say that the ordinance was already in place, but she cut it in half, Mara.
But how was she able to do it?
She voted on it for the next term. It won't affect this term. You can't change your salary in the current term.
Right. Okay.
Well, I have a question, and Stephanie, I promise we're gonna let you go. Stephanie, when she did that affect? Did the trustees' terms come in play as well?
She said it.
Yes. So the trustees their pay scale was set the same as the supervisor. So they had a starting pay rate, and then it went up per term. Same thing with the highway commissioner and the assessor, and the clerk. She eliminated all of those. I think the trustees, it was the same. Incumbent keeps their current salary. New trustee, I believe,
it's 5,000.
5,000.
Yeah, that's what she said. 5,000.
And then for the clerk, I believe it was the same. The incumbent keeps the salary, and then it was 12,000 maybe for the clerk and the assessor and the highway commissioner.
What board meeting was that?
I
mean, was it at a board meeting or was
it was at a board meeting.
I'll find it. I was just wondering. Okay.
But Stephanie,
it was April of last year. I'm sorry.
I was thinking, since just based on the reasoning of her doing that, wouldn't that be something that an attorney could be hired to, you know what I mean? Because that kind of trails on illegal, doesn't it? Just based on the drastic changes she made.
I'm not an attorney, so I will not say whether or not it is illegal.
Yeah.
But I will say that it reads to be self-serving.
Yeah. Because I heard someone, and it wasn't like a blog or anyone, but it was one of they were talking about it on the news, and it was attorneys that were speaking about it.
Mm-hmm.
And it just kind of borders where you're kind of it's kind of like influencing, You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. You're
Yeah,
kind of
that's where it gets.
dissuading people from running.
Yeah, that's where it gets that line gets crossed.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. You guys, let me tell you something. Stephanie, I don't know. Look, let me tell you, I can go all night, but I know you gotta be at the whatever oh no, tomorrow's Sunday. I was like, you gotta be at the park this shit.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, I got grass to cut and it's a full day.
And Stephanie, when I tell you I appreciate you, I really do. When I met you, I was like, can I interview you? And you just seem so timid. And I love that heart-shaped face. I appreciate you taking time to, like, no matter what you might hear come out my mouth or what I talk about, just coming over here and talking to me. Because I know my opinions could sometimes be overbearing. So thank you so much, and thanks for explaining to us. Do anyone have a question for Stephanie before I let her go?
Yes. Thank you for being my virtual best friend, Stephanie.
Really, the thank you should be coming from me. I mean, having the support and it really makes a difference. The feet on the ground, the voices behind you, it helps. So, I feel like I owe you guys the thank you.
I'm like, Stephanie, I text Stephanie. I said, I'm writing everyone. Every time I would think about it, I would get off of a live. I would get off and I would go to Twitter and I would hit the Twitter. I would. And it was now, I know it was not me, but within them 2 weeks of me hitting the Twitter and me telling y'all I hit the Twitter, we started hearing stuff coming out. But all that stuff was already in the works because the people had already put that stuff in the works.
Well, I always say Stephanie knows where the bodies are buried.
I say the same. I told
You say
her
where she know where the bathrooms are. That cracks me up every time I hear that. She knows where the bathrooms are.
I told Burgundy, I said, Tiffany is still trying to find the bathroom.
Stephanie, I'm going to the beauty supply tomorrow. Do you need a wig? Let me.
I actually have a question for Stephanie, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
If you were offered a position with the new administration to work in the township, would you do it? Would you go back to the township, or would you stay at the Dalton Park District?
I think that depends. I would love to go back as maybe part of a transition team. I'm not saying that I would never go back. I'm saying that right now I feel like something in my soul tells me that if I go back expecting to have what I had, I'm always going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
And I wonder if I'm just going to be perpetually setting myself up for failure. So it's because of the emotions for me. That's a very tough question for me to answer.
I think you probably have to have a different approach to it.
Yeah.
I think it's more on the level of what we're kind of doing now, even though, like I said, where the bodies are buried. But I think if you come in as a concerned citizen who knows a lot, I think you could be a big help to whoever the new administration is.
Yes. She would have to be contractor though.
Yes, I think I would love to help, but when I think about that long term, I think that it wouldn't be fair to the person that sits in that seat or to me.
Yeah.
I'm very good at making adjustments, and I think that those adjustments could be made, but I think it's not fair I can be very overpowering, and my approach isn't always great. My delivery, I sometimes things come out faster than my head tells them to stop. So I think that it wouldn't be fair, because I'm so opinionated and I express those opinions, and sometimes not in the best way, for me to be passing judgment on a person that's doing a good job, but just not in the way that I think it should be done.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be a hard position for me to be in. Doable, but hard.
Yeah.
Question: was that was that how Frank worked? Came across a certain kind of way? Like, did you learn from him? I don't know why that piqued my interest, because I was speaking with Don Core at the rally, and one of my questions was, what made you be there with Tiffany at 7 minutes before midnight? And we went through several answers, but he said that his goal is to make Thornton Township Zuccarelli again. And my thing is, Zuccarelli's gone.
Mm-hmm.
But do you feel like maybe you got some of those attributes of that way he worked? Do you feel like that?
Absolutely. And
Okay.
not that I think nobody can do better than him. I think somebody can come in and grow that township into something even better. I believe that with all my soul. However, nobody's going to get the same kind of loyalty that he did.
Mm-hmm.
It took
That's where it starts, with the loyalty.
It took a long time to build, and I don't have that time anymore.
Right.
You know, he got me at the beginning of my career. I was 22. He was 50.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm 44 now.
Mm-hmm.
So in 20 years, I'm going to be retired. I don't have the time to build that same rapport with somebody else.
I don't agree with that, Stephanie. I think that a lot of people are looking to you, and maybe Zuccarelli didn't have that opportunity like you have, where we not like, what do you guys say, Gardis? You know where the bones are buried. You know, you're basically taking up, which they should have done. The in my and I'm gonna let you go. But the ballless trustees that are left, that they didn't do, and if you were able to come in with your own ideas, I'm sure you. I think I'm saying that because I'm sure when Zuccarelli was talking to you at one point, he was saying things one way, and you would know as a youth and as someone that was learning and watching him how things could be better. I think you always add your flavor and put your hat in the ring. But when you're ready,
But it also came with her working.
Yeah.
Because think about, she was not in the same position. She didn't stay in the same role. So it also came with her learning. Because think about it. She's someone that she knows so it's not just based on, oh, I looked at him, I saw this. No, she learned on her own.
Right.
She learned watching. He had a powerful team, any great leader, because like when people would thank me when I was working on a project, it was my team that was behind me. So usually it starts with you having not just you have many people that make that team great. And he had a great team. Absolutely. And that's how they function. And that's what that person was trying to reiterate in that meeting. And so people may be looking at Stephanie, but Stephanie is smart enough to know, and she keeps saying it was a team. So a lot of times it's just like church. People always it's just like that Book of the Kings I took you out to. People always trying to take you. You could be the one. And Stephanie knows. Now, it wasn't me. It's a whole team of people.
Right.
I did this. I stayed in this lane. They did this.
And I'm not selfish with the info. I understand I hold a lot because of my time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I said part of a transition, because I would love to go in and give all of that to somebody that wanted it.
Right.
But I mean, in all honesty, I am at the end of my career. Not that I'm going anywhere anytime soon, but I should be giving people what I have to take over. There should be another generation coming in. Even if we flip this and talk about it on the political side, you know, where is this next group that's going to do it? You know what I'm saying? Where are these kids? Let's get them interested. Let's get them trained. Let's get them, I don't want to walk away with all this, but but I do want to be able to walk away at some point.
Stephanie, it's intellectual property. You just remember that you get paid for intellectual property, honey.
I will say that, and I'm not saying this, if I was the next supervisor, I would definitely tap Stephanie as somebody to talk to.
Definitely.
And
And they will. I'm sure they will, because I've seen that happen. I've seen it happen in corporate where there was a person they let go, and this person held the knowledge. He was a product manager. And when this product failed, everything failed. And everyone was like, well, where is that guy? Well, they had fired him. And they had to bring him back, and they brought him back as a contractor. So they had to pay him a lot more money. But Stephanie, it has been a pleasure. You are a gem.
Thank you all. It's been a great conversation.
Oh, Stephanie, I'm so sorry. I have one more question. What if you don't know text me if you know your Myers-Briggs letters, if you have to think about it, if you don't know what they are off the top of your head. I know it starts with an I. I know Gardis, he's an I too. I used to be an E, but it changed where I'm an I.
Wow, we got to hear more about that.
Functions as an E when needed.
We got to hear more about that, because yeah, I see some eyes in the room. Big Mike is an I.
And those are people that people would not necessarily think would be an I, but yeah.
Yeah. Stephanie, thank you so much. And I think that you saying team is what makes you part, why we want you to be a leader so bad. We're like, because you get the grand idea. So whatever you see me, Stephanie, I'm supporting you, just so you know.
Thank you.
And I'm here, if you need anything. But yeah, I'll be at the beauty supply, girl. I'm getting like a tie-dye wig. I'll see you soon.
Yeah, she has to get her some. She has to get her some stuff. Stephanie, how were you moderator that evening?
The crowd elected me.
Tell me how that went. Like, what happened? Because for those of us that didn't see it.
So Don Ford Parker nominated me. Somebody gave a second. Keith Price nominated Tanika Hughes. A young lady gave that a second, and then everybody in the room, when the clerk asked, all in favor of Stephanie Wiedemann, hold up your yellow card. And then asked the same thing for the other nominee, and I won.
And the crowd went wild.
I bet they did. I'm telling you. I wondered that. I was just like, wow, okay. That answers that question for
And
those
the
of
thing
us.
about that is, to be honest with you guys, that was so organic. I looked around that room. I knew I had about 15, maybe 20 that were going to vote for me. A lot of those people I knew, but they're employees. I knew they weren't voting for me. That would just be ridiculous.
Right.
So outside of those people, I thought 15, 20, I thought the rest of the people were hers. I didn't know them.
Yeah.
When I saw all those yellow cards about to go up, I was like, holy crap, I'm going to win this.
We knew you. Stephanie, real quick. So what was Tiff? Can you give us a snippet? Tiffany, the lawyer, got up every 2 seconds. What was one thing she said to you that you could share with us when she was in your ear?
Every time they got up, they told me I was misbehaving, pretty much. I kind of felt bad. One of them told me that I was supposed to be neutral, and I said, F it. They nominated me already. It was tense up there. I'm not gonna lie. It was pretty tense. They kept telling me to take control of the crowd, and she never gives them a voice. I have control. Nothing's happening, and when it did, I addressed it.
Right.
But I'm not going to take their voice from them. I refuse, which is why I let everybody speak as long as they wanted to. I didn't want to sit there for another hour either. But I asked the clerk several times if I should stop them. We're not doing the time limit. Okay. Well, then it's only fair that they speak the same amount.
Yeah.
What?
How long has now they just started with the township since Tiffany took over, correct?
Who?
That attorney
Law
firm.
firm,
yes.
yes.
Delgado.
Mhm. Okay, so I'm just gonna tell you guys, my phone is at 1%. I don't have
Oh,
a charger with
okay.
me, so if I drop off, that's why. But I'll keep going until it dies. Go ahead.
No, are you in a safe place before you do that? Are you home?
I am. I just don't have a charger right now.
Okay, okay. So
Is your
My
charger
daughter has
home?
it. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So Delgado just took over.
Yes, they actually took over the very that very night. I mean, the township attorney quit.
No,
Wait, who was the one
that was the one that was
falling asleep?
the Shantae?
No, that was the village attorney.
Oh, that was the village
The
attorney.
township attorney was Stanley Cusper.
Ooh, was that the one that wanted to go home when she was talking about the Chargers and stuff, or was it somebody else?
He was the guy. Oh, he wasn't up there the night she was nominated. He had one person from his firm there.
I know who. Okay, we'll go over that. Stephanie, before your phone died, everybody's saying how wonderful you are, how great you are, how much we care about you. Oh, her phone died. I want to make
you, Stephanie.
Oh, we love you, Stephanie. I want to make sure. Big Mike, connect your device. It said device not connected. There we go. We got Big Mike back. We love you, Stephanie. I was trying to get that out so she knew all the support in the investigate and advocate. That's Jediah Brown's channel. God, Jediah, we can't waste our questions on you. You got a direct line to everybody in the Southland. Okay, but we appreciate it. Thanks for being here. So we got Gardis and we have Big Mike back. That was really interesting. The last thing I was going to ask Stephanie was when she told how did she feel when she told the lawyer, I saw your computer. Saw you. I was in my living room like I was watching a football game. Like, oh my God.
Yes.
I was there, but I was watching the replay like, whoa. Big Mike, Gardis, you have any final words? Because it's 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. I don't want to hold you guys up. Gardis, I know your wife is like, are you on the phone again?
His wife is like, why don't you run for office?
Why don't you? Hey, this is gonna happen when you become a trustee.
Mrs. Gardis is like, why don't you run?
Okay. Yeah, my battery about to die too.
Sure it is.
No, I mean,
You're giving us a Tiffany.
Check the receipt. I want to see the receipt, Gardis. Your battery.
Don't give us a Tiffany.
I think Stephanie said it all. Yeah, like I said, she's the person that you want to connect with. And like I said, if whoever is the next supervisor or even new trustees that come in, they might want to consult her about, some of the inner workings of the township. But also the township probably has to do a little bit more of reaching out to some of these other other municipalities that's in it, because there's a lot of townships I don't see. There's a lot of cities and villages I don't see the township being involved in that much. And maybe because in a lot of cases there's been a lot of political tension. I think we talked about this before with Riley Rogers and the Zuccarelli tension going on, and how the reason why Dalton doesn't have a lot of Thornton townships all the way up until Tiffany took over. And it seems like everything township wise is in Dalton now. Yeah, I think the township needs to reach out to some of these municipalities as well. And I was previously talking about who's going to be elected the next supervisor, because obviously there's a lot of candidates that that want to run for it, and there has to be a voter registration in some of these towns, because the key cities that is going to play a part in voting the next supervisor, you're looking at Cal City, which has the and to correct me if I'm wrong, it's the largest population in the township as far as cities.
Absolutely, it is. Yep.
You obviously got Dalton and South Holland, which the seat of the township resides in. Those are going to be key voters as well in electing a supervisor. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting race when they elect the next supervisor.
You better get a committee going.
Well, there's committees that's been going on already, and like I said, there are some candidates that are concerning me. So
They want to run for super.
yeah, they want to run for supervisor.
I had a question. Every time I hear the supervisor role, two names always come to mind: Thaddeus Jones and Napoleon Harris. The reason for Thaddeus Jones is because Thaddeus Jones, as you have mentioned, Calumet City is one of the largest populations in the township, and Thaddeus Jones is currently mayor. And he's also state rep. And I feel like I could see him putting his name in the hat to run.
But doesn't he have some stuff going on in the background?
Is that me?
Thaddeus? Yeah. Well, Thaddeus already holds 2 elected seats.
That's not what I meant.
Oh yeah, he's being investigated for using credit card information with his wife and all of that. But I mean, I'm sure that's not gonna like stop him from running or any of that. And then Napoleon Harris is another. And correct me if I'm wrong, actually, but my memory serves me correctly. When Napoleon Harris was running for the state senate, he ran against Frank Zuccarelli's candidate Pat Mahan, Patricia Mahan.
Yep.
He actually put $220,000 of his own money into that race.
Yep.
Is that the mayor of Lansing? Well, that's not Patty, is it? That's not Patty, is it?
No.
Okay.
Which mayor? Which mayor?
I thought he was talking about the mayor of Lansing, Patty.
Oh no.
Okay, keep going, Big Mike. I'm sorry, making sure.
So when I think about the two, when I think about the races, those are the 2 names that typically come up. I'm trying to think of anybody else that I would think that will run for that. Yeah, those are the 2 names that typically come up.
Burgundy brought his name up actually back 8 to 10 weeks ago. Napoleon.
What happened 8 to 10 weeks ago?
You brought up Napoleon's name as someone that's and this is exactly what she said, because that's why I tell everyone, don't tell me nothing they don't want me to remember.
Life is Kodak
because he doesn't need the money, so he would still be okay with that salary.
So well, one last thing. So last week when we were out there, and I don't know if you got one, Burgundy, there was a guy out there named Sidney Moore who was passing out cards saying he was running for township supervisor. Did you get one of those cards?
I surely did not.
Okay. I'm wondering, does anybody know who Sidney Moore is?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you who are they?
We're gonna find out. Sidney with an S, a C, what?
Yeah, Sidney with an S, Sidney.
Well, actually, they are WTTW knows who they are. They were they did do an interview. Let's see, several campaigns, including former Barack Obama, former clerk of the Circuit County, Dorothy Brown. Oh, you say, oh no.
So he was out there passing campaign cards out there,
right?
And so I didn't recognize who he was. I was wondering, like, Big Mike, do you know this guy, Sidney Moore? I have no idea who he is.
And never heard of this guy.
He was running for the office of Secretary of State for the state of Illinois. Let's see.
Did he get the nomination? Like, what did he get the Democratic? Did he run in the primary?
This was back. This is back a while ago because this is what WTTW shows, and this is an old interview. But it
Get
doesn't tell me the date.
So you go so with a race like this, you're
Mhm.
gonna have a lot of people that nobody knows throwing their hats
Right.
in the race. But it's really the people that are gonna have the money
Oh, he
to be able
lost.
to fund the elections.
He lost the Democratic primary
To Jesse White.
when he ran for Illinois Secretary of State in 2022. Yep.
Oh, he lost to this Alexis
Mm.
Janulius then.
Yep, at
Yeah, that was
2022.
Alexis.
Yep, Alexis 54.3. Yeah, he was number one. Then Dan Brady was So that's who he is. Yep. Yeah, I hadn't heard.
Do you guys think that Stan Brown is gonna run?
No.
No.
He should be embarrassed. He should be, wait, how do you say it? Shame, not ashamed. He should be shame of himself.
I would feel even if he did attempt, he would not win.
Oh, definitely not win.
I mean, his just being attached to this administration has basically tarnished his name.
But he hasn't done anything that shows that he's for the people. It would be one thing if he was associated with that administration.
That's him.
and
That
spoke.
was the guy that was passing out the cards.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that was him. So
Yeah,
I didn't
that's
know
the
who
one.
he was.
I never heard of him either until you said it.
But
Yeah.
yeah, he was passing out cards, running for township supervisor.
Oh.
You know what? I think I did see him briefly, but I didn't make it over there. You know me, or they didn't make it to me. I'm sort of invisible. You know how I am, Gardis. I get out the way. So this is interesting. Okay, so that's who was saying that he wants to run for supervisor. Has he won anything from what you saw succeeding?
No.
Okay. Well, moving right along.
He's like, let me try this.
he's like, I can't do any worse. Let me try.
Let me try that. Well, it looks like he lives in Homewood. Does he?
Wait, Homewood, that's not Thornton Township. That's Rich Township.
Well, it got
Well, there's a small part of Homewood that is
Yeah.
township.
Yeah, it's a small that
Okay.
other side.
Yeah, but majority is in Rich, but I think it's
Right.
like
But that portion that's right off of Governor's Highway by the train station.
yeah, that's Thornton.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Because my colleague Calvin Jordan is the supervisor of Rich.
Look, I know I was at the picnic too, Big Mike. You were there.
Oh, look at this.
He brought the Jesse White brought the tumblers. Weren't you there, Big Mike?
At the picnic.
Uh-huh.
What
It's a
picnic?
couple of years ago. I
Oh.
know he has I get the emails. I know that he has a lot of things going on.
I've went to a picnic of his years back, but not recently.
Okay. I was at that one too. That was before the pandemic.
We probably met each other. We probably met each other in passing.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. You guys are so amazing. Gardis and Big Mike, I sent you guys an email and you guys left me on red.
Oh wow. Are you kidding?
That's what the young people
email?
say.
Gardis.
I said, let me know. I gave a date or so. You guys left me on red, as the young people say, but it's okay.
Gardis and the Godfather.
The last email I got from you was, did you want this to be recorded or live? And I have responded live because I don't like people to ask questions. And then Gardis agreed with me on that. That was the last email I got.
There was something wrong with me then in my computer. Okay, I'll figure it out.
It was the computer. Now she did a what's her name? What's her name? Levita. What's her name? Levita?
Yes.
When you trying to figure out if we were gonna do this
is
like
so funny.
after the town, I mean not the township, but the Dalton meeting, right?
Yeah, I said May 6th is the board meeting. It said I sent it 6 days ago, but it's probably me. I said May 6th is the board meeting. Would it be better to do it then or before? So let's wait till after the board meeting. So let's go for after the board. You know, my work week sucks, but I'm off of my last heavy day on the 9th. So, but if we got some like on the 6th, if you guys are, if I don't see you, Gardis, I know I'll see you, Big Mike. Hopefully, I'll meet you. Maybe I don't know on the 12th, but Gardis, I'll see you on the if you're there. I don't know if I even want to go. How long this board meeting gonna be? Lord,
how long is it gonna be?
Baby, the board meeting gonna be at least 4 hours if we get through it. All the witnesses, it's gonna be a long board meeting. I mean, I say 4 hours exaggerating, but usually a board meeting is gonna be 2 hours, maybe 3.
Okay.
A Dalton board meeting, yeah. If we get past the Open Meetings Act.
Well, y'all, I gotta go to bed, so.
Yes, please go to bed. Everybody go to bed. Big Mike, Gardis, stop leaving me on red. And I appreciate you both.
Well, I'm not in Illinois right now. I'm in Phoenix, Arizona, doing some consulting work on the Glendale City Council. So I'm doing some consulting work with them.
Are
So I
you
should be
downtown?
in Glendale.
No.
Wait, before we start that, let's release Gardis. Gardis, like, look, I said my phone.
Gardis.
All right,
Gardis,
y'all.
we love
Y'all
you.
have a good night.
Gardis, you have a good evening.
Take care.
Good night. Okay, go ahead, Big Mike.
Gardis, say a prayer for us tomorrow.
Because I got to be up at 7. Go ahead.
So I was saying that I'm traveling. I'm in Glendale, Arizona right now, doing some consulting work for their city council. And we'll be flying back to Dalton. I'm gonna miss the board meeting, but I'll be back on that Wednesday. So I should be at Mrs. Creighton event. If I do see you, I'll definitely tap you on the shoulder and say, "Hey, this is Big Mike."
Please do. You know who did that to me, you guys? It was Army Steely Dan. Steely Dan did that. He tapped me on the shoulder.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God, he knows me. So Big Mike, please do that.
That's
and
cool.
you have to come to Arizona, okay?
You enjoy. How's the weather there right now?
Oh, it's hot. It's hot.
Yeah, you enjoy yourself. I did a half marathon there once, and it was in January. So that's a good time. You know what I mean? Because it starts at 40 and it was 70 when we finished. But you enjoy that hot weather.
I can't enjoy it. It's unbearable. I had to go and
I don't know how they do it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's hot. It gets hot here. It gets very, very hot.
Yeah. My friend's sister moved from here, said she would never come back to Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they adjust.
Well, Big Mike, you enjoy and bring me a little cactus keychain back. I got you.
I tried to bring a whole. I had respect for the cactus when because I never liked cactuses until I went there.
Now, are we supposed to say cacti, right? Or if it was more than one? If it's more than one, we say cacti or something?
I never heard it more than
We don't say cactuses.
No, not cactuses. Just cactus. Yep. They have respect of the cactus there.
And I promise I used my own funds. I didn't use Thornton Township funds.
I want don't put nothing on that warrant list, Big Mike.
Right. Right. What's on the card? Whose card do you have?
Big Mike, I appreciate you so much. It's always great to hear from you. Look, I'm gonna email you. Did I send you my phone number?
No,
I'm about to email you my phone number because I want to talk to you.
Yeah, sure. I mean, anytime. Anytime. Just send me an email and we can set something up.
Okay, thanks, Big Mike. You be safe.
Bye, Big Mike. Safe travels.
Thank you. Take care.
You take care.
Succeeding.
This was great.
What is that? We got Stephanie.
We got Stephanie. That was amazing.
We got Succeeding, and I appreciate you because you just make this a dynamic duo.
Oh no, it is all you all, but Stephanie, that was amazing.
Oh, Stephanie, and she usually doesn't call in. Stephanie, we love you. Like, just know that. No, like it takes a lot to be out there. That's why when I always think when people be like, "Oh, Burgundy, be careful," I think about a lot of the people that has like Miss Sherry, Miss Mary, Stephanie,
and they don't have no fear either.
Valeria, let me tell you,
I
don't
have no fear.
I packed up my suitcase that night. I'm like, okay, time. We remember the color purple when the dude slammed the piano down.
Yes,
time to go. That would have been time to go.
But they are just fearless. But I'm sure coming together kind of builds that because they're part of a team.
Yeah, they are a part of a team. And I appreciate you succeeding. I will talk to you.
We appreciate you.
Thank you. And y'all go follow Succeeding too. She did not say this. I say this all the time. If you are not sure about starting a YouTube channel, but you're on the fence, I know Succeeding hasn't said it. It's so cool if you already have the subscribers there. Just go subscribe to your friends, all your friends. All right. Thanks, Succeeding. Have a great night.
Thank you. You all sleep well. Thank y'all for holding down the chat.
I'll see you at Munster Donuts.
Okay.
All right. Good night. Bye. You guys, what an amazing night. Okay, so I had to clear everybody out. What's going on in this chat? Where's my moderators at? What is going on? Let me tell you something. Investigate and advocate. Okay, let's start there. Jed, if that's you, which I perceived by the text, it is Jediah Brown. Here is the floor. Now, Jed, then we go through enough this week. Then we go through enough this week. I'm elderly. You a young tenderoni. You a little whippersnapper. Then they go Mara send Jed, Lucille send Jed, J. Jones send Jed that link before I gotta take Geritol in the morning because of Jediah Brown. I need to order some Geritol off of Amazon because of Jediah Brown. Now, if this is the real Jediah Brown, there's the link. If it is G1 mod, there is not the link. Okay? Good Lord, you guys. I didn't even think about doing that. I just did the regular bird. Because you guys, let me tell you something. So, Jed, you and I have something to talk about. Let's talk about it before I go to sleep. You know, it's past the early bird special started at 6. And I need to be there at the Denny's. So there is the link, Jediah. If you had no, he can't say that because he had a lot of comments. So I understand what you're saying, Mara. But it's you do or you don't. Jediah Brown is an advocate. He has Hell Week coming up here in Dalton. Monday. Hell Week starts at 5:30. He has a plan. Jediah, you have the open part of my platform right now. If you want to explain Hell Week, it's not a back and forth between you and I, but if you want to talk about Hell Week, you got the next 10 minutes to do so. I would appreciate it. Other than that, let me tell you something. We got to talk, and we talked virtually, and I think we're cool. You said you didn't understand me. I had the same thing. Like I said, I'm gonna tell you about my Jediah. He's this, he's this, he's this. But I don't get that. So I think we're on the same even playing field. I feel that Jediah did not deserve what happened in Markham. I feel like nobody does. But the thing about my platform, guys, when I have questions, I just ask questions. I don't mean any malice. If it's something that I don't see, just like we just got off the conversation with about the 2 terms versus 2 terms versus this. The coolest thing that Big Mike said was, I'm not saying Trustee SC, we're not bringing him in there for a negative way. Just Trustee SD brought some up. We couldn't verify it. It'd be cool if he could verify it. That's the same thing I feel about everybody else. I like to ask questions. So Jediah Brown, we were talking in the chat. I did not bring you up because I did not want any friction. But if this is not Jediah Brown, because we have experienced that with the investigating advocate, that is fine. You don't have to come up. That's all I'm saying. Okay. So you guys have the stream, and like I said, because of y'all, I gotta take Geritol. Do you still make Geritol? I gotta take Geritol in the morning. Here's the link. Are you saying another show link like you don't want my link, Jediah? Or are you saying that? And like I said, it could be, remember I was listening because I do listen to Jediah and what comes out his mouth. This might not even be Jediah. Remember he was saying that someone said he was in another of my favorite creators. He was somewhere. He was at Late Night Crew. I'm sorry. I couldn't remember. And he said that somebody was acting like they were him and it wasn't him. So maybe this is the same thing. I don't know because I'm new to YouTube. So I'm new. I'm ready for Big Bingo at the Thornton Township. Okay, then never mind. If you don't want, it's not no smoke. It's no smoke. I'm just saying if you're welcome to come up here for 10 minutes to talk about Hell Week. It's not smoke over here. But again, like I said, okay, you don't got nothing to say. So then there we are. Because that was the thing. I don't want people like you had the 5 questions, investigate and advocate. And I'm going to address it that way because I do not know that to be Jediah. Because the Jediah Brown, I know he pop up. So that's where I'm going with that. That's my intuition. That's just my intuition. So investigate and advocate, perfect. Okay, now we got a call. Now, if this call is a booty or anything weird, because remember someone told me it could be a booty or something, Papa? I don't see a face. Let's see it. Say Jediah. Let's see. Hello.
How you doing? Good morning.
It's Jediah. I said, don't have a booty, Papa.
I've seen that before. That's hilarious.
Isn't that crazy? And they'll cancel your whole thing. So look, we're not gonna talk about us because we can talk about us any day unless you want to. Let's talk about Hell Week, and you have the floor. And I appreciate you calling in because I was confusion. I did hear your preach, but I was confusion. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, first of all, I don't know the etiquette, so like, I don't know if I was being a bug in the chat or not. I don't know the decorum yet. I wasn't trying to. So was I okay? I don't know. Tell me.
Well, you had questions, and I didn't want to stop talking to my guests to answer the questions, but that was it. And I was like, okay, well, at this point, I don't want any friction with anybody. I think if this makes sense, Jediah, I think we're all trying to learn each other because you said this and this resonated. You said, Dalton, ain't nobody been worried. You said something similar. I ain't never heard Dalton in my entire life this much. So if you got something to say, now's your time. And that's how it is. It's like, wasn't nobody worried about little old Dalton? So it's totally strange to have all these opinions and options and situations if you can understand. But I appreciate, since we said that, I think it was just like the chat. I was like, oh, I don't want to say anything wrong. And I had 5 people
on a panel. Now, if it was just one person and you, it would have been different. That's all I want to say.
No doubt. And I want to applaud you as a person that is vital for getting that information. And obviously you have the respect of the most important players in this because you've been in it too. So I want to applaud you for your response or lack thereof to my YouTube. I do have a lot of things I don't understand about you, but the way you handled it spoke of a grown woman who on grown woman time, and I honor that. And I'm gonna be responsive to you again, and I just thank you for that because I can see by that you're not looking for mess. We just all, like you said, trying to figure it out. So I just want to thank you for that.
I
Mhm.
thank you for responding. I didn't see your video until like yesterday. I saw 2 minutes of your video. It said something like, I heard the conversation. I said, no, let me go on here and address it because I have a busy work week. I'm not trying to deflect, but I was like, I don't want it to go on for days and days. And you think, okay, instead of me, when I come to Dalton, I know you don't, I'm just a little old person, but you're not welcome by this person, this person, this person. You got to look over your shoulder and deal with what you had to deal with at Marco. I don't want that kind of situation for you because you don't live here. So if you was just to sit at home and watch Netflix all day, you wouldn't have these problems, if that makes sense.
I will get the next Netflix and chill. Can't do neither one. But I do want to say this though in this, and then I'm gonna go ahead and talk about Hell Week. You're not a small person in this. Again, I'm very intentional. I think I just think I'm very confrontational. Everybody could be able to tell that. I don't mind confrontation. But when I tell somebody I'm be responsive to them, I'm giving you permission to be my accountability, especially when the people of Dalton value your voice. So if you call me or if you ask me to come on, I don't care what's going on, I'm gonna be responsive. If you want to understand something, I'm gonna be responsive. And so you're not little. You're actually, yeah, like you're the balance. So I just appreciate it. So when that's why I was upset because it's like, wait a minute, if I'm gonna be responsive, don't talk about me. Call me.
No, okay, so I got a question because now we don't hear now. Feel free not to answer it. I always say this. I wasn't trying to be condescending. I was in your Facebook today, yesterday or whatever. I'm always in your Facebook, so it's no secret. I'm always looking. Like, hey, Jediah, I'm looking. I saw Advocate AICU. They're able to chat in your Facebook. Did you guys have a discussion or anything like that?
No, he's been consistently still chatting when I come on. But I did tell him that I'll be willing to have a conversation with him tomorrow.
Oh, okay. So you're sort of like me. Like if somebody has something to say negative about me, I don't block them. I just let them say it. Their opinion is valuable to me. I don't block them, or I'm like, say what you got to say, like that situation. So you're gonna talk to him about what wrong happened, maybe tomorrow in the foreseeing days.
Yeah, and I only did that because, like you say, I saw he keep on talking. He said stuff, and then I still have to finalize our business. And so he was just like, "Look, it's a misunderstanding." I said, "Okay, well, I don't feel like dealing with that, or I'm busy, or we could talk about it on Sunday, and that'll be tomorrow." So if he follows through, I'm gonna have the conversation. But him being on my thing, yeah, you're right. I just don't block people unless they cross a certain line, because I try to bring them on and cuss them out.
Yeah, I don't block anybody. I let them just. I'm not gonna cuss them out, but I'm like, go ahead. I tell my mods, don't block them as long as they're not totally crazy. You know what I mean?
Right,
You
exactly.
just say you don't like me doesn't mean you could be blocked. Okay, tell us about Hell Week because I gotta try to get a wig.
So I'm actually one of the things that one of the things that I want to say on here, and I like to try to make sure I'm giving some kind of value. Number one, I am not literally. I started out doing this thing one way and by myself, but now I'm a part of a collaborative effort. One of the biggest heroes, which I think you guys are already perceiving and knowing in this, is Stephanie Wiedemann. Like, she stood up, she's standing up, she's fighting back, and she's giving access to things so that people can have an understanding. And like, that is so rare that you find people that brave in these kind of spaces. And so we've been looking at a lot of things that Stephanie Wiedemann, I don't even know if I'm saying her last name right, but she's helped a lot, and she's helped make sure that there's not been even and one thing I love about all these people is that they not allowing for things to be out that's wrong. So if we got a misunderstanding, they available to clarify. Or if I perceive something is wrong, they check it. I just fucking love that about them, because it's not, you could just tell it's not like a bunch of evil hearts that just want to see this woman destroyed. No, they really just want their government back, and they want it to be done the right way. So I appreciate that. But we also have a lot of things that's going to come out of Hell Week that's going to be quite interesting. It's going to shock the hell out of people. Like, and I understand people do not get my approach. We'll talk about that later. But Hell Week is going to be hell, because you're going to talk about things like Don Core being in a relationship with Tiffany. Bet you ain't heard that before.
Now see, I'm not trying. Look, can we?
Okay, let me say this. Okay, no, because you all want us to Hell Week. I'm trying to give the point of the impact of it, but let me just focus. Hell Week is supposed to be just that, absolute hell, in the sense that it is the unraveling of things for the citizens to have their freedom back, their ability to assemble, to express themselves. And we start on Monday at the Village Hall meeting, and we're asking people to bring wigs, pots, and pans, because there's going to be sort of this ceremonious start, and sort of kind of the sound being sent out in the village before the week goes out. I put the schedule on my page. Every single day there's something symbolic that's going to highlight everything that we've discussed, seen, and found out. We're going to be releasing some comfortable receipts, some uncomfortable receipts at the same time.
Jediah, I swear I'm not lying. And I have my hair in a bonnet. People are saying this is not really you, that this is somebody impersonating you. So I don't want to get in trouble on my channel. Would you mind coming on screen?
This is Jediah Brown. Ain't nobody else on it. This is me.
Okay, I'm just letting y'all know. I don't want to get in trouble. People are saying this is not Jediah. Yeah.
This is Jediah. Okay, Investigating Advocate is my YouTube page. I just think coming on because I guess I could.
You got a bonnet on too? Because I got one on. I don't want to. It's no voice, but people are saying this is not Jediah.
Yeah, they're gonna it's Jediah. I can't see the comments. It's me. Hell Week starts on Monday. It's gonna be at the meeting. We're gonna have the wigs and the pots and the pans to make some noise. I ain't gonna be I got one request in this, because like I said, the schedule's put up, and certain things are gonna be shared as we come. There's gonna be some uncomfortable things that's gonna come out, some comfortable things will come out. The victim of the essay is gonna come out on Monday. There's gonna be a video that's gonna be released, and it's just gonna be a lot. And this is what I'm gonna tell people: don't blink or look away for 1 second during Hell Week, because every moment is gonna be powerful and impactful. But this is the only acts that I have. We're not trying to bring no fear into this. I don't think anybody has any problem besides me to a certain degree. And so if I'm arrested or something happens to me, I just got one request here on record, that y'all don't stop and y'all complete this thing, because it is a movement and it's bigger than a person. But I do suspect that this rogue ass deputy chief is going to attempt to remove me from this situation. Okay.
Well, we heard here first, so we're gonna keep on going with the process. And what time does it start? Monday, 5:30, right? Because the board meeting's at 6:30.
It starts at 5:30 on Monday, and we'll be giving out more tidbits along the way as it comes. And can I respond to something to you really quickly before I get off?
Sure, I'm here.
Okay, so you talk about tightening up, and I wish that I had that ability, but in this, I've had to do a lot of stuff remote with a lot of new faces. And before Dalton, I was pretty much just chilling, living my own personal private life. So it's kind of hard to organize remote and to know who people are in such a small time frame. But I want you to know, I heard you. We're working on that, and I get what you said.
Okay.
But unfortunately, we got to kind of go with what we got, and I just feel really good. I think this is gonna be amazing.
I think so too. Now, like you said, that it's hard to do that. Oh, I did listen when you were saying it's hard because like you came in here alone and you're learning along the way, right? That is something I can understand because that's sort of like me with YouTube. I am learning along the way. I don't know how YouTube works. I'm just learning along the way. What I thought was interesting was this one particular person, the advocacy ACIU, and you were like, oh, I knew them back before Kanika Jenkins. It's like, how did they go rogue? But people can do that at any time, right? That it doesn't have a time limit. So now I understood what you were saying. Like, I'm like, well, wait a minute. I thought this was someone we could trust. And that certain person was sending receipts about everybody's business as well. And I'm like, well, I would hate to send, I think I meant by streamline. I'm not trying to be offensive. I was like, man, I would like to be able to say, because it almost happened to me. I almost sent you some personal information of mine thinking it would get to you. And just to know that it would be in this other person's hand and they would send it to other people, I did not like. So we're scared. Like, is it like maybe your top? You know, this sounds weird if I say this. You guys, like Jediah Brown got these top 2 lieutenants, like these top 2, like right president and the president. You know, okay, Jediah Brown. The information goes to sort of like Stephanie. She was the chief of staff. She held the credit cards. We trusted Stephanie. But I'm just using it as an example. Ziccarelli trusted Stephanie for so much year. Is it someone that can be in charge instead of? I remember because I follow you a lot. So I remember being like, oh, Jed, and people are saying that I'm talking to the AI Jed, just so you know. Because you know on screen, they said I'm talking to the AI Jed. I'm not even talking about.
They need that medicine.
Yeah, they like, I'm talking. But I remember being like, oh man, Jediah's gonna come here. He's gonna shake it out. Your past is not the real issue for me because we all have one. But it's like if the past is repeating itself, what can we do to help? Because you can't just trust Burgundy. Burgundy could go rogue. So do you have any plans?
Yeah, well, I continue to try to reassess my approach. And again, if I would have been doing this, so like now leaving Dalton, or when Dalton concludes, there's like people across the freaking country saying, look, we're dealing with this and that in our village. And so now it's like, okay, if I do this on a more streamlined basis, now I will put mechanisms in place because it'll be something consistent. None of this was expected. None of this was desired, if I be honest. And so I've learned this, but I've also taken my lessons from the past because I came into Kanika Jenkins' case with a whole big old squad, and things happened where people lost heart, or people got caught up in the wrong thing, and we just fell apart, and it made it look a certain way. So I don't have teams like that anymore, but I am learning, and we'll be putting that stuff in place.
Okay.
And if I made to marry Event, who, in my opinion, saved my life. She saved my life recently because I lost my damn mind when the police were chasing me. She said, is the township going to have proper attention? I'm trying to figure out how to do this, but this is not this Hell Week is not mine. I'm a part of it. And so we're gonna do and go as the spirit and the voices of the people.
Hey guys, I promise tomorrow we'll start right back up. I have to end it here. We'll start super early tomorrow. I'm enjoying Late Night Crew right now. Hey Jesse, hello everybody. This was intense, right? Please always heed to the history. The history is important. All right, I'll see y'all next time. This was an 11-hour live. Please like, comment, and subscribe. And I appreciate you so much.
Commentary Blue Commentary Burgundy Commentary Comment Blue Commentary Comment Burgundy Blue Commentary.